Excuse me, if I could have everyone's attention. There are 3 sets of meetings scheduled for today. So speaker slips out right now are for the special city council meeting. So if you want to speak at the special city council meeting, those are the speaker slips that are out right now. After the special council meeting, we will put out speaker slips for the committees. And then after committees, we will put out speaker slips for the regular meeting. So if you want to speak 3 different times, you need to fill out 3 different slips. Thank you.
Would all council people please take their seats so that we may start this special meeting?
about to hit it. All right. The time is now 4:59, and the special city council meeting is now being brought to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin?
Present.
Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett? You have 5 members present.
We have 5 members present. So now it's time for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Priestley, could you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? And now it's time for the prayer or the blessing. But before we do so, is there anyone that the council members would like to acknowledge?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
I'd like to acknowledge the death of the students and the teacher in Madison, Wisconsin this morning.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Alamin.
Ms. Wilma Boylan, I would like to acknowledge who passed recently.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'd like to have a moment of silence for both the Hogan and Mosley family as they both lost members of their families.
All right. And then I also would like to have a special acknowledgement for the family of Mr. Taylor Baker, the family of Mr. Taylor Baker, as well as the family of Deacon Henry Doan IV. Again, Henry Doan IV.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
I'm asking for a special prayer for the former Administrative Secretary, Janelle Johnson. She is not doing well right now, so I would like to ask everyone to please keep her in your prayers.
Okay, thank you. All right. So hearing that there are no more, I will ask the councilwoman in the 7th Ward if she could please lead the prayer of the blessing.
If all minds are clear, Heavenly Father God, we come to you now just first and foremost thanking you for this day and time, thanking you for your grace, your mercy, your love, and your favor. We thank you for the opportunity to gather here together today to handle the business of the city of Flint, Lord God. We ask that you would be with all of those families who have lost someone, those who are mourning. We ask that you would be with those who are sick and are in need of healing, Lord God. Your word says that by your stripes they are healed, Lord God, so please be with those who are in need of healing. Father God, we ask now that as we leave here and we go to our prospective places, that we would not incur any hurt, harm, or danger, that you would keep us and be with us, Lord God. We thank you for this opportunity to uplift the city of Flint and handle the business that needs to be done. It is in Jesus' name we pray, amen.
So now it's time for the reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meeting. So the next thing on the agenda is the closed session. So attorney, could you please explain the closed sessions?
The Law Department is requesting the convening of a closed session under MCL 15.268 subsection E and Council Rule 7.1 subsection 4 to discuss settlement strategy in connection with two specific pending cases. The first one is it's pending in 67th District Court. The case number is C23G5057 Evans et al. Versus City of Flint Police Department et al. And the second case is pending in Genesee County Circuit Court. Case number is 22-117-809, and that's Jewel versus City of Flint.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Priestley. All right, is there any support? All right, there's a motion made by the 4th Ward Councilwoman and supported by the 1st Ward Councilman. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, we're going to go ahead and take the vote. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to go into closed session.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett? The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. We are going into closed session at 5:04.
Thank you. We don't have Kleenex anymore. The reason why we don't. Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Ms. Harris, what you think about Do you think it could have made it maybe more, not just point of order? Maybe you should run for first ward one day.
The time is now 5:40, and the special city council meeting is now being brought back to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin?
Present.
Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett? You have 6 members present.
We have 6 members present. All right, so now it's time for public speaking. First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Okay, before I call the first public speaker, I'm just going to ask the audience to please, if you could, lower the volume a little bit because the voices carry this way. Thank you. The first speaker is Dick Sadler.
Good evening. I'm a 7th Ward resident and work downtown. I'm here with a handful of my neighbors who you'll hear from with the understanding that council business has not been as productive as it could have been over the last few months. I don't always agree with my colleagues either, but I'm here begging you to set down any interpersonal issues you may have with one another and focus instead on the important task of serving the community you have been elected to serve. My community is of the utmost importance to me, and I share in my neighbors' collective anxiety that we are missing important opportunities to grow as a city when we let conflicts get in the way of progress. Please consider foregrounding council resolutions, ordinance changes, and local board appointments. Thank you.
Next speaker.
The next speaker is Karma Lewis.
Hi, I'm Karma Lewis, president of Flint Neighborhoods United. We are writing as a collection of community organizations, neighborhood groups, and individuals deeply concerned about the lack of progress in passing critical city business through council. Across our city, Flint residents work every day with our neighbors, whether we like them personally or not, whether we have deep disagreements or not, in order to make our city a better place. It has been deeply distressing to see the most basic of city business left on the table due to disagreements not on the policy of these resolutions, but due to other governance issues. It is clear that our council is currently divided into 2 groups of 4 members each, with deep disagreements and concerns about trust that are not likely to abate anytime soon. However, we know that there are so many important critical agenda items that must be addressed to move our city forward, and we are writing with a clear ask: focus on those resolutions and agendas items for now. From essential funding for major transportation improvements in our city to park improvements, funding to home repair dollars, all of these issues are critical to Flint residents and will improve the lives of our neighbors. They should not have to wait until larger governance questions are resolved to be passed, especially when there is widespread support for them. As a coalition of community organizations, we are asking that in tonight's meetings and those moving forward, that issues around the election of council president and third ward appointments be considered in meetings, but after resolutions, ordinances, and city board appointments items in any council agenda. While it is clear that there is not a majority to address the larger issues around council presidents and the new member appointments, we believe this council has shown repeatedly their willingness to address the actual policy issues in a productive way, and for that, we are grateful. We believe that members have the best interests of the city at heart and sincerely hope that you will be willing to consider this action. There are too many good things taking place in our city for internal disagreements to undermine the progress. Thank you. Flint Neighborhoods United.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Lisa Passberg.
Good evening. Hello, City Council. My name is Lisa Passberg, and I am a resident of the 8th, soon-to-be 6th Ward. And I'm here, along with other Flint residents, asking this body to support an agenda that focuses on passing important resolutions and items of city business before coming to issues around a new council member appointment and council president elections. We have so many things to be proud of in this city, and it's critical that we work to get the business of the city done. Many items that appear on council resolutions are the result of hard work from residents and neighbors. And while we know there are deep disagreements around other issues, for the many, many issues that this council agrees on, let us focus on getting those passed. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Next speaker is Aria Mitchell.
Hello, Flint. I'm R.L. Mitchell. I live at 759 East Linden Avenue. By the graveyard is a Grace line. And about the situation in Flint, about this, what Mashak and Liddell brought up tonight, not transparent, about the po-po, the police and the fireman situation there, to go back in the back room and stuff like that, to make we the peoples imagine what they're talking about. Like the po-po that got sued for the fireman put his hand on Ed Taylor to keep him from choking Poppycock last week. That's what we assumed that would happen, and she won, making we think she won the case, because you don't want we the peoples to know about it. You treating us like we in a third world country, like over in Israel, a sneak attack on Jerusalem, and like the Russian getting their ass kicked right now by the Boston and all that junk, and people don't want the other people to know what really happened. Like one of the wars members talking about, you see the work, you see my work, but at the same time, you go back in and tell the people, the administration downstairs, hey, what you gonna do about Poppycock? And Ed Taylor hop up like and using cuss words, and it wasn't for the fireman. Well, that's all right. Even though he attempted it, he probably done sued the police department, because the big old chief of the pale-faced police walked out there before the meeting was up. He probably done sued and don't want we the people to know about it. And all that junk. People like we, dummies in Flint. Like when I first come from Georgia, 4 years old, ended up on St. John's Street, Fairview, reading out a Dick and James book, and failed 2 times in the 3rd grade, because every time we said, Dick, see, pop, spot, run. What Dick and James and my friends always making fun of. Couldn't even read a book for secondhand books of them other school teachers on the outside of Flint and all that stuff. Think Flint ain't nothing. Like, enough of that. I hear this is the last council of the night. of the year, we gonna get our money or else. Take that. What's that? What you mean that a threat? What you mean? If it ain't no, Eveline, I mean, second ward, look up when you, stop, what? Yeah, hello, how you doing? Oh my God! See, that's what I'm talking about, you know. And back to Miss Priestley. She's the one with the money bag. All you gotta do to put the president in, cause the little mayor here already took over Lansing and got first word talking about we gonna call Lansing and took everything from Flint except Mr. Taylor. Taylor up there and show you what they do to the peoples. And y'all up there, stay tuned, America.
Next public speaker.
The next speaker is Pastor Adam Morris.
Hello, I'm Pastor Adam Morris. I'm from Lighthouse Spirit of God Church. I've been in the battle upon this committee for about 4 years now. I've watched the darkness, I've watched the light, and I've watched the light bleed to darkness because of some of you are called to be a light, or you profess to be a light, and you're not the light that you're called to be. A light sets examples, and you guys are not setting examples. Each one of you standing before me has professed before God that you are going to be a living sacrifice for Him. That is what it's called to be a Christian, to be Christ-like. So I got less than 3 minutes that you've given these people to speak, and I'm going to speak to God on your behalf. So Lord, as we come to you right now, Lord, Lord, I know that there's a body, and there's a body that's ready to come forth, Lord, to be a light that's called to be light. And Lord, we go against the darkness. We go against the spirit of Antichrist right now in the mighty name of Jesus. And we call the strong man of this city council to come out in the mighty name of Jesus. And Lord, we profess your Holy Spirit right now in this body in the mighty name of Jesus. Lord, we come against dividing right now, the dividing spirit of every one of them that's got hatred and hate between them. Lord, we just ask that you come in the midst of them right now, Lord, and break the confusion of the enemy. And we speak life right now in this body of Flint right now in the mighty name of Jesus. And we say it is well with their soul. And Lord, we call this strong man out of the body of each one of these individuals. And Lord, we just proclaim victory in the mighty name of Jesus. Lord, we're tired of the darkness. We're tired of everything. Lord, we just need you right now. Lord, this city needs God. Lord, this body has lost its fear of you. Lord, they profess to be something that they're not. So Lord, we just speak to you right now, Lord. And we say, come in amongst them, Lord. Separate the division between them and let them be examples for our children. Let them be examples for our home. And Lord, we just ask you right now, Lord, that each one that laughs and smiles and does what they do while these families out here are going day by day without food and bread. And Lord, they think it's funny, Lord, and they're just using us, Lord. Lord, we just call you on scene tonight, Lord, and we just ask you to proclaim victory through your people, Lord. Lord, this body that we're carrying around is the temple of the Holy Ghost. And Lord, we call you right now to Flint, Michigan. We say come back to our home. We say come back to our schools. We say come back to our community. We say come, Lord Jesus, come. Come, Lord Jesus, come. And I'm telling you right now, if you're not ready to serve the God that I serve and profess to be the Christian that you're called to be, get out of the way and let the men of God come back in that fears the Lord God Jehovah.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Tiffany Morris.
Left all your stuff up here, but I'll get to you in a minute because I only have 3 minutes. Liddell, I appreciate respect of you respecting my husband and while he was praying by looking at him. I respect that. Machette, on the other hand, I don't respect that. You call yourself, because you've done conferences with her. You have done conferences, and I've seen them on Facebook. Call yourself a woman of God. Let me tell you something. A woman of God doesn't come in the chambers, act like she's some godly woman, act like you all perfect and come and prancing around like you all that in a box of chocolate. Let me tell you something. God is still reigning on this throne, and you ain't got to respect me, but I promise you, homegirl, one day you going to stand before the same God that I stand before, and you're going to answer for all the evil that you're doing behind this thing, because it ain't that I don't like you. I don't like your spirit. Your spirit is evil. You are pure evil. That spirit inside of you is evil, and if you don't change, it's going to send you straight to hell. And I'm going to here tell you right now, because there's a heaven and there's a hell. And you need to stop with Liddell, because Liddell, I've talked to other pastors and other people that's talked to her. And on the inside, she's a good person. And she means well. But you're running her straight to the dirt. So you need to be removed. And I'm going to keep praying, because I tell you, I have a closet that I go to, and I know the Father, and I know the Son that you speak about, that you so-called prayed about, that you said that by his stripes we're healed. You're right. By Jesus' stripes we're healed. His kids are healed by his stripes, not the world. His kids are healed by his stripes. Get that right, girlfriend. And you can sit there and stare at me all you want, because guess what? I go to my closet and I pray and I pray and I pray that the Lord is going to remove you from that seat, and he's going to put somebody godly in that seat. Trust me, he's been removing people from their seats. Don't think he hadn't. Don't think they just fell over dead. No, God removed those people from those seats. And I guarantee you, if you don't stop what you're doing, God's going to remove you guys from your seats too. If the people won't do it and the public won't do it, guess what? God will. He's still on that throne, and he'll be on that throne until the end time. And guess what? He's still on that throne after that time. Now, I'm telling y'all better wake up and you better smell the coffee. Stop professing to be something that you're not, because when you come in these chambers, y'all are pure evil. This ain't nothing but a circus clown. This is a circus show. This is a free circus show that we ain't got to pay for. We get it free. All we need is our popcorn, our blankets, and all that. That's all we need up in here. Because ain't none of y'all worried about doing the business of the city other than passing the money for yourself. Stop passing the money for yourself when you got people sitting out here suffering, and we in the third ward still ain't got a council person. That's bullcrap.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Tia Harris.
Good evening, Council and the community. Over the weekend, I got some disturbing phone calls about my participation with my First Ward Councilman, Leon L. Alameen, and him servicing his residents. I find that very appalling for the calls that I did get, and some of the comments that were sent to me from people in the community that seem to have small minds, narrow minds, and closed minds. Now, I have never made it a secret that I support a person until I do not. And I don't have to stand before the public nor get on a podcast or a private platform to degrade anybody else. I don't have to do that. All I have to do is remove my support, and I have reasons to do so. As a woman and a black woman in the community, what I will not do is stand here and try to degrade another black person. I don't have to do that. I don't think we should do that. But I will speak to decorum and the lack thereof. I will criticize and critique unbecoming behavior of council people. I will do that. I have a right to as a resident. And I also have a right as a resident to participate in any recall that I feel is necessary to participate in, because that's a tool afforded to me as a resident. Now, I want to commend my councilman for a job well done. I do. I want to commend you for a job well done. And I look forward to working with you in the future if anything else that you would need me to do as a resident to help our residents. Let me make that clear. Now, I think that we need to do a little bit better in how we say we're for the residents. And really, some of us are not. And those of you, you know who you are. The same ones, and I want to give a salute to Terrence O'Sales, who had the forethought to come up with a mural for Mays. These same people did not contribute one dime. But you want to question my loyalty to Mays? I think you need to check yourself again, like I said before you wreck yourself. And let's be careful that when we're on these podcasts, that we don't use slander. Let's be careful of that. That we don't misrepresent what people say. Let's be careful of that as well. Because there are tools to address that as well. So let's be careful. And let's really try to work together where we can agree and get something done for the residents. And where we disagree, let's respectfully disagree and move on.
Next speaker.
The next speaker is Rodney Thomas.
Okay. Good evening, council. I ain't really no big fan coming up here and speaking in public. I really don't like that. But I feel I have to do something because, you know, as I speak, my wife sit home right now suffering from cancer. And she got the Malona, whatever the fuck it is. I mean, but she coming back strong and we praying and she getting better. Her brother just died here in March from this shit. And it's just been so much going on. I don't like talking all in front of folk and all that. And the thing about it, because I get to cussing, I get upset. But I feel I had to come up here and say something. You know, my auntie just died. It's just been a whole bunch of shit. And then on top of that, my damn dog died. You know, I had that guy for 15 years, but I believe it had to do something with that water I was feeding him because, you know, I couldn't afford to just give him bottled water all the goddamn time. But dig this here. I was in the house the other day, just day before yesterday, and I asked my old lady, I say, baby, excuse my French, did you just take a shit? She said, no, I ain't, So the water was coming from the damn drain. It's been like that since this water been fucked up. You know, I used to entertain my
Pardon
family.
me, please hold. Madam Clerk, please hold the time. So, sir, we're going to ask for you to refrain from using vulgarities, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, Madam Clerk, please start this time. Proceed, sir.
Yeah, so dig this here. I used to have nice little gatherings for my family, you know, when the holidays come. Ever since the water been messed up, I ain't been able to do that. You know, it ain't no fancy ass crib or nothing. It's just a little house on the north side. My mother had 50 years. And me and my wife decided to stay there and keep it. It's all right, it's enough for us, but the point is, we can't even gather no more because the basement get to cutting up so bad. Who gonna go down there and shit, man? Don't nobody wanna smell that. You know, so we just, you know what I'm saying? So it's to a point where I gotta say something, because when I was a little bitty guy, my grandmama fought in this community for poor folks. And see, I'm damn near 60 years old, and I like to dance, but the reason why I learned how to dance, because we so damn poor on Baker Street, across from Oak Park. We had so many damn roaches. You get your clothes, you have to, you know, shake and move, you know, and I become to learn how to dance and entertain, and that's what we did. We entertained, we danced when we gathered for families, and that meant something to us, man. We ain't never tried to be no big Willie type, you know what I'm saying? But just real talk, all bullshit to the side. This don't make no sense. This don't make no sense. If y'all love us, we should see some kind of daylight. You know, we taking all this mess, man, it's just ridiculous. So I figure I had to just come say something. God bless.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Yeah, we do have children present in the audience today, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. And so again, I would like to encourage this body, if I missed something, please feel free to bring it to my attention or to bring the respective resident to order. Next speaker, Madam Chair.
The next speaker is Jennifer Stainton.
Hello, my name's Jennifer Staten. I'm the supervisor for Monday Township. I come before this board today for several different reasons. First of all, to explain to you that I just don't understand how elected officials do not show up. People are being paid to come here because they are elected officials and they are not here. That's a problem. Second off, after the first year, all of you can be recalled. So I would highly advise to you, you need to bury the hatchets, you need to get along, you need to work together, and you need to find a way to come together because the city of Flint needs you. Moving forward, my township is waiting on your decisions because you guys can't get it together. I bet you didn't even know that, did you? We've got a large-scale project scheduled to go into Monday Township. It's a $50 billion project. Until that happens, we're still waiting on you to come together. You were supposed to come together weeks ago to talk about putting in the battery plant over at the Buick City site. Has that happened? I don't believe so. Have you voted on it? Everything's passed. Good for you. How you did that without a quorum, I don't know. On another note, I'd like to bring to the attention, until your waterways are fixed completely from one end of your city to the other end of your city, Monday Township is on hold because we are not going to potentially put another water hazard into Genesee County until Flint City comes forward and cleans up their water. So I am going to highly advise somebody here, I don't know which one of you is going to get on the horn tomorrow, but you better get a hold of the governor, you better figure out what needs to happen. Because this is things that need to happen. This gentleman just sat here and told you how bad his water smells. I went out to a contamination site today that's contaminated by chemicals that leaked out of an air cooling system in a school. Now that's here in Genesee County. This is how Flint City water problems started, because people sweep things under the carpet and they don't want to deal with it. So moving forward, I asked all my board members, transparency is key in our township now. Everything is above board and on the board, and we get our stuff done.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Moses Timlin.
Hello, good to see you all again. My name is Moses Timlin. I'm a resident in the 7th Ward. I love my community. I love raising my family here. Let me start by saying, because I'm not here to rebuke you guys, I believe you all, I truly do. I believe you all care about Flint. And I believe you all show that in your actions. I really want to ask, though, that with this being the last meeting of the year, please put the business of the city before any of the elections or any of the appointments for the 3rd Ward. This is all very critical, important business, and I believe you all can actually come to agree on many of these issues. I was very happy to hear, even for the last speaker, you have already addressed the mega site. So I believe you can work together and get many things done, and I'm just here to ask, please continue to continue this spirit of collaboration. Thank you.
Next speaker.
The next speaker is Deshelle McDonald.
All right, good evening, council people and Flint. What's up, y'all? All right, so my name is Deshelle McDonald. I am the president of the Service Park Neighborhood Association. Thank you. And I usually don't get up here and speak either because I like to stay on the ground. I'm a worker, I'm a servant leader. However, I wanted to come up here and help y'all because some people be trying to play y'all intelligence and I want to define the word stalemate. A stalemate is a situation where neither side can win or make progress, and no action can be taken. Progress means forward or onward movement toward a destination. Someone was congratulated with a stalemate award. I don't think that's a congratulations, because that halts the city's progress. Hence, everybody's talking about it. With accepting that award, that's not acceptable. Why come to a public council with a personal goal? Is yours higher agenda to halt the progress of the city? And yes, I'm talking to you, Tanya. Just make sure you know I'm sure. And if it is, why? Our world and Flint has been through enough. We've been through the Sarbanes-Oxley Act of 2002, the financial fiasco, look it up, shut up. Financial fiasco of 2008, the water crisis of 2014 to 16, and so on, the COVID-19 2022. And I'm here to say no to the stalemate queen of 2024 and her bandwagon of self-oppressors. 2025, we need soldiers who are servant leaders, who will not be intimidated and will help to redirect those who oppose the people's valid agenda. The people need servant leaders who will help prepare them for better, not worse. Put things forth what is good for our children and their families. People's livelihoods are at stake, and jobs that this council can help bring to the city. Y'all know how many people I feed? How many cans of soup I put in these little food boxes? Okay? I can see that all y'all got passion and y'all are fighting. But what are we fighting for? We fighting for the people? Or are we fighting for a check from our boyfriends in California? But the people also got to know that we got to go into 2025 speaking to ourselves and not just taking what we are given. Also to the people, education is literally at our fingertips and it's free. All this bum and backwards living and thinking has to stop. The past is for us to learn from and make progress from. We have so many resources and assistance at our fingertips, and no one should be hurting. Anyway, y'all know what I'm trying to say. Get up and stop doing this buffoonery. And you sat down.
Thank you, ma'am.
The next speaker is Arthur Woodson.
Why was she yelling at you? Oh, I ain't thinking about her. She didn't let her hair be.
I'd like to know whose name is on the bank account for Cyrus Park. You can change the presidency, but you can't change that account number, can you? Yeah, hey, put her in order. Stop my time, put her in order. You won't check that, will you? That's your friend. That's your friend right there. See, you know what? You know what I'm talking about. You won't, she's out of order, yelling and stuff. You didn't address that because y'all have favoritism. What hurts me the most, is the fact that y'all bring people down here like Lisa, who came up here talking. Oh, let's get along, let's do this, let's do that. But she the main one that put out a recall. Be on Facebook dividing. But then again, y'all want to come up here and sing, hold hands and sing Kumbaya song. I ain't working with none of you snakes. None of y'all. Y'all ain't nothing but a bunch of snakes. Judy, I told you I'm gonna keep on bringing Republicans down here for your butt, your rhino. I'm gonna keep on bringing them down here. We're gonna get that GOP meeting. We're gonna get you kicked off that board. The main divider in the city of Flint is Mayor Sheldon Nickelbag Nilly. He goes on his radio station with the chief, want to play politics with the fire department. Y'all had safety equipment when you went in there to look for the two young boys, Lamar and Zaire Mitchell. But you gave an all clear, and Mayor Sheldon Nickelbag Nilly said, I can't go after them because it's political season. That's political suicide. And then all of a sudden you want to come up here and talk about safety gear. You want to call the four people who's for the people, not for themselves, like Liddell Lewis, who gave herself $75,000 to the Cyrus Park with the bank, which bank account she is over. Y'all are some of the most ignorant people I ever met in my life. I mean, seriously. And then y'all want to talk about divide. No, it's not y'all. It's 4 people fighting for the people, and it's 4 people fighting for themselves. And you can't say that I'm divided because I'm fighting people who's trying to take away from the people. Quit coming to me with that, can we all get along bull crap, when we got a posse downstairs as a mayor. And I hope y'all know what that means. Peace or whatever. I'm not going to cuss right now, but later on I will. Later on I will. Cuff, you need to give them an opinion that I can use swear words because in the Supreme Court they rule that you can. Freedom of speech, man. It's subjective. You might see it as a cuss word, but they don't. I'm going to say jackass. Jackass. You might think ass. Bow ass. Broke ass. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The final speaker for this meeting is Beverly Biggs Levy.
Hi, my name is Beverly Biggs Levy. I'm in the 3rd Ward. Liddell and Judy, you want the good 4 to be by your side, but you had the audacity to have your sister recall Tanya. Both of y'all ought to be ashamed of yourself. You were so mad, Liddell, when the judge gave Tanya, she denied all 4 of them. All 4. Judy was mad. Then Tanya took a picture of you, and you were really upset. You guys are the crooked people I ever seen in my life. You want people to be by your side, but you want to do wrong. Everybody ain't doing wrong. We are here for the people. We're not here for ourselves. The people are suffering, and you two don't even care. It means nothing to you. Judy, you mad at me because I brought a bra here, but I have to tell you, you need to be thanking me because you did pull them up. You need to be thanking me. I'm not trying to be evil. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm going to speak what I feel. You guys are so crooked. And you other two that are hanging along the tail string, I just feel sorry for you. You don't have to do the people wrong. Do right by the people. Fix the water. Put roofs on the houses. Like I say, when I talk about good things that we need to do for our residents, you don't hear me. But when I talk about bras and diapers, you want to be, I don't want to sit by her. But the devil is real. You guys are real. You are the devil. And I hate to say it that way. But if I have to go back out here and start all over for the 3rd Ward, baby, I will do it. Because we're going to take our city back from you guys. You over the money, and you ain't even paid your $4,000 you owe. Where is that money at? You over the money, and you ain't take care of your own business. But you want to make sure we pay our water bill, our taxes, and you owe the city. You owe. Shake your head, but you still owe the city. Pay your bills, and then you can worry about somebody else's. Have a blessed day.
All right, Madam Clerk, so just for clarification, that was the last public speaker?
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you so much. So now it's time for public response. Anyone would like to respond to the public? Council response? I'm sorry, yes, council response.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Alamin.
I'd just like to say thank you to the residents for coming to speak and voicing your concerns. Definitely appreciative and well taken, especially about handling the city business. I think that should always be our top priority, regardless of our differences and so forth. So I do thank you all for reiterating that. So thank you.
All right. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. I want to begin by, I don't remember your name in the cream. We did pass that. We did pass it, and we did have a quorum. But I want people to understand, also, I was just told by someone that the Monday Township with the water, I will meet or give you some information about that. We only get 2 minutes in regards to the systems. In regards to Flint water being fixed, the state took it over. The state is completing it. We depleted funds, and so the state of Michigan has taken over finishing the service lines and restoration. We do not know where they are at this point. We don't know. Secondly, why I wasn't, I'm going to speak for Tanya Burns, wasn't in her seat. I requested a legal opinion. This is the first time in Flint's history that the city council rules were not in alignment with the city charter. They were not. Rule 3.1 was changed and it became effective 4/24, which stated until a successor is elected. Prior, it was we are required by the city charter the second Tuesday of every November to elect new offices. I did not get the legal opinion until December 24th at 2:36 p.m. I can't tell you why our legal department took 3-4 weeks. I can't. Because if we are in violation of the Open Meetings Act, you can be fined up to $1,000 for each meeting you attend. So we need to make sure that we have transparency with that and some truth, and I want people to know. And that's what I put out there. That was my reason. The day that we received it, I asked the city attorney to put it on the record. He put it on the record, and we took care of business. And we're taking care of business. But I can't afford to pay it for a violation. And the first time that this city charter and council rules have not been aligned. And I still don't believe it. And I had to seek outside counsel for myself.
Anyone else would like to speak?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
Thank you. So I do want to thank everyone that was in attendance tonight that did speak to us getting agenda items completed. I do think that is important. I do want to note and reiterate what my colleague in the 6th Ward stated, was that we were able to get some key items passed at our last special council meeting. If everyone takes a look at the agenda tonight, and I'm not sure if everyone had a chance to stop by the front door, but if you look at our agenda tonight, before we talk about leadership, before we talk about the 3rd Ward seat, there are more key agenda items that we're going to take care of, such as the fire equipment. That is on there. There are other items on here that have been a long time coming for us to be able to take care of. They are also on here, as well as some grants that we need to accept. So I want us to be clear that the business of the city, just like in the last meeting that we had, the business of the city is being put before any picks for leadership and put before anything with the 3rd Ward. We are sitting here committed tonight, the ones that you do see before you, we're sitting here committed tonight to handle these key agenda items. And so I want everyone to know we are doing our best to get together what we need to get together. Everyone that says that this is taking too long is absolutely correct. I sit here as a committed council member wanting to handle the business of the city. I do hear when people say different things about the city and what's not being done. I do want to remind everyone, roofs have been being replaced in the 7th Ward for months. Houses have been being painted. Infrastructure has been taken care of in the 7th Ward. All of these things have been happening in the 7th Ward for months. Blight has been addressed. Roads have been paved. And so I would be doing a huge disservice to the 7th Ward and myself to act as though I have not been doing what I'm supposed to be doing in my capacity, along with being committed to handling the business of the city. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Yes, I want to thank all the residents who did speak. As one of the members who have attended every council meeting since the middle of October, I appreciate your comments. I want to talk to Jennifer Stanton from Monday Township. The water source that you're talking about switching to is the Carragandi Water Authority and has nothing, although Flint owns that part of that system, it does not go through the Flint water treatment plant. It would flow directly to Mundy Township. I know that. Okay, I just wanted to, it's no,
Excuse
no
me,
back
ma'am,
and forth,
no back
no
and
back
forth.
and forth. I just wanted to clear that up. Also, that Nanograph did not have to come to, the battery plant did not have to come through city council, but we did have to approve the sale of Oak Park, a part of that park, to Ashley Capital in order for them to build the building required for Nanograph to come to the city. And there'll be other things coming forward in regards to that project. But that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? So seeing that there is no one else, I'll go ahead and I will take my time. So I just want to point out for the record, my colleague gave incorrect information. When we're talking about Council Rule 3.1, that was not changed in April of this year. That was changed in February 24th, 2023, and it was voted on with the majority vote, including Mr. Pfeiffer, Ms. Machette. Excuse me, Ms. Machette was not here.
A request for information.
There's no request when you are doing public speaking.
Point of order.
What is your point? Please pause my time.
My point is, if you look on the packet, it states that it was adopted for 24, and it's in red in our packets that was given by the city clerk. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So again, that was an improper use of request for information according to council rules. Request for information when you are inquiring about something that is going to lead to your next vote. Because that was not leading to your next vote, that's improper use. Ms. Burns, what rule has been broken?
I want to let you know I did a point of order, not a request for information. You did not honor the request for information, so I did a point of order as to the rule that was adopted.
So again, you may not interrupt with a privileged motion unless it is contingent on the next vote. So as we move forward and as you give back my time, please, I'm going to stop and let you give me 10 more seconds. Thank you. So I just want to be clear about the changing of the rule. And so if it's any other date that states 2024, we definitely need to change that for the record. Next, I would like to congratulate our colleague, Ms. Barnes, for receiving the Stalemate Strategies Award from the Lenso Law Firm. It's definitely, I guess, an accomplishment holding the city hostage. And so that was awarded last weekend in Philadelphia. And so I hear the residents, when we speak on, doing the business of the city, strategizing the stalemate, which is the stagnation of business, which is halting the progression of the city, that's definitely not in the best interest. But however, they were applauded for that, and so here we are. Also, I would like to comment on Mr. Woodson. We can't talk about individuals following recall when Mr. Woodson just filed 6 on me. So that's coming from a man. That have a track record of harassment and threatening individuals. Yes, Mr. Woodson threatening to do physically harm to me as a woman and elected official. Just want to be clear. So as we move on, we are currently on the consent agenda. So what is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Motion to approve the consent agenda with separations.
Okay. So there's a motion to pass the consent agenda with any separations. Any support? Supported by the councilman in the first ward.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
She did say it. Yeah, it was kind of low. I would like to separate 240452, 240457. I believe I see Blair was back there. Ms. Blair.
Did you say 4570?
Yes, 240570. I apologize. 240457.
Hold on 1 second. 570. Okay, go ahead.
240550. 240549. 240449. No, I don't want that one. We did that one. I apologize for that one. Scratch that one. 240. No, I don't need that one either. And then I would like to separate all of the appointments. That would be 240522, 240523, 240575, 240576.
All right, any more separations? Go ahead.
I'd like to separate 240552, 240495, 240503, 240574.
You said 574?
Yes. And 240571.
All right, any more separations? Okay, seeing none, the consent agenda. Seeing that we have none. Yes, we are going to pass with the consent agenda. 240457. No, that was separated. 457 was separated? Okay, thank you for that correction. All right, so 240449, 240572, 240573, 240484, and that's all. So that is the consent agenda. So roll call. So roll call, Madam
Chair,
Clerk.
could you repeat that again, please? You went a little fast.
Okay, sure. There's only 4, so let's see. Resolution 240484, 240573, 240572, 240449, and that is all. All right. Roll call, Madam Clerk, for the passing of the consent agenda.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin.
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. The consent agenda passes. So now we're on to the first resolution, 240452. What's the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Support.
All right, so it's been moved by the councilman in the 4th Ward, supported by the councilman in the 7th Ward. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Through you to Chief Wiggins, could you head this way, and I'll start talking, because that 5 minutes goes pretty quick. So the equipment that in the deputy chief, well, I get a 2 for 1. Chief Wiggins isn't coming. He's the department head, isn't he? Yeah, I would like Chief Wiggins. You're the deputy, right? You can both come. So as we were talking, You had stated that there was equipment that was outdated. What all equipment was outdated?
We have SCBA tanks that need to be replaced.
So,
I'm sorry.
tanks,
Yeah, SCBA breathing
what else?
equipment, cascade system to recharge the SCBA tanks.
so
And-
the cascade system, and what else?
And we have a need for a generator system to provide these
The generator,
stations.
which I heard him on Mayor Sheldon Neely's show when he called us terrorists. I heard him say that he needed the generator in case he needed to raise the garage. Or if the power was out in the building.
Right.
Is that correct? So I do want to say this. So is it anything else? I got 3 items.
Those 3 items, right, Chief? Those 3 items.
Be quiet. What were you asking?
Good evening. How many, I've got 3 items that needed to be replaced that were crucial, that on the press conference where we were called terrorists by the mayor, and that as if council members did not care. One thing I feel very firmly about is that all
Are you asking me a question?
I'm asking you a question.
All I can speak on is firefighting, fire
And that's what
department.
I'm talking about, because it
Okay.
was made at the fire station.
Okay, what is your question?
Let me get it out.
Oh,
Please pause the time. Madam Clerk, thank you. Or else stop yelling out. Go ahead and restart the time.
So one thing I can say is I believe that we are a council of 8. I believe that every single person would approve if you ever needed any crucial equipment. I don't even have to doubt that. And that is a question without, I don't like putting council against the firefighters. That should never happen.
are you asking me a question? That's what I'm asking. Are you asking
I
me a
have the
question?
floor. I have the floor, sir. Thank
Okay.
you. So when I'm done, I'll let you know.
All right.
So
I'll sit
according,
down.
because you are the chief, and you were the chief, how long have you been here, Chief Wiggins?
Not sure.
Oh, you're not sure. Okay, so you're retired from this department. Well, let me tell you, since you're not sure, what the city charter states if you needed equipment, because you didn't call us. We didn't miss meetings because there was no reason. It was clearly because we requested a legal opinion that we had not been given. But I want you to know, if you ever need anything, on page 28, section 3-208 states regular department reports. That upon city council's request, the mayor shall require department heads to appear before and report to the city council on a quarterly basis. You didn't report to us on a quarterly basis. This is all new. We don't want them going in without tanks that have the much needed air or equipment that's going to fail. You didn't tell us this, but you did in the press conference. We were called terrorists. That was just inappropriate. It was inappropriate because this is true city business. And so quarterly, if you had came in and you're supposed to give us progress on the department's budget, progress on the performance goals, set department budgets, and to answer questions from the city council. You haven't done this. You went straight to the press to demonize us. That wasn't fair to this council. Absolutely, if you had to come before and said, hey, the tanks are out, the cascade system, the generator, we would have made sure you had that. Every single council member. We have been called obstructionists, terrorists. If you want to say, and I get the people coming here and saying, we want to bring the council together, then you have to stop using divisive words, divisive tactics, and divisive press conferences. Using the press to divide this council is not going to help. Not ever would I have said, if you had had your secretary sent an email, hey, this is important. I have all these things failing, but I would have denied it. But just in case, if you don't know, page 20 of the charter states what you're supposed to do. You're a seasoned chief, not once but twice. You came back to our council meeting, to the city to work. As we appreciate you, but as we respect you, please give us that same respect. That was not given. That press conference was horrendous, and it was an embarrassment, and it further divided this council. Now, you have these items on here, and of course, we have fixed everything else with the legal opinion. They will more than likely be passed.
Ma'am, that's your time. Next speaker. Anyone else? Yeah. So, no one else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Chief Wiggins, so normally we get the bids from the contractors that bid this. Do you know why we don't have a copy of the bids? Were these publicly bid? How were these vendors selected?
We went through the normal process of the purchasing. First of all, the self-contained breathing apparatus, those are sole source people. Sole source meaning that they're the only one.
So do we know
they're
how
the
much,
only
how much,
one in the
how much are we
area
spending
that
on that?
sells. I'm sorry.
How much are we spending on this SCBA's?
$261,000.
Because I don't have a dollar amount for $261,000, sir. How much are we spending on the air compressor systems?
Air compressors, I believe it's around $161,000. I don't have my notes right now, but I can get that to you first thing in the morning.
So we don't, but we're approving this tonight, sir, so I would like to know, and I'd like to see a copy of the vendor's
I can get that information for you in about 5 minutes. I'll call my secretary.
Can you get that email to us?
Sure.
Yeah, that would be
And
great.
then I'll come back.
Yeah, I'll yield the rest of my first round until I get that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Machad.
Thank you. Chief Wiggins, thank you for joining us tonight. I do recognize the fact that this was set before the council in October.
Yes, ma'am.
And so that we are at a pressing time now, right? Because it's December, and that was back in October, and you've been recently informed that maybe some of the equipment you're not allowed to use, which it prohibits the firefighters from going into fires because of the equipment not being up to date, which only makes sense because one, they would already be in the middle of attempting to save a life, and now they're putting their own lives at risk if they had faulty equipment. Can you please explain again some of the stuff that you stated at the press conference? Because while I understand what my colleague in the 6th Ward was saying and what the statements that she was upset about, but I know you did not make those statements. Can you reiterate what you said in the press conference for why this is important and we need to make sure that this gets done tonight, something that's been on our agenda since October?
Absolutely. And it was on the agenda in October, and all of those prices for those 3 agenda items were on the council, and we're going to get them for council person. What I did say in the meeting that we are over our expiration dates for our self-contained breathing apparatus. Those are the tanks that the firemen don and face pieces when they go into a fire. All of our equipment, most of it, has an expiration date on them. So many years you can't use them, and in this case, they can't even repair them. And it is against the MIOSHA, it's against the National Fire Protection Agency, and that's why we requested those items be replaced as soon as possible. The second part of that is our cascade system. The cascade system is the system that we refill the tanks. After they go into a fire and those tanks are exhausted, we have to have a cascade system in order to fill the tanks back so the guys can go into the fire again. Our cascade system is 25 years old, and as many times that we try to repair these systems, now the manufacturers tell us don't call them again because it's irreplaceable. They don't even make the parts anymore. So it's something that we have to do. We have a fire, and the last one that goes out of the cascade system, if it goes out or breaches, then we have to go to Burton, Grand Blanc, and ask if they could fill the tanks for our firefighters. This is unheard of. I'm not a politician, and I don't come here to politic, but I am the fire chief, and And the citizens are always on my mind, and also the firefighters that have to go into these fires. Unfortunately, we lost a resident of the city just Saturday night, and those guys were in the fire with all of those tanks with them that we need to change. I'm not here to politics. I'm not here to vote. I am the fire chief, and this is what I'm asking for. And if you respect me as the fire chief, you'll give me what I need to serve your constituents.
Thank you, Chief. I think what has happened, unfortunately, and I'm just hoping that the 8 of us can get back on track tonight and focus on the important part of this agenda item, and that is getting the necessary equipment to the firefighters so that they are able to go in safely and rescue residents or put out fires so that they're able to do their job safely. And so I think that's one thing that all 8 of us can agree on, is that when the firefighters get a call, the fire department is dispatched and they go in, we want them to be able to go into homes. We want the resident and the firefighter to come out safely. So we do thank you, Chief, for the work that you are doing. We thank you for coming back to our city after you retired to continue to work. We thank you for the work that you are doing. We thank all of the firefighters for the work that's being done. And we want to make sure that they get this crucial equipment so that they can continue helping the residents in their crucial times of need. So thank you. I'll yield the rest of my time in the first round.
If I could answer Councilman Pfeiffer's.
Oh, 15th. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead and answer.
Councilman Pfeiffer asked for the prices for the equipment that I'm requesting. The SCBA's, a self-containing breathing apparatus, is $261,878. For the Cascade system to refill the tanks, $162,112. We're also asking for emergency generators. The emergency generators for each fire station accumulative is $133,135.91. The generators is because of the crazy weather that we have and consumers cutting the power. Our fire trucks cannot get out of the fire station. And if they can't get out of the fire station, then we can't do our job. That's why we're going to have emergency generators. The doors are too heavy for them to lift, and it takes us about a half an hour to get out of the fire station. With an emergency generator, because we have ambulances now, they would be able to keep charging the ambulances, the defibrillators, and our communication system. That's why we need emergency generators. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so anyone else in the first round? Seeing there's no one else in the first round. No. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Good evening, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Was this amount in part of the original budget for the 25 fiscal year?
No, sir.
No, sir? Okay. When you all prepare your budgets, typically.
Yes, sir.
You look ahead, I would assume, at things such as this. Where otherwise, next year, year after next, when we don't have ARPA, how is that funded?
Thank you for your question. To answer your question, the emergency generators came about because they couldn't get out of the station, and with my mind, I have to figure out a way to get them out of the station.
Okay.
So that's why I went to emergency generators. The Cascade system, as I stated, was 25 years old. One of them was working, one of them wasn't working. Now we only have one, and it's barely working, so my decision is not to put any more money into them, but to buy 2 new ones. Far as hindsight is 2020, there's so many emergency equipment that we use, we try to deal with the expiration of them. And when we buy SCBA's, they're so expensive that we only buy so many. We bought 8 of those units this year that we could afford. And when it came availability that we could replace the whole number of them, then that's why we're here tonight.
So this 261,000, that's gonna replace every one of them in the system?
That will replace 26. And what we devised to do, every fire truck has a seat. And wherever there's a seat at, there's a firefighter. So we counted all the seats to make sure everybody have an up-to-date system. Now, the National Fire Protection Agency just outlawed many of the SCBA's that we have, and we have no control of that.
Right.
So when they outlaw them, it's our job to replace them any way we can. So we were able to afford in our budget 8 of them.
Originally, but this isn't for just 8. This is for the ones
26 additional.
Okay, so 26 additional to the 8. And I guess my question is, this 26 that you are acquiring with these approved funds, is that going to provide the number needed for the entire unit?
Yes.
Okay. So with those that you have now, was it more a matter of they had reached their expiration date in fact, or that the governing body said they were no longer able to be used?
In recent years and administrations of the fire department, they buy them sporadically, 3 or 4 here.
Mm-hmm.
And I tried to do the same, but the expiration dates and the promulgated laws, National Fire Protection Agency and MIOSHA kind of caught up with us, and we tried to repair the ones that we have now, and the manufacturers say we will not repair or stand behind it. So sometimes you have no choice.
Right, right. Okay. I yield.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Almain.
Through you to the chief. Chief, thank you for coming and sharing that information, knowing the importance of having up-to-date equipment to help you guys do the job that you guys do. My only 2 questions is kind of piggybacking off of what my colleague had mentioned as far as the budget. Moving forward, after we know Harper and things is about to be done with, is this something that's going to be put into budgets moving forward? And also, when you think about ongoing maintenance, once you guys start using this equipment and so forth, it's going to require maintenance and so forth. So I think it's important we have this allocated, some kind of funds in the budget. Is that something that's already being talked about or is moving forward, 2025 and so forth?
Fortunately, the ones that we're buying today have a 10-year expiration date on them. So with that said, 10 years down the road, I would think 5 years down the road, we would try to buy some more. But who knows when the safety committees see something that they don't like and want to make it better, and they make it law, we have no choice.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
I'm done.
All right, so seeing that there's no one else, I'll go ahead and take my time. I would like to just thank you, as well as to the deputy chief, for coming back and serving. I definitely respect your titles and your position, and also your leadership. And seeing firsthand what the firefighters do, I know that how imperative it is to have this equipment. And so, I mean, you spoke to a lot of key things. You know, you can't put anything in the budget if you don't know that it's outdated. You know, and because they put that mandate saying that it's no longer up to par, then you immediately jump into action to make sure that you are getting rid of antiquated equipment so you can be in tandem with what's current and what's present. So that's very important. It's important to do that, like as you stated, and I just want to just repeat it for the record. It's important not only for the public safety hero that's risking their life to go into this fire or this scene. But it's also important, because if the rescuer is not protected, it's hard for them to perform the rescue. So we want to make sure that we keep not only the residents first, because they are the residents and they are who we are commissioned to serve. We want to make sure that we are keeping our employees safe, because who would like to work for a firefighter or for any municipality that is not focused on maintaining safety, maintaining a safe and working environment, maintaining safe equipment. So I'd like to thank you and the Deputy Chief for standing up and filling that gap and to make sure that the residents have this. Now, I do understand that on October 9th, we passed this out of finance to go to council, and this was supposed to be handled at the October 14th meeting. So this has been on our agenda for well over 2 months, and we had well over 2 months to ask you all of these questions. So I don't have any questions for you. I just wanted to definitely commend you and tell you thanks again. And also thank for those great improvements that you have been making to the fire stations, knowing that our firefighters stay there for 24 hours. You are basically making sure that your people have what they need. You did it when you were here the first time. You came back and you're doing it now. So thank you, and thank you, Deputy. And we will go into the second round. Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Just have a real quick thing. During the press conference, Chief, through you to the Chief.
Go ahead.
When the firefighter put all of his gear on, an alarm was going off. What was that alarm for? Do you remember? And you kept adjusting at the back.
Yes. Those are alarms when a firefighter dons his gear and goes into the fire. If he stopped moving, then the alarms go off.
Okay, I was concerned.
And so we know our colleague is stopped moving, and we got to go see if he's okay.
Okay, that's good to know that that happens, and that's part of the apparatus, or is it
Correct.
part of all of his turnout gear?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anyone else in the second round? Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. So, Chief, I agree. Respect goes both ways. So, with it being 25 years, what is the normal time with safety with the state of Michigan that we're required, or your department is required to make sure your equipment is updated?
You mentioned 25 years. What is that associated with?
The 25 years came, you said that your Cascade system was 25 years old.
Yeah, there's no.
What's the life expectancy of the Cascade system?
I am not sure to answer that right now.
Okay.
I know it is, our technicians say it's 25 years old, but it still worked. And basically what a Cascade system is it develops the oxygen, the 16% oxygen into the tank. So when one of them broke, normally we just fix it. Yeah. But when it came to the point where the engineers say, it's time to get rid of it,
yeah,
and there's no more equipment that we can put on this, it's time to
because they don't make parts after so long, because that is a very old system. And it was probably outdated. That was probably here when you were originally here. It was 25 years old. So that was a pretty old system. Councilman Fife had requested an email. Did the Deputy Chief send us the email?
What email?
I think he was going to get the prices and the breakdown and.
He did get them, and I just pronounced them.
I'm sorry,
He did get them. He did get them, and I just pronounced
our packet?
the SCBA's, the Cascade, and the generators. He got the information from our secretary.
Okay, is it possible we can get that email to us, please?
She's not at work right now. I have to call her back and pay her overtime.
Okay, because it wasn't in our packet. And so I know that was one of the questions, because I will say that my colleagues look at the data they read, and I appreciate the fact that they take the time to read, to have conversation and dialogue, and so that it lines up.
Originally, it was in October 9th.
In October, we were here, so when people say the questions, we didn't have any problems till that second week in November, just so we're clear. We were here. We were here in October. So how many generators are you getting?
We're getting 4 generators because the main station has its own generator because of the old 911 system
that
was
was
there. But the other stations do not have any way of power.
Okay, so it's 5 stations that are operable. Are you still browning out stations?
We brown out one. Since we brought in an ambulance, now we're running 2 ambulances 24 hours a day, then yes, we brown out Station 3, and the other 4 stations.
That's my time. Thank you, Chief.
I can finish.
All right. Yeah, you can, but let's see, anyone else like to speak in the second round? Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
So we brown out Station 3, that's ML King and Welch Street, and the other stations jump into that territory. But since you all have allowed, and the city allowed us to hire more people for the last couple of days, that station has been open as well. I love every one of you.
All right, anyone else in the second round? Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Pfeiffer, please speak to your mic. Thank you. Go ahead.
So, Chief Wiggins, that information was not given to us on the 10th, or on the 9th of October, so.
I apologize. I thought it was
not.
in there.
So, is there a way possible that we can get a physical copy of these quotes?
You'll have it in the morning. You'll have it in the morning by 9 o'clock.
Okay. How much are we spending, because you gave me the information on the self-contained and the cascade. What about the large ball valves and the water rescue equipment? How is that broken down?
Well, we're not, at this time, we're not purchasing it right now because it's not a dire emergency. Only those 3 items that we,
So can we amend this amount that you're asking for?
no, I don't know about amending anything.
Well, because
I'm
you
telling
gave
you
us
the
an,
emergency.
you gave us an amount that's just over 500,000 and you're asking for 700,000.
Yes. Yes, it probably would have to be amended because we wanted to get the things that are dire emergency, and if we had to wait on the water rescue equipment,
So
then
are
we
you
will.
not, are you not also buying a pickup truck?
We wanted to buy that pickup truck, but we wanted to get things that are emergency. The pickup truck is to carry the emergency water rescue equipment. So the things that are dire need right now is the firefighter's safety, and that's what I chose to bring.
Well, maybe there's some miscommunication on what you chose to bring because all of that stuff is before us. So do you not need the pickup truck now?
Well, if that is the case, then I want it all.
Well, then that's fine, but what is the dollar value that you're spending on the large ball valves and the water equipment? Where's the quotes on those?
I'll have it to you in the morning, first thing in the morning, all of it.
So you don't know the breakdown of the cost value of those?
The cost value for the water safety equipment, I believe that was around, at 68 years old, I don't want to guess on anything. So I will give that to you first thing in the morning.
Okay. When did the first cascade system break down?
Oh, they break down a lot, so I can't give you when it first.
So when
broke
did we only have one working? Do you have that?
Yes, it stopped working probably midsummer. Midsummer, it stopped working.
All right, Chief, I'm going to pause you
And
there.
the manufacturer told us they could not repair it again, so I wouldn't put any more money into it.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Anyone else? It is the second round. All right, so I will go ahead and I'll let you finish. You got anything else you want to add, Chief?
I love everybody.
All right, noted. All right, so with that being said, we're looking at Resolution 240452, ARPA funds for fire and safety equipment. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mushat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Mr. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That resolution passes. Next, we're at Resolution 240570. Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Motion to approve.
All right, motion to approve. Any support? Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion? Any discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, so any discussion in the first round?
Yes, for which one are you on? I didn't hear you.
We are on Resolution 240570.
Yes, to you to, yes. To Blair, I believe that's you. I know you had stated that you had had some issues with receiving some of the equipment that was requested. Can you tell me, is this still available? And how are you?
I'm doing all right.
Good.
I hope you guys are too. These 10 vehicles we have in our possession.
Okay.
These vehicles have to be upfitted to make them a police package. That's what is held up right now.
Okay, so this is to make sure that they have the computers, the sirens, all the equipment that is,
Yes.
they're on the road, that it's a mobile unit that they can do their job.
Yes.
Okay.
It's 3 pages of equipment that goes literally on
And
a
so
police
these,
car.
are these new vehicles?
These are brand new, the 10 brand new ones that came in so far, yes.
When did we get these brand new 10?
These came in September, October?
They came in September?
Was delivery on those?
Okay, we got a whole mountain of paper up here.
I know.
I'm gonna be honest about it.
I know.
And so.
The delivery was sporadic. They didn't
okay.
come at the same time.
They
Like
came, they
2
trickled
here, 3
in.
here. So,
Right.
yeah.
Okay, and so now they have to be outfitted. I know there was a problem before with the outfitter because the person who did them passed away. Who's outfitting them now?
Arrowhead.
Arrowhead, and is theirs timely? Because some of them cruisers, the windshields are duct tape. The engine lights are on.
Yes.
I mean, they rattle.
Yes.
And so I get the type of abuse that they have, and then I don't think the same officer has the same truck.
No.
And people drive differently.
Yes.
Everybody don't drive the same. They're not their vehicles.
Yes.
And so you generally hear the women officers who like to get the same vehicle because they're much more tidy and care about their vehicles. No offense to the men back there, but they like the same vehicle. And so these are set to be outfitted and sent out as soon as you get the.
They're already there.
Oh,
They already have them.
Oh, so
Arrowhead already has possession of them.
Oh, they have them. So this is just they've already started. So this is payment.
I need to pay them.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is behind the gun. So they're there. They're outfitted, and you didn't wait for council approval. Now it's just to pay for them.
Yes.
Okay. Don't ever say that again. Because it's supposed to wait for council approval. But I have seen some of these, and one of them was really bad, to a shooting that showed up on Sloan Street, and there was a female officer who was driving, and some of the mileage on them, and just the vehicles, they are in poor conditions. And one of the issues that a lot of the officers will state is that in other municipalities, they have much nicer vehicles. They turn over a lot quicker.
Yes.
They don't have to go to as many calls. Flint, I had to he said he did like 27 calls in one night. And so our officers do a lot more in those cruisers. And what do they call them? I still call them cruisers.
They still call them cruisers.
They still call cruisers.
PPVs, SSVs.
Okay. And so the wear and tear. And so what is the average wear and tear time of the vehicles? Because you are now over fleet, not Aaron. I used to call Aaron fleet guy. But you're our fleet
Literally,
lady.
I give these vehicles a lifespan of 3 to 5 years.
3 to 5 years?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's about it?
That's about it.
And then do you have a mechanic? I think one of the mechanics that, do you have someone who's repairing them? Do we send them out?
No, we do in-house and I have to outsource. It depends upon the repair.
How many mechanics do you have who fix?
Current, I hired. So now
Get out of here, go
I
on,
have 4.
Go on now. Okay. You, okay. So, I just, that's important to me, because as many police calls as we have, is that our officers are safe and that they are, in a vehicle that, you know, they don't want to have it towed. So, that's all my questions. Now you just need to get it paid. Next time, don't say that, just a little tip. All right, I'm done, Madam Chair.
All right, anyone else would like to speak?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Ms. Blair, thank you for sharing. Where's the quote from Arrowhead?
I have a copy. You didn't have it in
No,
there?
we don't have it.
I do have a copy.
I mean, usually we get everything, and it seems like we're not getting it, so
I have one.
I'd like to see the quote of it if possible.
Here, I'm gonna give you all of it.
Can we get this upfitting cost when we actually give you the approval for, you can, if you have that, I'll take it. Yeah, I'll wait for you to get back to answer. When we purchase these vehicles, why can't we get a upfitting charge at the time of that, so we don't have these trickle-down costs that, like, we can just see, okay, we're gonna buy a vehicle, this is the cost of the vehicle, this is how much it's gonna cost to put Flint on the side of it and lights up top. Do we have to keep doing this where we buy a vehicle and then 6 months later we see the bill for upfitting?
It's different for the police cars. The graphics I did have. Graphics don't change.
Okay.
The vehicle packaging as to what I was able to order did change. Some of them came with, like, you know, spotlights. A couple came with 2 spotlights. One came with 1 spotlight, but only on the passenger side. One vehicle came and it had.
Why did they come with?
That's just what's available.
That's coming
From the factory.
From the factory with a
Yes.
spotlight.
Yes.
And it's a spotlight that is up to spec with what we would ask for?
Oh, most definitely.
Okay. And we're putting in the same type of spotlight on the other side?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And to Ms. Burns's point, this should have come to us before it went to Arrowhead.
That means my cars would have just been sitting this
But
entire time.
that's the process that is part of the purchasing. So this after the fact stuff shouldn't be happening. So if you want to change the ordinance for purchasing, that's one thing, but we can't bypass the ordinance.
The boilerplate language of the grant stated that this was part of the police purchase and upfitting.
No, I get it.
So
But-
we were
but
just-
part of our, no matter if we get a grant or anything, it still has to go through the T's crossed, I's dotted of a purchasing ordinance. And
Understood.
if you already gave permission to spend $178,000 without council approval, that is, unfortunately, it's against the purchasing ordinance. So when are these cars going to be ready?
Now. There's still parts on order for them. They're not completed yet. It takes about 60 days or so to upfit one full car completely.
So are these time sensitive?
These
If
are
those
all
parts are on
spoken-
order,
They are all spoken for. Most of these are gonna replace a vehicle at this point.
I'm sorry, can you say that
Most
again?
of them will replace a vehicle at this point.
No, I know that, but if they're still 60 days out, is this time sensitive?
They are time sensitive. You mean the payment of the invoice or the vehicles to the road?
Yes.
Which is the question?
Yes, is approval of these time sensitive?
Yes.
So why is it time sensitive if they're still 60
Because-
days from being finished?
No, the invoice, two of those invoices, two of the vehicles at this point are completed. Those invoices are past due.
Because here's my issue, is these did not go through committee. This is the first time we're seeing these today, and it's an emergency. But you've had these invoices since October.
Yes,
So why weren't they brought before council?
these were
not.
These were all written up. I have dates of everything being done.
I'm just saying that the resolution that we got is dated today, and that's the first time that we've seen it. And seeing these invoices, some are dated in September, some are dated in October, some are dated in November. So why is today the first time? And it's an absolute dire that we do this when, one, you didn't get approval to spend these dollars. So why is it of utmost importance that this gets passed today where there's no time to review any of this stuff?
Then we're not gonna pay a vendor for upfitting these vehicles for the city of Flint.
All right. Anyone else in the first round? All right, anyone else in the first round? Seeing none,
Madam Chair.
go ahead.
Because I do understand what my colleague is saying in the 8th Ward as far as there is a process for how things go. But I do also want to be clear that we began having breakdowns in our process in October. And so while one thing doesn't excuse the other, one thing also doesn't excuse the other. Meaning you try to go through the proper channels back in October to get this done. And so I think that, go ahead, yes, sir. I'm sorry, I'm not cheering.
Okay, thank you. So what is your request?
This was on our agenda in October, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, no,
Mine
this
is
was.
dated October 9th.
October 9th?
My staff review is.
Your staff did a review October 9th?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, when?
Through the chair to the clerk.
Absolutely, through you, Madam Chair, to Madam Clerk. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
All right.
When was this originally on is this our first time seeing this resolution, or was this given to us in October?
This is a new resolution for today's agenda.
For today's agenda. So was there anything similar to this or an old resolution? Has this come before us in another form in October?
I believe that you, well, without checking, I do believe that the vehicles themselves came before you, but the
Okay.
upfitting is new.
Okay, I got you. So, Councilman Pfeiffer, to answer your question, that the request did come before us in October. The clerk just said.
The vehicles, not the outfitting.
Mr. Mitchell.
So
you're being brought to order.
I guess what I'm hearing is you did try to acquire vehicles in October. Am I correct in hearing that, Madam Clerk?
That I can't speak to without.
No, okay,
searching.
what was given to us in October?
No, I believe what she's saying is this process for the upfitting was started in October. If you look at the attachments and this whole process, I think she's saying that this has been outstanding for her since October.
Mm-hmm.
But I would have to search. I know that you recently did do
Okay.
the new police vehicles, but I'd have to look and see exactly when.
All right, thank you. So was anything brought before the council in October regarding any of this?
I'd have to go through all the dates, but everything in here for me is dated in October.
Point of information.
Okay.
The original grant.
Please hold 1 second. What is your request for information?
It's a point.
What's your point?
That I never saw this resolution before today.
I'm rejecting that. I'm
And I
rejecting
get the
that
finance
point.
resolution, so.
I'm rejecting that point, Judith. No, I'm kidding. Thank you. Okay. So then I guess we circle back to the fact that there are proper channels in which this should have been done. And I do appreciate your acknowledgement of you knowing that after my colleague pointed that out. And I'm sure going forward, we won't have this issue anymore. But the reason that it is time sensitive today is because 2 vehicles are complete and we have to pay the invoice, if I'm understanding that part correct.
Yes.
All right. So only because I also had an opportunity to speak with you the same way I had an opportunity to speak with the fire chief, so I do realize how pressing this is. I will support this today because it has to be taken care of. I would urge you in the future, though, to ensure that it does go through the proper channels first. And then after that, if it's on council for us not doing our part, then that is on us for us not doing our part. But I would encourage you to go through it the correct way. But again, I will, because this is time sensitive and the vehicles are already complete, at least 2 of them, we will need to take care of this invoice. So I will support this today. Thank you.
Anyone else in the first round? Seeing none, anyone else in the second round? All right, so we're going to go ahead and call for the vote for Resolution 240570. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jarrett? No. Mr. Alamin? No. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. That resolution passes. So now we're on to Resolution 240552.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
motion to approve.
All right, motion to approve. Any support? Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion? Any discussion in the second round? Go ahead.
Who would be from the administration or whomever would be speaking to this?
Who's back there? Oh, Jiggy.
Anybody? Oh, okay. Good evening, gentlemen. Hello. Is there an agenda prior to tonight that this resolution showed on? Because I didn't see that either.
I wouldn't know. It was 11. I'd have to look. That may take a few minutes.
Okay, because I'm a little.
I signed it on 11/20, so I know that.
You signed it on 11/20?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there was a meeting before.
Okay. I'll have to take a look back through those because I was trying to see if I saw it, but again, I could well be overlooked.
Madam Clerk.
Sorry, Mr. Jarrett, I just wanted to point it out, this was in finance. This one it was in the previous finance committee. So this is one that's on finance.
It's on finance for tonight, or it was in a previous finance?
I think it was on the last finance, December 4th, and now on this one.
Before this, so last week?
Correct.
And it got voted out of finance?
No.
Or no?
It's still on finance, but it was pulled for this special meeting.
So you pulled it out to put it on this agenda?
It was requested to be put on this special meeting agenda,
Okay.
but it's on the finance committee agenda as well.
So you didn't yourself bypass the finance committee?
No, the special meetings can be called for whatever purpose, and it was requested to be put on the special meeting.
So someone bypassed intentionally the finance meeting?
I guess you could put it that way, yes.
Okay. Thank you. So tell us a little bit about this project, please.
All right, so we got 2 projects actually going on with this. One's Flint River Crossing. That one actually is a 16-inch water main that we have a water main break in the middle of the river. So we're looking to get that replaced because it's in the bottom of the river.
And when did we have that break?
It's been quite a while.
Okay.
So we've been
Quite a while,
this has been in the
meaning-
works. This has been in the works for quite a while to get this done. So this is where we're at now.
And so it's been quite a while, and the quotes for the repair were provided just recently, or they've been a while as well?
No, the quotes were just within the last few months.
Okay. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead. Tell us
Yeah,
about
so the Flint River crossing, that's the one that we have the water main break in the middle of the river. So that's what we're looking to get that water main replaced. We can't do the repairs. It gets into too much environmental to get in the river to do that. So the process is going to be actually boring under the river from one side of the river to the other. So be able to bore under the river without create any issues in the river. So we've already got the permits and everything through Eagle. Everything's ready to go.
And that work does not depend on the season. We can do that dead of winter, so it can start next week.
Yes. Yeah, they're ready to go. Everything's in place. And then go ahead.
I would just add, though, keeping in mind that.
Mr. Edwards, that's his time.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Paul, did you say that there's a break in the middle of the Flint River?
Yes.
And how many gallons a day are we losing on that?
We have it throttled down. It's just barely pushing. We'll just keep just a little bit of pressure on it so that we don't take anything into the water main.
How was that break discovered?
Actually, one of the guys was sitting at the light, at a red light, and just happened to be looking over into the river and seeing it boiling.
So we don't know when it broke?
Yeah, it's been a while. But we got it isolated. As soon as we found it, we isolated it, throttled it down. So you turn the valves to keep it isolated. With this, it kind of creates a dead end as well because you got all the valves throttled down.
So we got just enough pressure so we don't get backflow?
Yes. It's positive pressure, as we call it.
Do we have an estimate on how many gallons a day we're losing?
No. It's very low. It's minimal.
Minimal as in 1,000, 10,000?
I wouldn't say maybe 1,000, less than 1,000. So a lot of times what happens on a break, usually at a break circular, I'm guessing that's what happened.
Have we sent divers down to look at it?
No.
So how do we know that there's no potential for contamination from this break?
As long as there's pressure on that, you won't take anything in. So it's positive pressure. So you still have flow.
Is that a statement from the EPA or Eagle?
That's just from experience. Anytime you have, unless that was totally shut down, you wouldn't, that's the only time you take anything in. But if it's totally shut down, then it's isolated anyways. Nothing's gonna, because we have valves on each side of the river. So we actually have it's a 4-valve shutdown to have that isolated.
How deep below the riverbed is this?
I'm not sure.
Do we have an age on how old it is?
That area is probably close to 100 years.
So do we have other crossings that are 100 years old?
Oh, yeah.
And have we done a look-see to see if any of those are bubbling up? That's a hard no,
No.
if you're taking that long to think.
No, we haven't, no.
So, who's paying for the water, or what's the cost to replace the water, because the pipe itself, because we haven't seen that? This is just the engineering.
All right. Anyone else?
What is it?
Second round? No, it was the second round. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is all the construction.
All right, seeing as there's no one else in the second round, We'll go ahead and call for the vote for Resolution 240552. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no, so that resolution passes. Now we're on to Resolution 240495.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Any support? Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair, is there anyone here to speak on this resolution?
Yep, here comes Rod.
This is undue medical, right? No? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I apologize. I apologize.
He thought it was another thing.
Yeah, I thought it was the other one. I yield. I'm sorry.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. McGaha, can you explain what this project is?
Yeah, MDOT's redoing their 475 and they're redoing a lot of their bridges. And they would like to make 2nd Street Bridge into a pedestrian and a bike-friendly bridge and keep all the vehicles off of it. And also have a bike path and pedestrian path on Chavez also. It's just an agreement between us and them that we'll maintain it.
So do we have potential, do we have a map or something on what they're gonna do or what they're planning? Like,
No, we don't have a map of 2nd Street, no. There was 3 or 4 conceptions that they showed us. We haven't picked one yet, but there's different things they can have out there, like benches, places where people can sit and they can ride and they can cross 475 a little easier. It's supposed to make it a little pedestrian friendly.
so, this is for us to support that submission, but we don't have a copy of what the final will be, so what are we supporting?
We don't have a final determination of what it's gonna look like.
So what are we
This
supporting
is just
if we don't have a
supporting like the
final?
maintenance of it. Unless you know something else.
So this says that it is resolved that the City of Flint authorizes support for MDOT's TAP grant application for the 2nd Street pedestrian bridge and pedestrian path across Chavez, designates Rod McGaha to represent and coordinate with MDOT for the grant award, and commits to managing snow and debris removal in collaboration with DDA for these projects. So, I guess I'm confused on why, if they don't have a final, so we're just saying that we're gonna remove snow and debris, so till the end of the time, I'm imagining, right?
Yeah, we're gonna maintain the area. It will not be a street anymore. So
doesn't the DDA already maintain sidewalks and walking paths? So why is this coming before us for the city to take over?
Because the city owns it.
Well, I understand the city owns the sidewalks downtown too. So, and that's maintained by the DDA.
Yes, that's why it was brought to our attention that the DDA should probably be involved in that also.
Should be involved in what? This?
In the 2nd Street Bridge, maintaining it.
But this right here is putting all the onus on us and not the DDA. So should
Well, it's
we-
supposed to be sharing it.
Oh, it does say in collaboration. So have you met with the DDA to see how this would be divided, or no?
I have not spoke with them, but the mayor does sit on the DDA board, and I think he has spoke with them.
So what's that agreement?
I don't have an agreement.
So if it's a collaboration and we're agreeing to the collaboration and DDA is going to be involved, we just don't know? Is it to be, the DDA is going to be responsible for one trash can and we're responsible for the rest of it?
Yeah, the details have not been worked out yet, but we will make sure that area is maintained and kept up between the city and the DDA.
But once again, we don't know what it's going to look like, so we don't know what we're signing up for realistically, right? We know that it's going to be a walking path in trash or whatever, but we don't know much beyond that?
No, we don't.
And the repaving or the maintenance of the walking path, is that forever going to be on MDOT, or that will be transferred over to us?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So there's going to be a sidewalk or a walking path or whatever else.
Along Chavez.
That is going to be maintained by the MDOT with the 475, or that's going to be on our shoulders?
That's going to be between us and the DDA to maintain.
Okay, I yield.
All right, Ms. Priestley?
Yes, if everyone will check their email, there is a letter here that we just received from Emily. Includes Joel, and it's a letter from the DDA. And in that letter, it says, "We are writing today to confirm that the Flint Downtown Development Authority will ensure basic maintenance on newly created multi-use paths running along Chavez Drive in Flint, and will ensure basic maintenance at the pedestrianized Second Avenue Bridge over 475. As these areas exist within our general work boundaries, these projects align with the work and mission of the Flint DDA." And I think that answered most of your questions, Mr. Pfeiffer.
All right, so do you yield?
Thank
Ms.
you very
Priestley?
much.
I yield my time.
All right, sounds good.
It just came.
All right.
Appreciate that.
So, anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the second round?
We're in the second round now?
Second round
Okay.
now.
Yeah, just really quickly, because I have had a conversation to be able to talk about this project and this bridge and why it is important, because what's happening now in that area, it borders 7th and 5th Ward. And so what's happening in that area now is that as pedestrians are trying to cross, it's become unsafe for them to get downtown, get to the farmer's market, or get to wherever they're going downtown. Even people that are coming from downtown, them trying to take the main sidewalks on the other side of the highway, all has become exceedingly dangerous for pedestrians in that area. And so as a way to keep the wards, or keep the people that are using that way to go wherever they're going, whether it's business, whether it's home, whatever they're doing, as a way to keep them safe and to keep them connected to the downtown area, that's another reason why this bridge is being built. So it is going to be very important for people who commute to work that way via walking or taking their bike. This bridge is going to be important, as well as the path. All of that is going to be important to their safety. And so I am in support of this project for the pedestrians that have to use that way, whether it is for work, whether it is just for leisure activity. And I do hope that if we are taking on the maintenance of this, that both the city and the DDA do keep that clear. Otherwise, it would defeat the purpose of what we're trying to do here in making sure we're keeping the public safe, because you don't want people to go back to using the unsafe route to get to wherever they're going.
Correct.
Right, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the second round? All right, seeing that there's no one else, thank you. I will be the last to speak. This is innovation, this is safety, and this is helping the city. So I'm definitely in support of it. And so I know that the 7th Ward residents will be thankful, as well as the other residents throughout the city that visit that area of Flint. the 2nd and the 5th Ward. Thank you. I wanted to be real, thank you for clearing that up. So I know that the 7th and the 5th Wards will be very grateful for this pedestrian bridge. I know that we have one on Martin Luther King. It's a little dated. And so we're looking forward to have that demolished in the near future. However, this is new, and we want to make sure that we are keeping up with the times. So thank you, Councilman Mashat, for advocating. Thank you, Mr. Magaha, for a job well done and for helping move the city of Flint forward. So we're going to go ahead and vote for Resolution 240495, the pedestrian bridge. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Mr. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns is not in. The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That resolution passes. So now we're at Resolution 240457. What's the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
move to approve.
All right, motion to approve. Any support? Supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Any discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
for undue medical, is there someone here to speak to this?
Yeah, anyone here to speak to undue medical debt? Shame, I
Oh,
understand.
Seamus is gonna do it, okay.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Sort of when we actually had the presentation, a while ago when we had the presentation, there were, for me anyway, still some questions. I don't know if anyone else had received clarification or that. But have we heard any more about agreements that undue medical may have with some of the service providers locally?
I've heard nothing since that presentation.
Okay.
On that specific evening where the team came presented on this.
When you say you've heard nothing from undue medical?
On that specific piece.
On that, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Could you reiterate, I know undue medical stated that they're sort of, there's almost like a multiplier to, grant dollars that
Correct.
they are able to provide. Can you restate what that multiplier is?
Sure, I can state to what they do, the actual specific amounts, multiply their amounts. It'll take me a second to get up, but
Okay.
just bear with me 1 second.
Okay.
So they're a 501c3 nonprofit whose purpose is to abolish financially burdensome medical debt
Right.
around the United States.
Mhm.
Since 2014, they've helped to raise over $12 billion of medical debt for over 7 million families.
Okay.
The medical debt is for people earning at or below 400%, of the federal poverty level.
Okay, so to that point, 400% of poverty level.
Or below, correct.
Or below. Do we know in the city of Flint, what does that number look like for the city of Flint?
Oh, I had that on another resolution, so let me dig that
Okay.
up. Yeah.
And then just, have you heard any more from undue medical while you're still looking for that multiplier? Have you heard anything more from undue medical as to how they are able to target negotiations for both, one, to ensure that it is City of Flint residents, and how they target understanding how they target the income?
Right, so my understanding is they spoke to that when they presented this, and I would refer to that presentation that they did. And I know it's been a minute since we got to this item, but back in October, if you recall, they had a live stream, and their team, Jim Ananek and et al., were here to speak on that. So I would have to refer back to that. presentation.
Okay. If as you are looking, if you could help us with that multiplier.
Sure.
That's, for now, the last question I have. I yield.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. El Alamein.
through you to the speaker. When you guys came and presented this, I just want to make sure I has, so the 50,000, if this is approved, this is like matching funds? So
sorry,
if this is approved, the 50,000 will be like matching funds?
Yeah, that 50,000 would be from the city of Flint. There'd be other additional funding that would be included on top of that from other sources.
And how many residents of Flint this will impact, potentially?
I'm trying to find out the percentages. I've seen anything on the census from 30 to 40% of residents of Flint to the initial John Jarrett's question, about 33 to 40%.
So is that about maybe 13,000 Flint residents, somewhere around there?
Point of information?
Go ahead. What you want?
I believe the presentation that we does the speaker know that the presentation that they did, it was somewhere between 10 and 12,000. I think 12,000 was the number.
Yes, that's what I'm
Of
referring
residents
to. I wanted to
based,
make
and that's
sure,
based on their
I think it was about
projections.
13,000.
Yep.
Yeah,
okay,
correct.
13,
Of that
okay.
percentage, correct.
Just wanted to make sure. I think it's important, definitely, we really consider supporting this when you think about medical debt, and it's really like a hidden crisis that impact many families, economically. And so I think this is a good opportunity to really help a lot of Flint residents that will benefit from this. So definitely I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first round? Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Many, many, many years ago, I worked for Carl Bukowski and tracked and audited cases for payments on their people's bankruptcies. And the major cause outside of credit card debt for their bankruptcy was medical debt. So I think it's very important that only $50,000 is going to wipe out, I believe it was well over $2 million of medical debt. And I think that this $50,000 is probably the best use of any $50,000 grant that we have given out to any organization. So I'm fully in support of it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone
Madam
else in the
Chair.
first round? Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Hi, Seamus, how are you?
I'm all right.
Good. So there has been a lot of, with undue medical debt, and then doing my research, and I even had a conversation with Pastor Monica about it. What is Hurley, how much debt does Hurley have? Do you know?
I do not know off the top of my head.
Point of information.
All right, what's your point?
I used to work in the reimbursement department working with medical debt to Hurley Medical Center for those people who had Medicaid and Medicare. And annually, the hospital wrote off over $2 million.
So do you have a current number? You don't have one.
I don't have one.
And she sent me some information, and I think at that time I was having laptop issues. I do know there were some specific questions. How much debt does Hurley have that's medical debt right now? Do you have that?
That's what I believe you were asking a second ago. I don't have
Okay,
that, but
you don't
I'll
have
mark
that.
it down. I'll mark it down as a note.
Okay, and I don't know, those were critical questions for me. And this is up to 32 million, but this 50,000 is going to clear how much? It will clear, what is it?
We're talking up to 2 million.
Okay.
2 million, correct.
Okay, so the 50,000 will clear up to 2 million. I know Grace Emmanuel Church had a program like this, and there was also one when I did some of my research in California. So undue medical debt is not just, this isn't a first-time program. And so I think that the questions, as I listen to my colleagues, I would like to know how much medical debt does Hurley and McLaren actually have, because we're at the end of our ARPA money and reallocating, especially when we've got people who stayed and no one ever got back with them, that they weren't even approved or not approved if they were missing documents. I'm gonna look, I'm gonna look and see if Pastor Monica sent me this information so I can read them, because that was really important to me, because Hurley is a city hospital, which means if you go there, you're going to be seen. Whether you have insurance or not, which is a very rare thing. And one of the most important things to me was how much debt that they carry. We know that most people who go to Hurley, I'm not going to say most, but it's most often through our emergency that they have an issue that had been underlying for a while, and when they finally go, it costs a lot more, money, and their care, they may be in the hospital much longer because they didn't take care of what was going on. So that was really my
Point
concern.
of information.
What is your point?
This doesn't just cover Hurley or McLaren, it also covers regular doctors as well as specialists.
And I'm aware of that. I had her on my show. Thank you. And so, this is when I look at the 50,000, and I've seen some of the work, but I did have questions in regards to Hurley. And I'm going to look and see. I know my colleagues have probably got questions, but I need to look and see if she sent me that information, because you don't have it.
Correct.
And you're filling in. Is this what you?
So respectfully, they have been prepared to be here numbers of times when this was on the agenda before,
Right.
and unfortunately, things happened over the last few weeks that we never got to this item. So around this time, I stepped in for them, because if we continually invite them and it's not coming up,
Yeah,
it's an
talked
issue.
about it prior, because.
It was in the beginning of October.
Yeah,
it was, correct.
we did discuss it, because Pastor Monica was here with her baby.
Correct.
And
Yeah,
she
they
was
did a
here
great
with-
presentation, and I would refer to that. It's accessible through YouTube to be able to watch back on that.
Yeah, I'm gonna, and here's one of the other things, with some of these ARPA funds, if this were to undue medical debt were to be not completed but allocated, I know that we have got some, well, not even allocated, because of the 40 million, how it was dispersed, the MOU would not, let me state this right, not in 27 seconds, they wouldn't necessarily lose this if it was, if there was in the MOU. Is there an MOU about this?
We've done internal MOUs
Okay.
for other items, yes. For
Okay.
items like this, yes.
Okay, and so I'm gonna go and read this and let them, because I still have, because I want to make sure the money's hitting where it should go. That's my time.
All right, anyone else? in the
Yes,
first round?
Madam Chair,
Go
through
ahead, Ms.
you
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
to Seamus. And I'm a ask my question, and I don't know, I guess I missed it. What percentage of medical debt will be eliminated for Flint residents with this contribution? And I don't know if I think you said it, but I think I missed. Can you say it again?
So we're looking at it impacting up to 13,000 Flint residents, $2 million.
Okay, because I want to make sure this hits Flint residents, the portion that we're getting. So the 50,000 that we're putting in is gonna cover up to $2 million of debt.
That's what they shared in the presentation, correct,
Okay.
up to $2 million of debt.
Okay.
And it's for, I did mention the 400% of the federal poverty level, but it's also for those whose medical debt is more than 5% of the household income.
Okay, and I'm sitting here, I gotta really think about this, because I'm one that feels that we have more urgent community needs. such as our infrastructure, you know, such as home improvements for our residents. We didn't put enough money into home improvements, you know. So I'm kind of, I don't know about this. I'm gonna just listen to my colleagues, see what's, you know, what they're thinking, and try to get some other perspectives. But, you know, I'm on the fence with this.
I can help with something too. The original resolution spoke to medical debt relief that undue medical debt was able to abolish for other cities, municipalities. Toledo, Ohio, $800,000. Cook County, Illinois, $12 million. New Orleans, Louisiana, $1.3 million. Cleveland, Ohio, $1.9 million. Washington, D.C., $1 million. So they have a good track record, and there's others. It's all on the
information.
It's all on the original resolution.
What is your request?
Ms. Jerry Winfrey Carter, are those dollar amounts that he just responded, are those the amounts that the contracts or the amount of medical debt forgiven?
The amount of medical debt forgiven. Right, Seamus? The amount of medical debt forgiven?
That's my understanding, yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm gonna yield to my colleagues. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
So, I'm sorry, I just want to, you said that this is going to help 13,000 Flint residents?
Mike, I was asked in the initial round of questions what percentage of the city of Flint residents fall under the 400% of the national poverty level.
Okay.
And a quick check on my emails from before was at 33%.
33% of
33% fall under of Flint residents fall under that category. So I'm trying to do the math in my head.
That's more than 13,000.
Point of information.
Go ahead.
What is your point?
Thank you. Well, according to the presentation that they gave, this is supposed to help up to 12,000 Flint residents.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So if this, how is this going to help 12,000 residents being $50,000? So of the 12,000, if I do the quick math, that's $4.20 per person? Like how many residents is this?
I'm sorry, what's that math you're referring to?
So if we're giving $50,000 and this is going to help 12,000 residents, that's $4.20 per resident.
So again, my understanding is they buy the debt on the dollar. They buy the debt on the dollar. The $50,000 will help them buy the debt that the city of Flint residents own.
So this is only going to buy $50,000 worth of debt?
No. There's going to be other funding, but the $50,000 will act as a multiplier and a rippling effect to buy up to $2 million worth.
So did the state of Michigan actually pass the 4.5 million?
Yes.
So if they got 4.5 million, what is the benefit of $50,000?
2 million.
What do you mean 2 million?
So the $50,000 that we're investing will help eradicate $2 million.
So you
worth
mean,
of,
don't make me do the math on the 4.5 million. So the 4.5 million is going to...
I do not understand your question. I'm trying to understand your question.
So you're saying the $50,000, and I'm trying to get my arms around this too.
Sure.
You're saying that the $50,000 is going to eradicate $2 million of medical debt just in the city of Flint?
Yes, if we give $50,000, it's projections that they'll be able to utilize that to eradicate up to $2 million in medical debt for the city of Flint residents.
I mean, that's what, a 40 multiplier? So if the state of Michigan gave $4.5 million to the same organization and they have a 40 multiplier, You mean, that's billions of dollars.
Is that, if you're talking about the state of Michigan, I don't have those numbers on how much the statewide medical debt is.
Well, I don't know that,
medical debt, you understand, obviously is a real thing, and it's a lot of money out there that people are unable to pay.
no, I get it, but if the state of Michigan is given 4.5 million and that multiplier is gonna be, I don't know, $1.6 billion of medical debt is going to be forgiven?
I don't know how much is medical debt in the state of Michigan.
So is there gonna be overlap between the state of Michigan and the city of Flint program?
We're looking for the city of Flint. We're just looking at $50,000 for the city of Flint to
I
help
understand that,
eradicate
but
medical debt.
I understand that, but
Flint residents.
we're giving to the same organization that got 4.5 million from the state. So how are the two programs going to overlap between?
That's a question for them. I can only speak to what they're doing in Flint. I hope you understand that.
No, I understand that, but
Thank you.
But is the money going to come from the state of Michigan grant for City of Flint residents, or is it going to come from the?
Yes,
Or is it going to come from the $50,000
It's
one?
going to come from both.
both. Thank you.
And you're saying that there's a 40 multiplier.
Based on what I understand, based on what I heard, that y'all heard at the same presentation.
Okay. So are these dollars, those are what has been forgiven? So, or those are the dollars that they were contracted? Because the 40 multiplier, these are small amounts.
If you look at the resolution from the very beginning, up to $40 million.
Okay,
Sorry.
Seamus, I'm gonna pause you right there. All right, and it looks like,
I don't know what he wants from me.
go ahead, Ms. Mashat, take your time.
Thank you, yes. So it is my understanding that we're looking at approximately for every $1 invested, $100 is eliminated. The city is going to join with the state's program, and so that's how we're going to leverage the dollars there. And that the $50K is only from the city, and the state of Michigan funding was already allocated toward this, and that the gap is covered by their own philanthropic dollars. So we're just putting in 50, and then whatever is not covered in the projected number, there are other monies to basically handle the rest of the money that the 50 doesn't handle.
And as I said at the correct, and as I said at the start, they have helped eradicate over $12 billion
Right.
of debt in the last 10 years. So yeah,
Right.
the numbers are pretty high.
Right. And so, and what we do know about medical debt is that it is crippling to families, it's crippling to individuals. Not even talking about the mental health toll that it takes on a person to have to try and figure out how to pay a debt in addition to paying bills, especially when we're talking about people that are within the federal poverty level. So we're already talking about people who are trying to figure out how to buy groceries, how to keep a roof over their head, whether they're talking about paying rent or they're talking about paying a mortgage. Then you have to think if those families have children, if the children were the ones who ended up sick, have to think about just the different bills that come along with that. And then throwing a medical debt on top of that, we also know that medical debt is something that does go on your credit, and it affects your ability to generate generational wealth through home ownership and any other possible types of ownership. And so when we look at eliminating medical debt, we're looking at putting people on the path to create generational wealth. We're looking at putting people on the path to a better mental health. We're looking at putting people on the path to better credit scores, because that wouldn't even hit their credit scores. We all know how important credit is in this country and the dangers of having any type of debt associated with your name or any kind of creditors. And we know how creditors can also be aggressive once they get that debt, right? They've acquired it, and it's, even though it's already been paid for, now they're coming after you. They're blowing up your phone. They're calling you. They're going by any means. Some of them even take you to court. And so some people end up with their checks garnished and wages lost from something that we could clear up today if we put $50,000 in. And again, we're looking at approximately for every $1, $100 of debt is eliminated. I think that this is something that we should seriously take into consideration here tonight. The state of Michigan has obviously already moved forward for the entire state or other places that are going to take advantage of this opportunity and to help alleviate some financial issues for families. And I think that $50,000 is not a tough ask for us to help eliminate residents, 13,000 residents in debt for them. So I think this is something that my colleagues should seriously consider, because again, we've given out plenty of mental health dollars, and we know that debt is one of those things that that does affect mental health. We know it's one of those things that causes substance abuse issues, it causes addiction, and so whatever we can do to keep money in the pockets of families so that they can do the necessary things with that money, I'm all for. And then I also think it's difficult to look at people and say that we believe that they should be penalized for getting sick, because no one is in control of when they get sick. But the reality is that there are a lot of people all across this country and in this city who, once they do get sick, that they cannot necessarily cover those expenses. And so if we can alleviate something that occurred due to no fault of their own, I think we should try and do it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. So seeing that I am the last one to speak in the first round, first I would like to say that this is an amazing program. Every single council person received this Eliminate Medical Debt for Families, and everyone's name was on the bottom. So everyone has the same information. So hopefully my colleagues are referring to this as we move forward and ask questions. And within this packet, it's also a couple of letters of recommendation, one letter of recommendation from a local pastor, and I'm going to read it into the record. To the honorable members of the Flint City Council, I greet you in the blessed and wonderful name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and I thank you for your diligent efforts to always support and uplift the city of Flint. My name is Reverend Dr. Rabon L. Turner Sr., and I'm the senior pastor of Grace Emmanuel Baptist Church. I'm writing to formally express my support in collaborating with Undue Medical Debt, formerly RIP Medical, to eliminate medical debt for the residents of the city of Flint. As you are well aware, medical debt hurts working families, ruins credit, and makes day-to-day necessities increasingly difficult to obtain. Abolishing medical debt for Flint's families is one more way we're building an economy that works for everyone, from the bottom up and the middle out. In May 2021, Grace Emmanuel partnered with RIP Medical, and through the grace of God, we removed the debt of Flint residents in the amount of $157,328.68 and just over $1 million throughout Genesee County. I applaud the efforts of Pastor Monica Villarreal and others who are working diligently to improve the quality of life for Flint's residents by eradicating medical debt. If I can be of any further assistance, please feel free to contact me via phone. And then he put his phone number and also his email, yours in service, Reverend Dr. Rabon L. Turner Sr., and this is the pastor of Grace Emmanuel Baptist Church. So we have proof that locally, Undue Medical Debt has been used to eliminate debt, and it has improved the life of residents in the city of Flint and Genesee County. These dollars are targeted specifically for Flint residents. And so initially when I heard of this, I heard that Kalamazoo County, they were able to leverage $466,000 from their ARPA funding and turn that into $89 million of ARPA relief. I will repeat it. They were able to take $466,000 and leverage it to $89 million of ARPA relief for over 30,000 residents. All of that information, we can find it right here in our blue book. This is one of the best leveraging that I've ever seen, just like Councilman Priestley said. We're able to turn basically $50,000. I heard $2 million, but didn't I hear that when everything is said and done, we will be able to eliminate $32 million in medical debt? So that's what, so I just want to be clear. I'm sorry.
That wasn't me. That wasn't me shouting here.
Well, who's speaking? I am, Mr. Colburn. Who? Who was that? Don't get done now. Okay, is Mr. Colburn, is he a part of the Pastor Monica's undue medical debt team? Okay, so all right, so moving on. According to the presentation, we were able to eliminate $32 million. They said $32 million when all leveraging takes place. When we add, because at first the ask was higher. And then they said we only need $50,000. And we're able to turn that into a $32 million debt elimination plan for the residents of the city of Flint. $50,000. For 13,000 people. So when we look at it proportional, think about, I heard my colleague in the 5th Ward mention people roofs. When roofs may cost like $10,000 a piece, that's only 5 roofs. So imagine 5 roofs compared to helping 13,000 Flint residents. This is a big win for the residents in the city of Flint. And this is one of the best forms of leveraging that I've seen with these ARPA dollars so far. Moreover, other municipalities have done this, and they are reaping the benefits. You know, we speak that, that our residents have 33% poverty. Well, this will definitely help give them a hand up. And those individuals that are not in poverty, just imagine a lot of people, money is spent on medical debt, as we said. You may be above that threshold, but if you are paying medical debt, then it puts you into poverty. So let's help the residents. All right, so we're going to go into the second round. Nope.
That was the second round.
Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
Through you to the speaker. Have we had any discussions with undue medical as to what our specific program guideline would be? And I ask for this reason. If there's the potential that there are 13,000 individuals that otherwise would qualify under the income guideline, and we have $50,000 that we're allocating here, we are less than $4 per person. Have we established what our target number is so that we could go to undue medical and say, we're giving you this 50,000, but we are per candidate or per individual, you're not to go above $700. Negotiate what you can for $700 to stretch it. Or are we negotiating in any way like that?
I don't negotiate anything that's not approved upon.
Okay. Well, tell me this. Help me understand.
And it's not, can I rephrase that? I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's not my place to negotiate that.
Who would be negotiating with undue medical? Or who would set the program guidelines?
Internally, we can discuss about that internally and identify who that person would be.
So once we approve, what are the steps? Yeah, let me in that room. What are the steps after we approve something? We approve it, then the program is actually developed, right? Or the guidelines?
We put guidelines in place, correct, yes.
See, that's what I want to know if, again, because with $50,000, how many are we going to target? Because we can't do all 13,000 with $50,000. I'm sorry, a creditor is not going to accept $4 to clear 400 or 4,000. They're not going to do that. But
okay, excuse me. Point of information. Go ahead.
Does the speaker know that in conjunction with our 50,000, the state of Michigan is also putting in money? So where our 50,000 doesn't cover, the rest of it will be covered by that and philanthropic dollars.
I understand
Okay.
that, but our dollars are. What I want to understand is what are we telling undue medical is the guideline for this money that because we give guidelines when we give grants, right? When we give people money, we give them guidelines to work within.
Correct.
That's what I want to understand. What are the guidelines?
Request for information.
And what is your point?
Thank you. Does the speaker remember when they did the presentation, they did give us guidelines? Does the speaker still have their blue notebook that they shared with us?
All the information is in there.
I don't have that packet now, but in having the packet, I would also like the residents to hear what that is. So if one of the colleagues want to share these answers, looking at their packet here now, that's good, that's cool. But I want to ask the question so that you have opportunity to enlighten me and these residents that are both here in body and might be hearing in some other way the answer to those questions.
All right. Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Alamin.
I just want to reiterate that medical debt is the leading cause of bankruptcy, impacting credit scores, people delay care due to costs, increased ER visits because of minor health issues because of major issues, and high costs of health care, especially for uninsured. I think definitely if you can leverage $50,000 to potentially $32 million in eliminating medical debt for 13,000 residents, again, is echoed by several council members, that's definitely a good way of using these funds. So I'm definitely in full support, and I hope my colleagues can see the benefit of that. This is something that's going to directly impact the residents, and I think that's important that we should be trying to definitely support them on that. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Bannon, I just want to get clear. Is there an official multiplier that we can tell the residents? Because my colleague in the 7th Ward said $1 is going to go eliminate 100. My colleague in the 2nd Ward said $50,000 is going to eliminate $32 million. So what is the official multiplier that we can tell the residents today?
Right, and respectfully, I will respond by saying they presented that to you back in October. All those details were given, and that question was asked. And I believe it's 100 to 1. When I'm trying to remember back watching and being here too at the time, 1 for $100. It's written in the packet as well.
Well, that was
You have all the information, all these questions that have been asked, the information is in that packet that was given out to everyone.
But I'm asking you today, sir.
Right.
So I don't have the packet in front of me. It was over 2 months ago. If we carried every single thing that we were given up here, we would need 3 file cabinets beside us. We don't have that. And when stuff is given to us and not in a digital copy, you understand that we can't carry this many files.
And again, respectfully.
And I'm not trying to be rude or anything like.
Right.
We're just today. It's on the agenda today.
I would also say that the people who are speaking to this were ready to speak on this since October, but no meetings were. It never got on. It never got to that point through lack of quorum or not attending meetings. Council people didn't turn up to answer to ask the questions that they're ready to answer.
Well, I can't control that. I control what's on the. I can address what's on the agenda today. So we're talking 100. We're talking if it's 100 to 1, we're talking 4.5 million for Flint residents. Given that 10% of this is going to go to administrative fees, is that a correct statement?
Doesn't mention administrative fees in the budget.
Okay, thank you. I yield. I'm done.
All right, anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. No. And Seamus, I think that I'm not seeing 5 votes.
Can I just, if you're gonna do something else, I wanted to go.
Yeah. You want the, so here is my issue. So I was reading it. One of my criteria was to find out the hospitals. And neither of the 3 hospitals that service the Flint area gave the information. Hurley didn't, and we know Hurley's got to probably have the largest amount of debt. Hurley didn't, McLaren didn't, and Genesis. And so neither of those hospitals responded back yet. I don't know if they need more time. I don't know. But they have not responded back yet. And I went the extra step to understand what the process and what the program was, to talk with Pastor Monica. And so that was, and she sent me back the information, and they still have not gotten back. And so we know people go to Hurley, whether you have insurance or not. That was a critical question for me. And I don't know if they need, Hurley is a city hospital. Anyone can go there and be seen. And to not have any of the 3 hospitals, and that's problematic for me, very problematic. We know that they do sell debt, and I would like to know how much debt are they selling. But we're not getting any of those responses. Go ahead.
Can I respond? If you want to set a date for, a specific date for Pastor Monica, Jim Ananek to come and answer those questions, let's do that.
Can you, okay, and so if you want to save this, and maybe they can reach back out to the hospitals.
Yeah, I'm willing to, because
hold
this
on,
is,
because my time limited.
So, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so if you want to save this by creating, is it an MOU for this?
There is, yes.
So you can save this so it's not pending that we have to make this decision tonight? And so that we can save this to get that information?
I'm sorry, it is included in an MOU.
Okay.
Interdepartmentally.
Then right, because right now, tonight, and I'm not only reading, but she's texting. And I respect the fact she's got another baby on the way.
Right.
She's going to be early next year. So I think that with those questions, we do need to know. Hurley is a big stickler for me. I've always been a Hurley person, born there. My 3 children were born there. And I want to make sure it's the debt relief is getting to the people who need it.
Sure.
And so I think tonight, I think you wanted to do something. I don't know what she's gonna do, but I don't see the votes, but I know we can do it in the MOU, and so we are here with that.
Great.
So, okay, I yield the floor.
Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms.
All right, so I did want to, and this is from the Eliminate Medical Debt for Flint Families, part of the packet that they gave us when they did their presentation a few months back. How it works is they engage healthcare providers and secondary market debt partners to identify debts held by individuals who are at or below 400% of the federal poverty level. So that's about $100,000 for a family of 3. And patient debt is more than 5% of their income. Number 2, they use consumer credit data. They analyze bundled bad debt portfolios to identify accounts that meet their criteria. They have donors and government that make contributions to abolish medical debt. They buy portfolios of debt at the industry market value, and then once the debt is purchased, rather than collected, they abolish it. No strings attached, no tax consequences. So their debt abolishment criteria is low income. The medical debt being assessed represents 5% or more of annual household income. Medical debt burden is the patient or grantor household income between 0% and up to 400% of federal poverty guidelines. And then, of course, there's the residency requirement from where the money is coming from. What is being proposed by cities, counties, and states is that the city, county, state government allocate ARPA and other funds for medical debt relief through undue. For every $1 appropriated, approximately $100 in medical debt can be canceled. Undue medical debt, they contract with the government agency, recruit hospitals and other providers on a confidential basis, request data files, and identify patients who meet the criteria. They acquire qualified medical debt. They notify program recipients that medical debt has been acquired and canceled as a gift. And then they invoice program costs, which in our case, they wouldn't have to do that. And then they support policy opportunities to achieve systemic change, meaning they try to make sure that people do not end up back in said medical debt. They're trying to figure out long-term ways or solutions to deal with medical debt and keep families out of medical debt. It seems my colleagues here tonight still have some concerns. I do not believe that we have 5 votes. I think this is good for the residents. I think that this would be a bonus for the city. And so what I would like to do, because there does seem like there could be 5 votes if some requirements are met, such as an MOU or Also, maybe some information from the hospital. So I would like to give this an opportunity to live and give residents an opportunity to have their medical debt cleared. What I would like to do is make a motion, Madam Chair, to send this back to finance so that we can kind of give them an opportunity to get some more things in a row. Just maybe some more questions to be answered.
Support.
There's a request for information real quick. I'm not sharing.
Go ahead.
Can you make it a finance in January so we don't have to address it again tonight?
I mean, it's on there tonight, so we can just postpone it till January.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just postpone it once we get to it.
All right, so it has been moved to send resolution 240457 to finance, supported by the councilperson and.
Madam. It's not on finance? Go ahead.
That's why I was going to point out that it's actually on the council agenda. It's already been moved to council.
Could you repeat that,
that's
Madam
right. We
Clerk?
did have it in council last time. We voted for it. It got moved to council. That's right. So we've already taken it off of there and put it here. So we'll just move it back to finance, and it'll be on finance in January. We'll move it in. I get what you're saying.
You would have to make that motion in the regular committee, the regular council meeting.
Yep, I got exactly what you're saying. But can we still do it now, since that's what we're trying to do, and we'll just do it again? Or acknowledge that we did it?
Can you send it to special?
Procedurally, how do we do this?
Procedurally,
Because if it's here and if it would have passed, then it wouldn't have mattered on the other one.
we would remove it from the other one because it passed.
Exactly.
But if you fail it, this is the difficulty of having special meeting on the same day.
Madam Clerk, what did you just say?
I said, this is why it's tricky doing a special council meeting on the same day as a regular meeting with the same agenda items.
So, but if we already addressed it during the special council meeting, and we're saying we're putting it back in finance during this meeting, would that satisfy, take care of that for the other meeting?
Yep.
Because we already
Yes.
moved it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. So then we can just move it to finance from here.
As like we were doing? I don't want to be clear.
Correct, Madam Chair. We're moving it to finance in January, yes.
All right, so it has been moved by the councilwoman of the 7th Ward, supported by the councilwoman of the 6th Ward, to move resolution 240457 to Finance Committee in January. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Pfeiffer must be in this seat to vote.
Mr. Jarrett is not in. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. That resolution passes. Now we're on to resolution 240550.
You gotta find it, just a second.
All right, so we don't have the pleasure of the body.
Just a second, Madam Chair. I just want to make notes. I make a motion to approve.
All right, there's a motion to approve resolution 240550. Supported by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Any discussion? Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Yes. Is this Chief Green?
Yep.
You, Madam Chair, to Chief Green. This is a grant, it looks like, in the amount, and I have, of $120,000 from the Charles Stewart Mott Foundation, has been awarded to the city of Flint to be used for public safety coverage for downtown events, including traffic redirection and street closures. So this is just for special events. How are you this evening?
Good, how you doing?
Huh?
Great, how you doing?
Good. So this is for just special events that are downtown, like 810, is it 810 day?
Yes, downtown events, road races, Back to the Bricks, major events. It supplies, it funds the overtime for the officers to backfill.
Oh, the fund over, is that not in your budget? Or is this a part of your budget with the grant? Is this the first time you've got this grant?
No, this has been an ongoing grant for years.
Okay. And then you have, when we have those events, Arrowhead is still in, that expanded. Didn't they just get a grant too?
Yes.
So Arrowhead helps also, and this is for just for, does Michigan State Police help cover those or no?
Yes, they do.
Oh, they do? Okay, so this is just $120,000, just for special events for, July 1st through has any of this been used already?
Yes.
So how much of this was used?
Point of information.
What is your point?
This is an annual grant and is used every year.
Okay, well, that was improper use because I have the chief in front of me. So how much of this have you used so far?
I'm not sure. Whatever the cost of Back to the Bricks,
The Crim.
the Crim, all those road races.
810, which I think is 420 day, similar to.
Yeah.
I think is it 420 day?
I don't know.
It's
There are several different
Yeah,
events.
810 day was new for me. I went to that. That was, it was interesting. That's a younger demographic.
Yeah.
A younger one. Okay, so you don't know how much you have spent, so this is just going, actually, you're replacing back from into your budget funds that have already been spent for this
That's
grant
correct.
then. And you don't have the amount that you have already spent, because we're past all of those things. We don't have any more. Matter of fact, we won't have anything else.
How it works, it's an annual grant, and we just bill that grant after the events are over.
Okay. All right, thank you, Chief Green.
All right, anyone else in the first round? Anyone in the second round? Seeing no one else, we will go ahead and call for the vote to approve Resolution 240550. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? No. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. That resolution passes. Now we're on to Resolution 240549.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to move 240549, grant acceptance, Flint Police Foundation grant to council, or to be approved.
All right, motion for approval. Any support? Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Chief Green,
Yep.
this is for the NSOs,
NSOs and intel analysts.
Intel analysts.
Yep.
And so, you're gonna get in trouble. The NSOs, I don't even know how many NSOs do we have now?
I'm not sure. We just lost one, so we might have a total of 7.
We have 7 or 6,
We just lost one, so between 6 and 7.
between 6 and 7, so my ward? Or it's between 6 and 7?
Yes.
So how do we get in contact, because it is a problem, getting into contact with our, like, we can't talk to the NSO, which is, it gets bottlenecked. It gets bottlenecked, and it's hard, and it seems like we often have a problem with the NSO since I've known. And I don't know if it's how I think how it should be done. It was recommended before. And I'm gonna throw her name out there. They need somebody really kind of strict. They need like a Harletta Martin on them. So they do, because she gets stuff done. Yeah, and it's just hard because I don't even know, never seen mine. I think her name is Ride Out now. We can't contact our NSOs. And that, it doesn't work. We may also not even have one, to be honest. I've never seen her.
Well, you know, if you email me, I'll make sure you get in contact. I don't know what NSO is assigned to your ward.
I know Dan's not there anymore. I think.
That's correct.
And Dan was supposed to retire or something. And so, because there's issues, and by the time, you know, when people call, residents want them right away. And right away, sometimes it doesn't work that way. So how much of this, so this is for how much of this is for the NSOs?
I believe it's a total of 127.
Is all, not all, is all of it for the NSOs?
No, I think 30,000 is for the intel analysts, and the additional is for NSOs.
How many intel analysts do you have?
Currently, 5.
Currently 5 intel analysts, and so this is just, this grant is just for a portion of their budget?
That's
I know
correct.
we ain't paying NSOs and intel analysts out of 127,000.
That's correct.
So, wages and fringe benefits. Okay. So I will email you because I would like to know who my NSO is, and because it's the NSO issue, I just don't understand how this just keeps being, I don't get it. I really don't get it. But I will email you, I will. Thank you,
All right.
that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Anyone else in the first round?
Madam
Yeah.
Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Chief Green, have we, do we think the NSO model is working? That's a long pause. I'll take that as a no. Have we, have we looked at any other ways to accomplish a similar goal?
Yeah, I'm actually in the process of reorganizing that and doing things a different way.
No offense, but I've been told that for 3+ years.
Yeah.
And like.
Well, there's been changes.
What change?
I can't say that there's been changes for the good because nobody up here would feel that.
I understand.
What's that?
I understand.
And I'm not trying to come down on you, but I'm just trying to figure out what we can do to help you to make this a better program, because it's not working.
No.
It's not working. It's I'm going to say it's tied down with red tape. We can't contact NSO. We can't, I don't think we can verify that NSOs come to work, to be honest with you. I think everyone on this body, except for maybe the councilman in the first ward, I don't know if he's spoken to it, but I think, or the 9th ward, when we've had these in-depth discussions on the lack of movement that we've seen in NSOs, and this budget is for, it seems, for 1 NSO and 2 data analysts. So I would just like some kind of resolution on what we can do to help you improve that department, because it has been broken and it's not being fixed. I mean, if we all have 1 NSO, and I think at one point we all had one, or there was 8 of the 9, I can literally drive down every single street in my ward and come up with at least 1, 2, maybe 10 different violations, and none of those get movement. None of them, like, at some point we have to have a self-reflection and look at the output that the NSOs are putting out and realize that it's basically a no-show job. And I don't think that there is any other department in this, because we see a lot of the water department, the sewer, the police. There is no other department in this city that I know of that has such relaxed enforcement of actual productivity. And it's a shame, and it's like, well, we only pay them so amount of money. Well, then let's fix their pay, let's get them up to what they're doing, and let's demand results. Like, we're saying that we can't get good people, and we can't do this, and we can't do this, and we can't, if the union's standing in the way or whatever else, let's fix it, let's improve their pay, let's get better people, whatever we gotta do, and demand results. Because the NSOs in the quality of what they do helps our neighborhoods, improves our tax base, improves everything that we have in this city. Blight drives down crime. And we've got 8, sometimes 9, sometimes 7 NSOs that, from our perspective, don't do anything. Don't contribute to the falling neighborhood situation that we are currently in and have been for the past decade. And we fund this group and we get no results and we get no accountability. And we can't even talk to them. So I'm begging you, sir, find a solution. Whatever we need to do, we will do it. All 9 of us up here, 8 of us up here that are currently sitting, I'm 100% positive it will be 8-0 if you get a program that would demand results and show accountability, that you wouldn't get unanimous support. Because we are all fed up with the NSO and the deterioration of our neighborhoods. And there's no accountability, and it's just a shame. And I'm sorry if I'm coming off as abrasive, but that's the point that we're all at, is we're sick of it and we want accountability. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, to Chief Green, and I agree with my colleague in the 8th Ward 100%. But Chief Green, what is the current protocol? How do we, I know at one point, I don't even know who to call. At one point, we would call the Blight Department, but from what I understand, that has been taken away from that department or something. What is the protocol?
I'm not sure it's been taken away from the Blight Department. They work hand in hand with the Blight Department.
Okay, so, well, what's the protocol?
Well, several complainants, they call 911 and it's passed on to the NSOs. It's different avenues where the information gets passed on. They can call the hotline, the Blight hotline, make a complaint, things of that nature. But the easiest way. So
what is the protocol for a council member?
What you guys have been doing, email me. And I
email
take care
you.
of it. Yep,
okay, so that's where I'm getting at. We can email you our issues as far as NSOs.
That's correct.
Oh, okay, so the protocol now is to email you and we'll get some action.
I'm not saying that's the protocol. What I'm saying, email me and I'll get it taken care of until we make some rearrangements and some alignments and things that we're working on to improve customer service through the Blight Department.
Okay.
Through NSOs.
Okay, because, I mean, you know, I've been sitting here for 7+ years, 8 years, and it's been the same. You can't even talk to your NSO. Your NSO should be your right-hand person. We should be able to call our NSO every day, Monday through Friday. You know? Yeah. I mean, that should be our right-hand person. Because I get complaints every day. Parking complaints. People parking on the lawn. I mean, I ride my whole ward. I ride my ward. And I see things that need to be taken care of. What are they doing? At one point, I was catching my NSO over there. This was some years ago, maybe 3-4 years ago. I'm catching my NSO over there in back of the Stevenson building back there. You know, just sitting, chilling. I mean, do they ride around and report things or take care of things?
Yes, they do.
Why I never see them? I'm riding too. Yeah, I'm riding too. I never see. Now, I do have to give it to the young lady. One day I was driving down Welch Street. I guess she's my NSO. And there was an accident on Welch, and she was sitting there trying to help the, accident until the police officer came, and it was a pole across the road and all that. I do have to give her that. I did see her that day. But I think I just want to see the NSOs riding around in the neighborhood, making notes, taking care of issues. Because, I mean, it's a lot. So I'm going to email you, Chief, because I do have some issues that need to be taken care of.
All right.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
No, it's Judy. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
So during budget time, I know I requested that you hire more than 9 NSOs so that we had backup because we're constantly shorthanded. I'm going to encourage you to do it again because here we are, 6 or 7 NSOs for 9 wards. And if somebody's off, then other people have to follow through. I know that in my ward, my NSO has written more tickets than anywhere else in the city. So I've been no, I'm not bragging. I just wish that they didn't have to write so many. And I know that he's out there working because I get complaints from residents that they got a ticket. Okay, you got a ticket, deal with it. I mean, so for me, in my ward, I have seen progress. I have seen areas being followed through and knowing that and I have spoken to my NSO in the past.
Pardon me, so please pause your time. You all are pretty loud in the corners, so please keep it down. Thank you.
But when I see the NSO driving by, I would go out and stop him and talk to him and say, hey, what about this address? Have you been there yet? And he's always been there already, and he's gotten a ticket. And I submit my my complaints for my NSO through Clyde, and they get it. So I'm going to encourage you again to please put a posting up and have more than 9 NSOs. I like having mine in my ward. I need NSO in my ward. I drove up and down and I followed through and I just went ahead and wrote a bunch of complaints and sent Clyde or Jennifer a bunch of emails to have complaints. I sent a bunch to the land bank because I know they can't do anything. I was looking for land bank problems. So I'm going to encourage you again, hire more NSOs. We need them, and they do, and obviously my colleagues have different responses from their NSO than I've had. So we need to do something like the truckers have so that you can keep track of them, where they are, where they're stopped at for a long period of time. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first? Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
Thank you. So, I guess I don't have to say it's clear as day that we are not necessarily thrilled about the service that we're getting from the NSOs. And I understand why it might have had to have been that council shouldn't contact them. I understand. I got a little bit of the history on it when I first got here last year of why it was put in place that council should not have direct contact with them. But what was requested from more than one council person, I know at least 2 or 3 other council people, we have requested monthly reports for how much blight is being taken care of, what type of blight is being taken care of. And at first we were told we'll get these reports. I think we got all of maybe 2 reports, and then after that we didn't get any more reports. Is there an issue as to why the council is not getting reports that we requested, the multiple council members have requested?
I didn't know you weren't receiving the reports, but that's not an issue.
Yeah, we've not received a report in who knows when, and we've requested them several times.
Point of information.
What's your point?
So, thanks, so sorry about that.
Yeah.
So Lieutenant Frost, he stated that he said that they didn't have to do it, because, so he stopped that. This is per him, I had a conversation.
Oh, well, I didn't have that conversation, but I'm asking the chief.
Oh, no,
now.
I hear you, so,
Yeah.
so just so you hear and hear also. Go
Oh,
ahead.
okay. So chief, can we get those monthly reports that we've been requesting for quite some time now?
Yes.
All right, thank you, because I think that it will also help alleviate some frustration, right? Because all of us have a nice sized ward. Most of us drive around in our wards all the time. And so we still see issues, or we report issues. And I think I'm hearing 7 different ways that people are going through to report this. I just go straight to blight. We have an amazing, amazing blight department. And so I'm able to get some results there. But even then, it still just seems like there's so much, right? And so if we had these reports, it could maybe help us see what is actually being done. Another thing is with NSOs, if it were being handled, and you know what? I'm not gonna say that. I'm just saying that the NSOs, if tickets are written correctly, that is a department that could actually pay for itself. And they wouldn't even need all that grant support, because we can look around this entire city and see that that is a department, or that is a branch that could pay for itself. And so we just wanna have some sort of idea of what's happening, how many tickets are being written, what are the offenses they're being written for. And I know sometimes even the amount of calls that they're actually going to and answering, because I've also been told that it is up to them. It's their discretion as to whether or not they write a ticket. And I get in some instances, then you can brush it off. But I know all of us have repeat offenders, where it's the same person for the same offense over and over and over and over. And we're just trying to figure out what's going on, or why an actual ticket is not issued, or how many warnings does a person need to have before they get a ticket issued to them. And so I think us getting those reports would help us see what's happening, if it's maybe just us not really realizing how much blight there is in the city, and that they are taking chunks out of it per month. And I think it'll also help you see if maybe there needs to be more of an incentive for them to do what they're supposed to do and write more tickets, whatever we can do to clean up blight. Because again, I'm not for people not having some sort of grace, because I do understand that there are some situations where you don't need a ticket. But again, we have people that it's just long-term blight, and it's over and over and over again. And so having those reports that you said we will start getting in January, we got them?
All right.
Perfect. Yeah. I think that'll solve the issue. I know we're supposed to be accepting a grant, but we just want to let you know, since we're accepting a grant for them, we'd like to see what we're accepting a grant for. I'll yield.
All right, anyone else in the first round? Seeing no one, I'll go ahead and speak. I'm in agreement. The way things are moving with the NSOs, it's garbage. And it's been bad for a very long time.
Request for information.
Go ahead.
You're about to tell me it's improper, but you're about to tell me it's improper, but does the chief see how he has united all 8 of us on something? Just saying.
Definitely improper, but it's true. And so, because I know, well, for one, I'm going to start here. You know, when the supervisor informed us that they don't have time to go out into the field, make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do, that's a problem. And then when the councilwoman in the 5th Ward stated that she saw some of them parked and parlaying behind buildings, that's a problem. I witnessed the same thing. They're hanging out. And then when I found out that the 1st and 2nd Ward share NSO, I don't want to share it. We can't afford that, because that's a problem. The 1st and 2nd Ward, I trust that it may not be the worst ward. I'm not trying to vie for the worst ward, but I know that a lot of blight is there, and they can do better. But they don't, because if you're in the 1st Ward, you can't handle the 2nd Ward, and vice versa. So we need our own NSO, but just like Councilman Priestley was saying, It would help if we had a couple of extra, because it's a mess. People parking parallel to their porch, putting their garbage out 5 days in advance. All right, not using the brand new trash cans that we have, that every resident have. Keeping in mind some residents have 2 or 3 trash cans. And then the fact that we can't speak to them, that's horrible. I mean, I don't want to reiterate what they say, but I just want to drive home the point that this is not working. It's not. And I want to give you a personal example. You know, I've been trying to, on the north side, you know, trying to clean up the Cloud Road corridor to make sure that the front of the business and the back of the businesses, that they're squared away, that they're not infiltrated with high grass and garbage. And I submitted a complaint like 7 times, and the NSO didn't go. Oh, my fault. When they did go, they said that they don't see anything. I had to go again and take a picture and stand by the high trash and the high grass and say, you don't see this? So when they do show up, they're not showing up, and it's a problem. And we've been talking about this for the past 3 years. And I mean, if this was only funding the NSOs, I would not support it, because this is terrible. Their work is terrible. I shouldn't have to continue to call the blight office, since I can't call the NSO. I shouldn't have to call them repeatedly to pass on the message to my NSO that I'm sharing with the first ward. It's not effective. So I'm with my colleagues on this one. We need a plan, and I think that we need to not just say, hey, give us a plan. We need to set some deadlines and some due dates. I mean, I even tried to have an NSO come to the ward meeting and just inform the residents on, you know, what they do, what to look forward to, the top offenses to, you know, beware of. Some things residents should know. Wouldn't even come. I guess they told that they couldn't come. But if the supervisor won't come out to check on the NSOs, I trust the supervisor won't come out to the meeting to inform the residents. It's failing, and it's been failing too long. So we need to take some real action, council. So what can we actually do to make sure on year 4 we get some accountability? Because we've been saying the same thing for too long. We had the same supervisors in charge. We've been dealing with a lot of the same NSOs. What are we honestly going to do? Because right now we're just talking, and I don't like to talk. We need to get this done, get some action. So I'm going to yield so we can go into the second round. Again, I'm not even going to say that. We just need results. And so I'm going to go ahead and yield the rest of my time so we can hear again from the rest of the body from the second ward. But I'm looking for you all. Let's see what we can do to come up with something real. Go ahead, second round.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns and Mr. Pfeiffer.
Thank you. So, Chief, 2000, when you first came here, when I wasn't even elected yet, and this is the one thing we are on, and I think it's a part of your public safety plan. When we hear people dump, and you and I have had this conversation, where there's crime, we have more dumping, dilapidated buildings. That's just a fact. And you and I have had very good conversations about this. Now we're at the point you got to do something about it, because this is a problem. Who can come to the meetings about, if the NSO supervisor can't and the NSO can't, who can come? Because you the chief of all of that. That's too much for you to do. That's too much. So having access to them. They got nice new trucks we approve. They got governors on those trucks. They got tracking devices on those trucks. How do we not know what they're doing? So you need to have a plan for your NSOs. It doesn't work. It doesn't. It just, and if they're just riding, literally just riding, you can do one block. You could probably find them on your block. That's just the fact. And if that's their job. And how many tickets are they getting? How many tickets are they writing or enforcing? You know, and before they write a ticket, first, you know, there have been people, they leave like little notes and warnings. That's nice. I get so many calls from Mr. Blackwell, and you know who he is. Mr. Blackwell is busy. Mr. Blackwell got me and you probably on speed dial now. Because he wouldn't have to call me or call you if the NSO was doing what they needed to do. And that is the point I think that we're all saying, what are they doing? You need a plan for the NSOs. You need a plan 3 years ago. You need to, I don't know who writes your plans for you, but you need one because it is not working and it is a problem. And Flint will look better if the NSOs did their job. It will just automatically look better in creating that relationship in the community. You can't park on the front line underneath the picture window. You can't park your semi-truck on the front lawn. You can't park it for 2-3 days in front of your house, and they do it on the weekends. And you can't park your semi-truck on the sidewalk. They do that. And so when we have these, and it is so, this basic issues, we need to figure out a way, no, not me, you need to figure out a way, and if you need us input, you want us to email you some of the ideas, but we need a public safety plan and someone who can manage them. And I wasn't really joking about Harletta Martin. They really need a Harletta Martin. She's military style, she's very straightforward. I know that your grant has to stay because it's into the police department, but it's not working. It's just not.
All right. Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Hold on, this is Mr. Pfeiffer. He was next. Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
So, have we looked at, because this is for one NSO, how are the rest, are we funding the rest of the NSOs through general funds?
Mott gives a grant to him, and it goes to the police department.
Mott gives it to, so the entire NSOs is funded through Mott?
That's correct.
Because I was gonna, recommend maybe the NSOs report up to Arnold Brown, because he seems to be getting results, but obviously that's not a possibility. Have we thought about having NSOs not necessarily, have we thought about having like to Ms. Priestley's point about having extra NSOs, having those extra NSOs dedicated to just parking issues? Because it seems like parking and towing, what I remember is a time suck for, if they have to have a tow, they have to wait there for a tow truck and it kills their whole day. Is that a true statement?
It depends on the circumstances. They do have to wait on a tow truck.
Okay. Okay. I do think that to the councilwoman and the second words thing is I'm not sure if we're the ones, but it seems to me that maybe the direct leadership that those 8 or 9, if we're fully staffed, report up to, doesn't necessarily have the correct time allocated to manage those departments. So hopefully that's something that you're looking into when you say that you're reorganizing.
Well, that's the first I heard of that, but that'll be dealt with.
Yeah. Obviously my colleagues can say, but apparently it was told to them that that person doesn't have time to manage those people. So that may be an issue. And in this training part of their things, have they been brought up to speed on, I know we passed new zoning and some of the complaints go to BSI and some of them go to them. Like, where is that dividing line? And have they been trained on how the new zoning and how to maybe direct those complaints to BSI instead of them? Has all of that been divulged to those people?
Yes, they're thoroughly trained on that. The ordinances that affect their duties and job, as well as referrals. They provide referrals to BSI.
So they do the referrals directly to BSI if that's outside of their purview? Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Alameda.
So I'm in complete agreement with my colleagues on everything they're saying, so I ain't gonna keep pouring on the issues. We know we got an issue there, so I want to kind of speak more towards a solution. I think definitely what Councilwoman Priestley said about more NSOs, hiring them, and also about the monthly reports. And then I also wanted to ask, is there a way we can potentially remove this department from the police department and combine them with the blight department to maybe potentially get better services in the community and so forth?
We've explored that. At this time, I've been advised it's not feasible due to the grant and being under the police department.
All right, thank you.
All right, anyone else in the second round? All right, seeing no one else in the second round, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. This is to accept the grant, Resolution 240549. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Al-Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jared?
No.
7 yeses, 1 no.
We have 7 yes, 1 no. That resolution passed. Now we're on to Resolution 240503, Catholic Charities. Pleasure of the body.
Madam Chair, motion to approve.
Motion to approve by the 4th Ward Council Lady. Any support? Support. Supported by the 1st Ward Councilman. Any discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
Which ARPA bucket or category is this gonna come out of? Through, I don't know if that's gonna go to.
Not a problem.
Ms.
Emily Dore,
Priestley or-
please approach the lectern.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening.
Through the chair to Ms. Dewar. Which category is this one going to be?
Good evening, Council. This, the resolution that was written actually by Council for this was $25,000 out of the revenue replacement line item for Catholic Charities for personal hygiene.
So is that to say it's not one of the specific categories? So we have access to tap, in quote, revenue replacement?
This $25,000 was approved. In terms of what was put out there, I'm not, that is above what I do. I write the resolutions that I'm asked. So.
Madam Chair, through you to our finance chair, how much is in revenue replacement?
I don't have the information in front of me right now, but it's the majority of the money that's left is in there, and the mayor is approving, because that's the money that was set aside for the city business.
Right. So how about, get me within $1.5 million guesstimate. I mean, I'm not saying give the exact amount.
Give me a minute and I'll look for the ARPA reports.
Okay.
It's gonna take a minute. Because I have to look up in my email.
Okay.
There we go.
Ms. Dewar, I do see that this was originally, well, the date of the resolution says November 6th. Do you know, did this actually go through committee?
I would have to look at that. I apologize off the top of my head. I do not recall if this went through committee as of that time. No.
Point of information, yes, it did.
Thank you. Sorry.
Can you share what date? When did it go through committee?
Let's see, probably October the 9th.
It was originally written in November.
Huh?
This says November.
October.
When did it go through committee?
Wasn't it October the 9th? No?
So
the resolution says November 6th.
No, it was before then.
It was before then, because Dennis Pfeiffer voted on it.
I'm sorry?
It was before then, because the councilman in the 8th Ward, he voted on it. He did.
The resolution was drawn up, it says, on November 6th.
No, that's not correct. That's incorrect.
All right. The transmittal date says today's date is November 6, 2024. City of Flint is the heading on the stationery. November, in the packet.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Hold on. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Just a cursory look. I believe it was introduced November 6th, Finance Committee, and it was moved to the council on November 11th. And then from the 11th, I believe that was one of the meetings where there was no quorum, and that was moved to the December 9th City Council meeting, and it's now on this.
It was November.
So November 6th is when it was approved out of finance?
Yet it appears as though it was moved from Finance on the 6th to City Council on the 11th.
All right. Councilwoman Priestley, did you get a number?
Yes, there's $11,161,033.
So $11 million, give or
As
take.
of September 25th.
As of September 25th.
And we haven't-
Less this 25.
We haven't approved anything.
And then we got
Up until
25
today.
here that we are now accessing. Good. Thank you. I yield. You got money to work with, y'all. Work with.
All right. Anyone else? Anyone else in the first round? Anyone in the second round? Okay, so since there's no one else in the second round, I'll go ahead and take my time. So thank you for the correction. I do remember that Mr. Pfeiffer, that he was one of the votes. And so this was a resolution. Somebody, hold on, was it a request? Okay, so this was a request from Mr. Ed Benning, and stating how the individuals that from every single ward, they go to Catholic Charities and to receive important hygiene items. And so we were in support of granting these things. And Madam Clerk, question, do you have, from that date that you said that it was in finance, do you have the vote?
No, but I could find out if, I just need a little time.
You said yes? Yes,
No,
sure.
it'll take a minute to figure that out.
Request for information. I can't hear what she's saying.
So repeat that, Madam Clerk, please.
I said I just need a minute to look up the vote.
Okay, so it'll take you a minute to pull up the vote? Want to make sure we heard you. And so, as my time continues to tick on, I just want to see if I can read this into the record about the support. You have it? Well, okay. Because I just want to, again, just reiterate that this request came directly from the Catholic Charities Board requesting this assistance. We have board members going into their personal pockets, to pay for these needs. We know that at first they had a need for buying bread for Catholic Charities. And again, the board members went into their personal pocket. You know, it doesn't make sense for us to have the board members go into their personal pockets when we have the monies available to help assist the residents from every single ward that benefit from Catholic Charities. And so Catholic Charities, they serve, as we all know, as warming centers. When we went caroling the other day, we saw so many people down there, small babies, a lot of people. It was full. And those people, they're not only going there for warmth, but they're also going there for personal hygiene items. And that is exactly what this reallocation is for. So, Madam Clerk, have you found it? No? Okay, not a problem. All right, so we're going to go ahead and just, and just move on since you haven't found it yet. And so we're looking for the support of the residents, of the support of the colleagues to continue to support the residents like we did in the Finance Committee, which moved it to City Council. All right, so we're looking to pass Resolution 240503. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Sure, yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
We'll find out, because there's a fifth ward thing here.
Mr. Alamin? Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
All right. Could you repeat that?
That's 7 yes, 0 no.
Thank you. 7 yes, 0 no. That resolution passes. So now we move on to Resolution 240571. Pleasure of the body. And that is for, again, Resolution 240571.
Madam Chair.
All right, so the Councilman 8th Ward put a motion on the floor to approve it.
Support.
And supported by her, Ms. Priestley first. All right. Any conversation? All right, go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Through you to Ms. Dorr.
All right, Ms. Dorr, please approach.
So just to be clear, Ms. Dorr, this list that we have in front of us, we are pulling from the land bank and keeping within the city, correct?
The foreclosure process, which I'm also going to have my colleague come up from the city assessing director here. Stacy, please. But anyway, the foreclosure list, it goes foreclosure, city treasurer, county treasurer, right of first refusal, for auction, right of first refusal. That's where we're at. So it has not gone to the land bank yet.
No, I'm saying, I understand that. So we are going to take ownership of these properties. Is that a correct statement?
That is correct.
Okay, what are we going to do with them? Because I've been begging for this
What are we going to do with them?
3 years, or ever since I've been here. So we're going to pull these from these properties are not going to go to the land bank. We're going to take them.
Correct.
What are we going to do with them?
We're going to sell them and then get them back into, like, right now, we're kind of doing a sample, so we're taking.
Stacy, can you talk into the mic?
So we're taking back all of the residential vacant land that's left, and our hope is to get that back in the hands of the residents of
So
the
these are
adjacent
all-
homes.
these are-
Not all of them.
Okay.
Majority of them are. 25 are homes that we have gone through and verified condition that we feel we can sell and get those occupied. And then there's one parcel of commercial vacant land that we're taking.
So I've been told for 3 years that we didn't have the bandwidth to do this.
We are
So
finally getting
explain
staff
it to
so
me
we
how we got
can.
the bandwidth now.
This body approved a $225,000 resolution for 2.5 years of staffing for a property disposition manager. His name is Ryan Mattis, and he will be managing it. So thank you for approving that staff person.
So these are the only properties that were salvageable?
Yes. A lot of the houses, we went through and looked at the houses, some of them were not in very good condition, where we'd have we'd have to put too much money into them, and we don't have that yet. We're hoping to start maybe possibly creating like a revolving fund with the sales from these, so that way we can take those houses and fix them up and then resell them, but we don't have the funds right now.
So we're going to be developers now?
Not developers, just
We're
fix.
gonna remodel houses and become a realtor?
We'll see.
That's
No, they'll still go through the auction process like we normally do.
So I don't, honestly, I don't understand why, I just want to make clear,
Yep.
you just said that we are going to fix them up and sell them.
Not these ones, no. But that is our goal eventually, if it's something we are going to be able to
So
do.
we're going to become handyman and property developers?
So right now, there are no funds to work on this, which is why they're going to be sold as is. We'll then take the revenues from those sales this year, keep them in a fund, and then be able to focus a little bit at a time on next year's properties for being able to actually white box a few of them, and then little bit by little bit be able to grow that fund. The goal would be that we could eventually have monies to hire and be able to do the renovations, but it takes a lot of money. So in the interest of this, we want to build that fund through us being able to keep the revenues, because we take them off the list and then sell them, which we use an auction website, GovDeals, and so it's transparent. Everything is documented and has to be submitted on a certain time schedule, and you have to show what your name and what you're bidding, and so everything is transparent and handled through this website called GovDeals. Is going to be, we've already started that process. It's on our city website now under, it's like under like property auction or something.
So is there a timeline on when these will be sold?
Oh, well, we'll get them up immediately.
I know the plan is to get them up as soon as we get them into our hands.
And do we have to pay the county anything for these?
I believe at the end, I think there is some back taxes we'll have to pay. It's not like we give
Where's
them
that
money.
coming from?
When it comes from
Ms. Cake, so that's his time. Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
go ahead and finish your.
So what happens is we go through a process called settlement with the county, where whatever was not paid on site through us, the county gives us that money. But what they'll do is take whatever they feel we have to pay for these ones and take it out of that settlement. So we don't really give them money in the end of it.
Okay, so
But I'm not sure on how that process works. That'd be a question more so for Amanda.
my questions sort of start with, I heard you mention 25 homes that are in condition enough where we believe that they can sell at sort of as is and be okay. And then I heard you say one commercial property,
Vacant land.
vacant land. Is that then to understand all the other 99 or so are those vacant lots, vacant residential lots?
Yes.
Okay, so I also heard that these are gonna be placed on a website for bid,
Correct.
and they're all gonna be sort of put up at one time as somewhat of a batch?
Not sure on that. Well, that will have to be Ryan's decision on how many he feels that we can do at one time, particularly since this is kind of like our pilot project for it, to see what we can do,
Is
how well it goes.
the list that we received in our packets, how soon is that list available to the residents of the city so that they may be able to just begin to plan if they want to acquire properties?
Yeah, she says tonight. It's in the packet.
Okay, so it's in the packet they have back there? Okay.
It's on the city website. The full package.
Oh, the full packet is on the website. So persons that might be interested in buying some of these properties or reviewing the list can go to the city website, look at tonight's agenda, and get the list of properties so that they can begin to prepare themselves. Because one of my questions was going to be, are we giving any priority in our disposition to those that might want to be owner occupied? But I don't know if there's a way to do that using this website to sell them. Then I guess, so that statement made. My question too is this: what fee do we pay to this website for settlement?
Those are all for Emily.
Well, I don't know about the fees. Sorry, yeah.
I'm sure there's a percentage or something.
Yeah, I don't know the fee off the top of my head. Yeah, I'm sorry, I apologize, I do not know the fee. Our biggest reason we use the website is to make the bidding process transparent, so then that way it's not going through one person, but it's going through a platform, so then that way it doesn't feel like there's any ability for any type of like misbidding. So that's the point, but
is
yeah.
it then going to be, is it set up as a timed auction? So, you know, you have 5 days or 7 days to bid, and whoever's the highest at, you know, 11:59 on the last date, that's the winner, so to speak?
Correct, and the city does not have to accept that if it's going to start at a minimum bid, and then if the final bid, if we feel like the final bid didn't make it to enough of what a value should be, then we could always restart it.
So can we not set a minimum bid such that, because I can envision the whole transparency that we just tried to avoid by using the website.
Mm-hmm.
I can see that transparency being discredited by at a point saying that wasn't high enough because maybe a preferred bidder didn't win.
So we want to make sure we prioritize side lots for the vacant properties. If you own a property that is adjacent, so this would add to your residential property that you are a homeowner in Flint, that is going to give you priority. So that is tricky because we do want to say that if you are an adjacent lot owner, you actually, it's actually, frankly, you get priority, and you get priority at a lower price.
So
we do have to be careful.
Could we build that into the bid process to where applications for the first 3 days for vacant lots are only considered by adjacent properties? Is that some parameter that might be set?
So what we are going to do is we were going to actually reach out to those vacant property owners to make sure that they were aware of the bid, and then say, okay, the first X number of hours, and I guess I'll have to figure out what that is. I will ask my property disposition manager.
Again, give thought to a minimum bid amount, because that could totally blow transparency.
Yeah. I know it's time.
All right. Anyone else in the first round? All right, anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair, can you repeat that one more time where they would look?
Hold on. Excuse me, we're loud, and let's keep it down. Thank you. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Can you repeat that again where they would find it on the city's website?
So if you go to, like it says city bids and proposals.
Got it.
Is where you would be able to do these bids. And then there's city council is where you would find the packet for tonight that has the list of addresses.
So go to city bids and proposals, and then under that tab, go to city council?
No. Those are two separate answers. My apologies.
So then just go to city council, and then you'll find the list.
In tonight's packet for this special meeting, correct. Whereas if you wanted to make a bid, once these are up, which we will be being really making a bit of a media, like, hey, please know that there are 25 properties that are being put up for the next week, and then we'll cycle it through, or whatever we are doing. Again, we have not done this before, so we are going to be figuring out. And if 25 is too much, and we only get bids on 5, I mean, the goal is to sell them to homeowners with adjacent properties, or sell them to people who are going to live there as homeowners, or people who are going to have businesses in the city that are going to have activation. That is the goal, and we want to work with them. And we also obviously don't want to sell them for $1. We want to have a minimum price. So I appreciate that. Yeah. And that minimum price, I know we've talked about what that looks like for if it's a land sale versus a building sale. Those have different values. So, yeah.
Not to mention side lots.
Yeah.
They'll have a different value as well.
But at the end of it, we are going to do this much faster than if we were just putting these into the land bank inventory. That was the goal.
Okay. And so it won't be posted until what, next year for bids and proposals, or okay.
When do you know when we will get ownership?
We should have ownership by the end of the year.
Okay.
But probably, I think, January, February.
Cool. Okay, great.
I mean, I don't think Ryan and I plan on waiting too much. No.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last.
I said I don't think Ryan and I plan on waiting too long to get them up there, because we'd like to get them in the hands of residents as soon as possible.
Okay, perfect. So just for now, though, because there are people watching asking questions. So For now, they'll just look at the agenda for tonight or go to city council to see the agenda for tonight. And then from there, at sometime at the top of next year, they'll be in the section on the city website for bids and proposals.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else in the first round? All right, seeing none, I would like to make an amended motion because I would like to add residents 3506 Ray Street. That's 3506 Ray Street to the list.
What street?
3506 Race, R-A-C-E Street. So I know that we've had this list for quite some time, and I was able to drive throughout the second ward and look at a few properties. And I know, go ahead.
We've only had the final list since November 26th.
You said the final list?
Correct.
Okay, Madam Clerk, when did you initially send this list?
I would have the same list that Ms. Cake would have, so I sent you the list, just the same list from the county.
Okay, so when was this?
I believe,
Yeah, that's the resolution. Yeah, but I'm saying that this is 41. Oh, okay.
the list came from the county on November 25th, and I sent it to you on the 26th.
What was the first date?
The communication from the county was dated November 25th, and I forwarded to council on the 26th.
Okay. So we are in the third week. We want to be correct. So this is the third week that we had, and that was enough time for me to go and take a trip around the second ward. And I saw that out of your list, you definitely missed a jewel. So I just wanted to include residents 3506 Ray Street to this transfer.
Okay. What's the parcel number?
Parcel number is right there.
So we are making an amended motion to do so. So, thank you. All right, so a motion having made by the councilman in the 7th ward, supported by the councilwoman in the 4th ward, to amend resolution 240571 to appoint one to include residents 3506 Ray Street.
Madam Chair.
1 second. All right, any discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yeah, I won't be supporting this. I think this list is what the city has looked at. They obviously haven't looked at that one. And if there's something wrong with that residence or anything else, if there's a reason it's not on the list, I'm not gonna make the city step out and take on a property that they know nothing about. So I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first round? Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Through you to our esteemed colleagues up there. Do we have any notes on that property?
Not on me. It would be at my desk on what notes I had for it.
Okay, because I would like to see what we had, what we know about it, why it wasn't included on this list before I vote on it. Oh, it looks really nice. It looks really nice in this picture.
Was it occupied?
But this was occupied at the time, and this is on the property portal.
Yeah, we did not take any
Point of
occupied.
information. Point of information. Yeah, so this house is not occupied at all. So, and it was unoccupied, yeah, it had been occupied. All right, so proceed, Ms. Priestley.
That was my question, was I would just wondered if they could tell me what kind of condition that house was in. Did you guys go, did you go into, Stacy, into the houses?
No.
Just on the
not-
outside?
Correct. That was done by building department, Mike Ryder.
So
and
Mike
his
Ryder
staff.
went in and looked at the house? No.
And not inside, him and his staff went through all the houses, checked water and everything like that.
Physically in the home?
Correct. And we looked at also ones that had made sure that the pipes had been replaced. That was another thing we checked.
Okay, so that, it may be a house that looks nice, but has been stripped on the inside.
Point of information.
Let me see.
You know, a lot of these houses have been stripped on the
I know they
inside.
have.
Right.
Not to mention, we didn't want to take, I mean, with it being our first round too, we didn't want to overwhelm ourselves. So where's my personal? Let me see.
Oh, it's still on you, Ms. Priestley.
Oh, yeah, that was my question, was because without knowing the condition of the house and without Stacy's report, I'm hesitant to add any houses to the list because we don't know the condition. And I understand that from the exterior, it might look really good, but inside, these people are animals to get all that stuff out of that house that they can go in from the back door and nobody knows. Because I've seen it in my ward all over the place.
Put on Wi-Fi, because there's no Wi-Fi. I mean, what do you want me to do? Just
I know. Thank you. That's my time.
Not a problem.
I'll take my time.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Madam Chair, through you to, what's your name?
Stacy.
Stacy. Stacy, so you guys selected 123 properties.
Correct.
And you're saying that the 123 properties that we have here on this list, they did go inside these properties?
No.
Did they
were
have
not-
reports on these properties?
Yes, they had some of what they've been out there or not and looked at the external, they looked at external, see if, what they thought, because they're the experts in this.
Okay.
On the condition of the house, looking at the outside. And then we had a list of recommended ones, and those were the ones that we looked at.
Okay. And so
That's fine.
the one that the council person in the second ward, you do not have any information on that property?
Not in front of me, no.
Okay. Okay. Well, I will not be voting yes on this amended resolution. I'll wait until I can get some information on that property. Thank you.
All right, all right, anyone else in the first round? All right, so seeing there is no one else in the first round, I'll go ahead and take my time. All right, so what I heard you say was that you all did not go into every property. However, you received property reports to state the condition of the inside.
No, the condition of the exterior, and they thought that it was something that would need minimal work that we could sell.
Okay, so my other question is this. So you went to every single property on the list and you all made a determination if the house was feasible?
Yes,
When you went to every single property on the list?
yes. When the building did, yes.
Okay, because I see a few houses, one is on Winans that you all identified in this garbage. And so it's like when you all, and if my colleagues would take the liberty of looking up 3506 Ray Street, you will see that this is a fabulous looking property. Okay? And so since everyone did an outside assessment, I'm no one's building a safety person, but I did realize this house is totally secured on the outside, bars on the windows, all the way around the house. This is a very nice looking house. Now, it doesn't bother me if we leave it on the table. I know we go to the land bank and somebody would get them a great house on Ray Street. That's just what it is. However, for what I hear, it doesn't sound like that. It sounds like the crew missed some houses because it's a few. And I was just adding this because this house is absolutely gorgeous. And we will be doing a disservice not to pursue this house, not to have this on the list. So you already stated that you all went to every single house and evaluated every single house for quality on the outside. Kind of hard to believe the fact that Winans is on the list and this did not make it. However, it's fine. Whatever the other 7 people, whatever they say. But if everyone will go and take a look at the house at 3506 Ray Street, you will see that this is a great house. And we are saying that we're not going to go with it. Not that because it's a bad house, but because it looked like administration neglected to put this nice house on the list. And they decided to add the crappy house on Winans.
Request for information, point of information.
Go ahead.
Does the councilwoman in the second ward know that the house that she's referring to on Winans, there are other interested parties who will still purchase that property because they have a neighborhood idea of what they're going to do with it once it's demolished?
That's fine. I definitely understand.
Okay.
But I also understand that, again, we're missing out on the jewel. And so that looks like it requires minimum work. So, nevertheless, here we are and we are here. So I'll go ahead and just yield my time so we can just vote on it and move on. Oh, huh?
Second round?
I understand, yep. So we're going to go ahead and go to the second round.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to postpone this to the end of the resolution so that Stacy can go to her desk and find the report that lists this home and the condition it's in.
They have to go to the houses, though, don't they?
All right, so there's been a motion on the floor to move this to the end of the meeting. Yep, so we can get an accurate report, supported.
Into the resolutions.
Thanks.
Stacy, you can get that information,
Hold
right?
on. You said the end of the resolution?
Into the resolutions. So at the end of the resolutions that were.
Got it.
Right.
Got it. All right.
Madam Chair, what is also the address on Winans so I can look at that?
3506?
No, she said on Winans. Yeah, I don't have the one in Winans. It's on the selected list.
You have to vote on it.
Yeah, I believe it's the only Winans house on the list, so. All right, so there's been a motion made to move this to the end of the resolution section on the agenda, supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion?
No.
Just
All
so I-
right, perfect. So
Can
roll
I-
call, Madam Clerk.
I know there's two. I know.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no. That motion failed. And now we are back at the original resolution. And we are in the second round. All right. All right, anyone else picking the second round? All right, so no one in the second round, I'll go ahead and take my time. So it is unfortunate that my colleagues don't want to explore this amazing property, but kudos to the person that's able to purchase this from the land bank. They are definitely inheriting a jewel. Thank you. So roll call, Madam Clerk, for Resolution 240.
This is the amendment.
For the amendment, Resolution 240-571.1, the amendment.
We haven't made it a point one yet.
Request for information. Are we voting to change this to a .1? And if so,
No,
what is the .1?
Excuse me. I do apologize. I overstepped. So this is a motion to amend it. Okay, a motion to amend it. Resolution 240-571. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
The vote is 3 yes, 5 no.
The vote is 3 yes, 5 no, so that fails. And so now we're on to the regular resolution, and we are in the second round. So any speakers in second round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
through you to those at the lectern, what's the plan for maintenance of these properties in the interim between now and when they sell?
Well, like all of our land.
Yeah, I mean, there is not a plan. Just
I mean,
to be
because
direct. Yeah, there is not a plan.
At
Yeah,
this point, the liability falls on the city, right?
That is correct.
And we are in that time of year where we're gonna have snow and potentially ice on sidewalks. How does that play out?
We do not have a plan. You want us to get the program started, this is us getting the program started. We
Right.
don't have a plan for that.
No, I'm just trying
Yeah.
to think through,
Yeah.
you know.
But they're not being maintained now, so, I mean, I'm just saying, but in the future, I would love to say that we have funds that we can go out and shovel them. We've got, every property will be boarded up. I mean, but we don't have those funds because that's not been a program that the city has ever run. And the liability has always been on the land bank, but we are doing this now. So
Right.
We're trying to get it started.
That's why it's.
We're trying.
You know, because for the stuff that, as you just said, was the land bank's responsibility, we'll say. Otherwise, we're assuming that now.
Correct.
And all the liability that comes along with it. How is there what is viewed as realistic to have these off of our books? So we approve this tonight, let's say. What really is realistic as to, for all 123 of these, they are outside of the city of Flint's responsibility?
I honestly, we couldn't tell you because since this is the pilot year for it, we don't know how it's gonna go. I mean, in the perfect world, yes, it'd be all out of our hands by the beginning of summer.
Right.
I mean, that is our goal, and to get as many back on the roll as possible. But until we really study this and have data, we can't tell you.
Because, we
don't
said
know.
we said a good number of these were vacant lots.
Correct,
So,
which I think is the easiest to sell.
And hopefully, I'm just trying to think if come summer, not even summer, good spring, is it the expectation that the land bank would cut them? Because,
No.
I mean, we've been talking about blight earlier. Who's gonna,
We don't do anything with them now.
Well, I guess we don't do anything with our
I mean,
properties now.
unless Arnold knows them. You know,
Right.
Oh,
Arnold's
wow.
team probably knows them.
Clean and
Probably.
Green does.
I don't know. I mean,
probably
probably Arnold teams.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, clean and
probably.
green, got it.
Yeah, if they already mow our city property and we just add more to it, we're gonna have to mow it.
All right, I believe that is.
Madam Chair.
Second round. Go ahead, Ms. Byrne.
Thank you. So, question. The $55 billion company that's going to be coming here, and we're going to be needing housing. Is Flint thinking ahead? Okay.
I mean,
Okay, Stacy already kind of.
I mean.
Yeah,
what do
yeah,
you
we're
want me to do?
trying to think ahead, but, we don't know if this will play part into it, but we are trying to.
Because we
Emily
will
and I
end up
have
with a
been
housing
brainstorming.
shortage.
I mean, yeah, most of the housing the housing policy that we've been working on is around updating our zoning ordinance and making it easier to get a building permit for new construction. So we've been really focused on that to help with infill development in our neighborhoods.
I think this is good.
So,
So
yeah.
how many, it's 10,000 jobs that in Mundy Township. How many are we expected that we will need housing in Flint?
So the discussions we've had is that if that mega site deal in Mundy Township was to go through, there would be dollars that actually MISTA would be giving us to actually do some of this rehab work. Because they're not going to approve that kind of economic development incentive without having housing. But because that deal hasn't been approved yet, we don't have certainty about dollars that we would be able to tap for rehab. Yeah.
Okay, and so, I mean, and it's a good forethought. Okay, that's all, and did you get were you able to send my stuff?
Madam Chair.
to the clerk.
Go
Emily.
ahead, Ms. Mashat.
I haven't found it yet, I'm sorry. I was.
Ms. Mashat?
Here, I'm sorry.
Would it
Oh,
look
yeah.
at you?
Are we done now?
So I did just share the property disposition.
Councilman Burns?
Oh, I'm done.
Okay.
Different resolution. I just haven't found it.
No, I was just gonna say, going in line with what my colleague is saying in the 6th Ward, about the fact that we do have to make sure, since we have development coming, and no doubt people will want to work closer to home, that this, and Emily, I will publicly say that them hiring you was absolutely a good move for the city. Absolute good move for the city, because there have been, not just this, but there have been a couple of other things that you have been very forward thinking on. And so I do appreciate you, and I appreciate Stacy on what you're doing with this. And I know that this is something that a couple of my colleagues who have been on council before me have said that this is something that they've been asking for. And so to have two people who are here now, it's almost like it's perfect timing, right? Of you two are here now, we have this development that's happening, and more people will want to move or be in our city or stay in our city and upgrade their living situations. So this is great. I am in full support of this. I've been saying we needed this. When we got the acquisition person, I thought that was an amazing thing for us to do. So I will be supporting this tonight. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
When would we actually, I know we're probably not going to get the keys, but when would we get the keys?
I mean,
They'll be deeded by the end of the year.
yeah,
So,
so January 2nd, hopefully.
so Emily, do we have BSI staff to go in and secure these?
We're gonna have to. I mean, if
Because
this, yeah.
I'm worried about a broken pipe, water running, like have the water, like, can we get with the water department to prioritize to make sure we turn these off?
I like it.
Yeah,
I
I'll
like
get with
it.
Amanda.
I mean, because
like
if we
it.
get a broken pipe and we have a good house, then you might as well not even have a good house no more.
Mhm.
So as soon as we get access, I think we should turn off the water and winterize these as much as possible. If you have the staff, Emily, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, and we can coordinate with Arnold for boarding windows as well. Yeah.
Okay. I don't think it's any secret on how I feel about the land bank, so I'm excited for this. So,
No.
I know, right? Shocker. So, with that being said, I hope that whatever plan we develop to sell these, there isn't any questionable sales. It's like clean across the board. So I'm really looking forward to this. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the second round? All right, seeing no one else, I'll go ahead and take my time. So this is definitely 3 years overdue. We had the late Councilman Mays. He was an advocate of saving the houses and not turning them over. And so this has been a project in the work for 3 years. Thank you all for pursuing this. Next time, let's not miss any jewels again, because clearly they won't vote for it because I asked for it. But we want to make sure that we maintain the great properties in the city, and we do something good. You know, I know one of my visions was to make sure that we took care of our public safety officers, you know, police and fire, so we can encourage them to move back into the city, create a program like the NACA program, have the Hometown Heroes program. So I think that would definitely be a great move for some of these homes that we are retaining. So I am, again, I commend your office, your staff, your drive, and the fact that you still work for the city of Flint. All right, so thank you all. So with that being said, we're gonna go ahead and call for the vote. To vote to pass resolution 240571. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That resolution passes. So now we move on to Resolution 240574, the grant acceptance for the County Parks and Recreation Commission. What's the pleasure of the body?
Move to approve.
All right, it has been moved to approve by Councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Any support? Supported by the Councilman in the 1st Ward. Any discussion? Any discussion in the second round?
Hold on, which one is she on?
Okay, so since there's no discussion and it was separated.
Just a second, ma'am.
You said just a minute?
Just a minute. People are looking for the number.
Yeah.
572 is, 572 is the settlement.
574 on page
Oh,
7.
We missed 572.
Did we separate 572?
It was already
I'm
adopted.
sorry. Sorry.
Correct.
I've
So-
got it in I've
all
got
right.
another list.
Not a problem. So we are on anyone in the second round for 240574?
Madam Chair?
Go ahead,
Move
Ms.
to
Priestley.
support.
Huh?
Oh, sorry, never mind, forget me.
Because she went by the first one already.
All
She
right,
just
so
kinda
since there's no
separated.
discussion, we'll go ahead and go straight to the vote. So, Madam Clerk, excuse me.
Somebody that I don't know who it is.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That resolution passes. So now we're on to the appointments. What's the pleasure of the body for appointment 240522?
Are any of them here?
So a motion to pass, to approve. Councilwoman in the 7th Ward, any support? Supported by the Councilman in the 1st Ward. Any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
is that person here tonight?
This is a 574, right? The Parks Partnership?
Nope, we're past
522.
that.
We're on appointments.
Oh, great, thanks. Okay, cool.
Just too eager, Emily.
Is there someone back there that can speak? Because I know that this board needs members.
Yep.
All right, thank you. So are there any people here? Yeah, please do. Yeah, we can go ahead and start over. So anyone here that can speak to the appointments?
No, he left.
He left.
Clyde's back there.
Is there, I know this
No,
board,
Clyde left.
Somebody has to be back there because this board.
Who am I seeing back there?
you're not seeing Clyde.
He's back there.
Where?
Where?
He's hiding, see him?
Mr. Edwards?
Oh.
All right, so thank you, Councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Not a problem.
Mr. Edwards, are any of the people that are on here for this Housing Commission, are they here this evening? I know what we have been, well, some of my colleagues, if the person isn't here, that they have not been approving. They have not been approving. And so if we don't have any of them here, how dire why aren't they here? Did they know that we would be having a meeting today?
Everybody that was put up for an appointment is aware of the situation.
Okay, and so out of is it 4 people? 3 people for the Housing Commission and 1 for Board of Review, and nobody is here. For me it is when they didn't approve mine. I had a whole, retired, we had a whole, yeah. So how many is on this board?
I'm not sure of the number, but I know it is currently not functioning.
They've been in the news.
That is the issue, is that it is in dire need here. So these are, it would be an understatement to say that it's urgent, because there has been some serious problems such that the federal government has gotten.
Oh, I know.
Yes.
I know. Matter of
Yes.
fact, I think one of them is trying to use one of my attorneys. And so here's the thing: who appoints to this board?
These are appointments
By the mayor?
by the mayor. Yes, ma'am.
And see, this is where the mayor shouldn't call us terrorists, because he wants us to help fix the problem tonight of him not having enough people, which is required by the charter. Why is the NAB board not taking him to court? And, he wants us to fix his problem, but he did a whole thing with calling us terrorists, obstructionists, and I've seen the problem. That housing, and people have been emailing us that people was getting funds sent to their home address and their names was on it. How many people were let go of the housing commission?
I don't have that information.
Well, I believe it was over half of them, wasn't it?
I couldn't.
Well, the news does, and so, well, some of the news, let me say that. So this is, again, as I say, he wants us to fix this problem. None of the people are here. Some of my colleagues, I had a whole retired, works in the community, serves on another board in Mott Park, and she's a retired, what do you call them? Give you your prescriptions.
Pharmacist.
Pharmacist, thank you. And they didn't want to, and so here's my thing. They want us to do favors, and including the mayor. And I know it ain't even you, and I know it ain't you. I know it ain't. But when he wants us to do favors, he got it. The respect goes both ways. It goes both ways. And now it's imperative that we fix this big mistake. How long has this board been without members? Enough members? Because it was back in the, late summer? They started bailing and it was on the news and people?
The best I know, it is really about the last several months within the context of this year. It could have been longer, but...
Does Councilman Leon L. Alameen still, I believe you still serve on that board? Or
No.
do you, Madam Chair, to Councilman Alameen, do you still serve on that board?
No, I don't.
Well, they
But-
really short. Are they taking his replacement off? I ain't, now some of these folks out here, they just because he know them. If we set a standard that we should normally have people here, and then we're breaking it because they have a dire need for the board, is it anything imperative that has to be passed by this board right away? Because that's not the only board that don't have a quorum. Or we never, with the civil rights, one of them, we don't even have all the boards functioning. I believe, am I correct?
There are others that don't function, that's correct.
Right. And so it's something imperative that he has to have, that we can't wait to have these people here.
I think that the only appeal I would make would be regarding the fact that in terms of the significance of that body operating for the residents that are in those facilities that are affected by that board.
Is Miss Geraldine still there?
I've heard the name, I don't know her status.
Madam
All right. Mr. Pfeiffer.
So, I don't know what the mayor says. I didn't watch anything that he said or anything like that. So I'm making my decision solely on what I have done in the past, and I will not be supporting this because it does not have a resume attached. And I do not, as much issues as this board has been in the news and everything else, I am not going to sit here from my seat and just okay a name on a piece of paper without knowing something about them. And with them not being here and is one issue, but not even having a resume attached, I'm a no at this time. So,
I didn't get that by my little time.
that's all I got.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'm definitely in agreement with what my colleagues are saying in regards to having resumes and setting a standard for individuals to come here. I would like to ask my colleagues, though, to at least consider this residential commissioner who actually stays in the housing, for the simple fact they haven't been able to have quorum since things have been, individuals have, myself being elected and no longer can be over there, and they are on the verge of getting a lot of attention from HUD and the feds because they can't have quorum, and that's really affecting a lot of our residents and all the housing. So I definitely understand having a resume, having individuals come here is very important, and we should keep that standard. But I would like to ask my colleagues to at least consider the residential appointment, the individual who actually stays in the apartment, because it took a long time.
What's the name?
What is your request?
Through you, Madam Chair, what is the name of the person who stays?
His name is Marsus Hussein.
Yeah. No resume.
And that way they at least can have a quorum, and then I'm quite sure Ms. Redmond, I can reach out to Ms. Redmond and they can have them individuals be here next time with resumes and so forth. But they are in real trouble not having a quorum for quite some time, which is going to ultimately bring the feds or someone in here to take it
Request for
over.
information.
What is your request?
Two things. What is the number required for a quorum, and how many members do they have on the board right now?
So they currently have 2, you at least got to have 3.
Thank you.
Request for information.
What is your request?
How often do they meet, and when is the next meeting?
Actually, they have a meeting tomorrow. I just got a text. They have a meeting tomorrow at 5.
And they meet how often?
They meet twice a month.
Twice a month?
Yeah, they have a regular meeting, then they have like committee meetings.
Thank you.
Request for information.
Go ahead.
Are you aware that one of them does have a resume, and I would definitely look into that one, but I won't.
The only reason I said the residential one, because that's been a hard one to get someone, because they had some changes. Like Flint Houses don't own all the properties that they used to own. They own maybe like 5 now, and then there's a new management in, so it's been very hard for them to get a residential one, and that's why I made the request, and hopefully my colleagues can see the benefit of that, so they at least can get that.
So, request for information.
Go ahead.
So, if we maybe approve the one with the resume, we don't necessarily need to kill this one. They can get a resume for the next meeting. Is that a?
That's yeah, we could do that potentially. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. That's all I have.
All right.
Madam Chair.
Go
Sorry. All right. I'd like to make a motion to send this to Government Ops.
All right, there's been a motion to send Resolution 240-522 to Government Ops, supported by the Councilwoman in the 7th Ward. All right, roll call, Madam Clerk.
That's the motion I did. Well, yeah, but we'll get there. They've all been separated.
All right, roll call, Madam Clerk. And this is to send Resolution 240-522 to the Government Ops Committee. Sure. We're looking to send Resolution 240-522 to the Government Operations Committee. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mushat?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Appointment 240-522 has now been sent to Government Operations Committee. Now we move on to Resolution 240-523.
I'd like to make a motion to send to Government Ops.
Yep.
All right, been a motion to send that
Support.
appointment to Government Ops, supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Just for clarification, are you talking about today's government ops? Or the January 8th?
For government ops in January.
Even if you send it to today, if we get to it, if we don't get to it, it'll still sit there. If we do get to it, we'll leave it.
Okay.
Next year.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Appointment 240523 have been sent to the Government Operations Committee.
Madam
All
Chair,
right, so
motion to
moving
approve
on.
240575.
Support.
So, resolution 240575, and it has been, I heard a lot of
Motion to
support.
approve.
Support.
Councilman Pfeiffer.
Yeah, let's go ahead and slow down so I can understand what's being said. So we are on
Same.
resolution 240575. The motion has been made by Councilman Pfeiffer, supported by the Councilwoman of the 7th Ward.
Correct.
Thank you. So any discussion? All right, discussion second round. All right, so we want to go ahead and move for approval, 240575. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yep.
Excuse me, Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? What-
You can't go home. Madam Chair, I spoke out of turn again.
Okay. We'll go over. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? The vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. So that appointment is approved. Now move on to appointment 240576. Pleasure of the body.
Madam Chair,
Go
make
ahead,
a
Ms.
motion
Priestley.
to approve 240576.
All right, motion to approve 240576, and supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Now, whose appointment is this? Is this the mayor's appointment, or is this one of the council members' appointment for the Board of Review?
Council member appointment is for the 2nd Ward for the Board of Review, so they can make, yeah.
Okay. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, so, seeing there's no one else in the 1st round, anyone else in the 2nd round? All right, no, in the 2nd round, I'll go ahead and take my time. Is Stacy still here, or did she leave? She left? Oh, okay. And so, anyone can speak to the Board of Review and this appointment? Mr. Edwards, can you speak to the board? No? Okay, not a problem. All right, so, yeah, so I received an email from Stacy stating that, that my appointment was up in December and how they needed to fill it so they can get the proper training, so they can get started with the Board of Review process. And keep in mind that, that this board is essential because they go over taxes. And so Brenda Anderson, she submitted the resume, as you all will see. It's attached to the packet.
Request for information.
Well, go ahead.
Is she here tonight?
No, she's not.
Okay, thank you.
Not a problem.
Request for information.
Go ahead.
Stacy should be coming back though, because oh, never mind, that was voted down. Do you need this? Does this appointment need to happen to make quorum? And the reason that is important to note is because, as you stated, it's time for them to start assessing for the property taxes.
Absolutely.
And so this appointment is needed for residents to get relief on their property taxes. I think that we need to seriously consider passing this, because residents would be affected if they're not able to make quorum. And I know that Stacy was saying that at least 100 residents under the old program apply every year. And so now that more residents know about the HOPE initiative, I believe they've gotten more applications for that. And so I just want to make sure that the residents are able to get that important property tax relief that they need.
Okay, thank you. So absolutely. So that's what she stated in the email. And so I just want to make sure that I am helping the Board of Review be in compliance via the second ward. And so I understand that I hear Councilwoman Burns ask, was Ms. Anderson here today? And Ms. Anderson, she was not able to make it today. However, I also want to be mindful that Ms. Sharon Reeves was not here. So got it. So with that being said, let's go ahead and call for the vote. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Are we in our second round? Because she didn't approve
Ms.
mine
Lewis?
without the person being
Yes.
as a board of review. For Patty.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? The vote is 6 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 2 no. That resolution passes. So it looks like we are at the, hold on.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
I was just forwarded a resume for Mr. Marsu Hussey. I'm not sure if you want to reconsider, but you did just receive a resume for Mr. Hussey.
Okay, thank you. And so the chair would definitely like to entertain a motion for consideration for Marshall Hussey, since every colleague has received the resume within their inbox, and keeping in mind the importance of making quorum for this specific board.
Request for information, Madam Chair.
Go ahead,
So
Ms.
so we would have to go back to the Housing Commission. I'm sorry, so we sent his to, was it Governmental Ops? Or where did we send it to?
Government Ops.
We sent it to Government Ops. And so we have got to, this is for the Board of Review. If we review.
No, it's for the Housing
Commission. Well, we in Board of Review now. We just did yours, right? Yeah, we did.
Oh, okay, go ahead, because I know that we're past that, and we're on to.
We also passed the Housing Commission.
We would reconsider.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then I would like to have, maybe I can do a reconsideration for my Board of Review person that you turned down. Karen Key. She was a pharmacist.
Okay, so going back to what we were doing, so we're looking to reconsider
Yes.
the Marsu Hussey. So Madam
Oh, no,
Clerk.
I'm not saying yes for that, no.
Madam Clerk.
Yes, ma'am.
So keeping in mind that we just sent Marsu Hussey's resume to Government Ops, what's the process to extract that from Government Ops and put it on, and bring it back to this meeting?
Let me see who voted. 22. Any one of you can make a motion to reconsider. Everyone voted in the affirmative.
So you said we can just make a motion to reconsider?
Yes.
Okay, and I also noticed that we have a bio for Mr. Treadell Kennedy as well in our emails. Okay, so the chair will entertain a motion to reconsider the appointments.
So moved.
All right, any support? All right, and so we're looking to reconsider appointments 240522 and 240523. All right. And so I would like for council to briefly stand at like a 5-minute ease so we have an opportunity to take a look at the credentials. I'll say 3 minutes. I'll cut it 3 minutes. Okay, that is fine. So we'll go ahead and I guess since we're reconsidering it, we will move forward resumes and bios that we have not read. So Madam
And
Clerk,
point
do
of
we,
order.
what is your point?
Or request for information.
What's your request?
Didn't we already send these to governmental operations?
Absolutely, and we just we're reconsidering them. We voted to reconsider.
Well, I will not be voting.
Well, that's
on
fine.
this.
We haven't got to that part yet.
Y'all just doing whatever you.
Oh,
Legal to reconsider.
okay, thank you. Ms. Winfrey Carter, we just asked the clerk, was this the process? And she said that it was. Senior council person.
Yeah, I am the senior.
Right. All right. So first round for reconsider. Ms. Winfrey Carter. So do we have any discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair, is this for your Marus?
It's for
Yeah, we're gonna take a break.
I didn't hear you.
So this is for the reconsideration for the one that we just got?
So, as the chair stated before, we just received 2. And so it is the Marshall Hussey resume, and we also received the Tredale Kennedy bio. And so that's why I was asking the council to stand at ease for a brief, 3 minutes, so we could take a look to see how we wanted to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so any other discussion in the first round for reconsideration? Or in the second round? All right, so we're about to vote to reconsider resolution appointments 240522 and 240523. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jarrett? No. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no. So reconsideration for the 2 essential appointments failed. All right, so moving on to the consideration of applicants for the 3rd ward. So right now, Madam Clerk, it looks like we are on, we'll be picking up from what round?
That's going to be for the 3rd ward consideration, round 132 is where we will start.
All right, so.
I
there
just
you go,
need
Madam Clerk.
just a couple minutes.
That's right, she wanna do the citywide.
Okay. So for the 3rd ward, applicant consideration. We will pick up where we left off last meeting. Again, that's going to be round 132. And the next choice would go to, we'll be starting with Ms. Mashat. And again, you'll just state the last name of the person that you would like to appoint to the 3rd ward. So, Ms. Mashat?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
That's 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 1 vote for Mr. Dumas, 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 133. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Nelson.
It's 1 vote for Mr. Dumas, 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson. Round 134. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley.
Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat.
Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Dumas.
3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 3 for Mr. Nelson, 1 for Mr. Dumas. Round 135. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis is absent. Ms. Priestley.
Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Burns.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat.
Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett. 3 for Mr. Nelson, 3 for Ms. Biggs Levy, 1 for Mr. Dumas. Round 136. Ms. Lewis is absent. Ms. Priestley.
Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat.
Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. 3 for Mr. Nelson, 3 for Ms. Biggs Levy, 1 for Mr. Dumas.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, ma'am.
I do want to make an appeal to my colleagues really quickly. During our regular city council meeting, there is, wait, is that city council? No, that's government ops, I'm sorry. And I know we're a ways away from our government ops meeting, but there are people here from one of the organizations to speak to their resolution in government ops, and I'm just wondering if there's a way that we can, because I'm fine with us sitting here and going through round after round after round, but they would have to sit here through this meeting, council meeting, finance, and then we would get to government ops, and they're here now, and they've been here since about 5, and it's 10:27. Is there any way that we can maybe recess this, go into government ops, let them speak, and then come back to this? It's just a thought, because they are here and it's 10:27. Like I said, we can come back to this. I just want to be respectful of them and their time.
It's pushing it.
I'd like to make a motion that we recess this special council meeting and go into governmental operations to give them an opportunity to speak to their resolution.
Support.
Okay, so that's to recess the special meeting to go just to start government ops with the resolution, the one resolution, and then go back to the council agenda.
Madam Clerk, I'm gonna make a motion to adjourn.
Support.
I'm just figuring out how we get to government ops from there, though, because we got meetings in front
Well,
of
it's
us.
up to the,
I'll just go into government ops. Come on, it's fine. If everybody's okay with that.
Well, are we adjourning?
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna
We're
adjourn.
gonna
They-
adjourn.
Yeah, and then we
Yeah.
gotta go into committee meetings
We can,
anyway, so
we can
do
reorganize and do
government-
government ops first.
Okay, we can do government ops first, that's fine.
Okay, on the motion to adjourn, that's going to start with Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
No.
Ms. Mashat,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis is absent. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no, so this meeting is adjourned.
5 yes, 2 no.
I'm sorry, 5 yes, 2 no. So this special city council meeting is adjourned. Give me 2 minutes, and then we'll go into government ops.
They have to give out, put speaker slips out.
Oh, okay. All right, 5 minutes,
sorry.
and we'll start government ops.
The speaker slips for government ops have been out.
Oh, they were
since-
already out? Okay, that's fine. All right, so then we'll just start in 2 minutes. Thank you.
I sent that email. No.
So if anybody has to like stretch, go to the restroom, whatever,
Do now.
we have 2 minutes to do that?
What is it on Candace?
Government ops. Madam Clerk, because they need a little bit more time to stretch and go to the restroom, so I am gonna need 3 more minutes.
Marijuana. They should have brought samples.
I drive by that gauge on Center Road and I can smell it for a mile.
You
on
can
either
really
end.
smell that. That gate. You can.
Okay, Jonathan back and then we good. Where'd Jerry go?
I'm about ready to go get my coat. Okay, I haven't got this organized yet. Yeah.
It's 240547, and then move to the top.
Okay.
That's them.
Okay.
Yep, 240457. I just need to move to the top.
Okay, you need me to make that motion?
Yes.
240. Why am I not seeing it? What, wait a minute, what? I'm looking at Government Ops on the 6th of November. I've got the wrong date open, sorry. That's why I couldn't find what I was looking for before. Okay, all right, I'm in the right file now. You're a little late. You should have done that before. What? After public speaking? Before? Yeah, that's what I figured you wanted. Okay.
The time is now 10:40 p.m. on Monday, December 16th. I call this Governmental Operations Committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? You have 6 members present.
There are 6 members present. Moving on to requests for agenda changes
Madam
and/or
Chair.
additions. Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
I'd like to move 240547 to in front of public speaking.
You want to move it 240547, which is the approval for Group F Special Regulated Use Class C Grow License for Evergrow LLC located at 3420 St. John Street before public comment. Are there any more changes or additions?
Ordered without objection.
Madam,
Yes, I'll order without objections. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I object. I object.
What's your objection? Is this a serious objection right now? Oh, he's being serious. There was an objection.
Okay, so I have to vote. And I do have a resolution that needs to be an add-on, but I have to go print it in my office because I can't print upstairs. It's gonna be a resolution appointing Daryl Fair II to the Gloria Coles Flint Public Library District Board. So there's another appointment to the library board, but I have to go print it during public speaking.
He objected, so we need to put it somewhere else. Oh, we just have to vote on it?
I moved it and Dennis objected.
Well, we're gonna vote on it. So 2404547, we're trying to move that before public comment.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'll just move it before consent agenda. If that's without objection.
I'll order that without objection. There is no objection. Are there any more changes to the agenda? Seeing as how there are no more changes or additions to the agenda, it is now time for public comment. First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The first speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Good evening, Council. I'm R.L. Mitchell, and I'm going to speak on Chief Riggins and congratulate him for coming out of retirement. When he was 65 years old, he had retired, and he come back and worked 3 years. If it wasn't for him, people would have been messed up in Flint, even the police department, because Wiggins went out of his way to refill them fire things, even going to another county, and they said that stuff is outdated, sir. But Wiggins just took their advice and went on with the flow and kept Flint afloat, even though people better follow his lead because, and he even kept the popo from messing up. They already messed up. He kept the popo, Ed Taylor, from grabbing Poppycock by the neck. Even Ed Taylor using all kind of language, and the president wouldn't even want to check him. Eveline over there, Lewis, Madam Lewis. She's the one that, in Ward 1, went up, what you gonna do? Well, you see my work? And Ed Taylor just got up there and just tried to grab Poppycock, and nobody could. I think y'all was wishing the fireman wouldn't even get in the way, but the guy didn't have to do that stuff because if it wasn't for him, I already said that before. But anyway, and the man, Miss Byrne almost got him upset, like y'all got Murphy upset. Y'all get a black guy upset, and you know good and well you can't hold a black guy back, been trying to mess him up. And you know that. And another thing, it's senior citizens, and closing the senior citizen place down, we old folks gotta have a place to stay. Now look, you ran Ward 5th out of the seat, the only senior citizen on the, and people, now Gloria is finna go to the library to get a woman of color, and y'all but she ain't no, and Davina going back to why she, Rosalind, you do Jasmine, you just, but as long as Jasmine here, the Flint still staying afloat into this new year, January, and other women selling the houses for the land banks come back and getting them and scripting them and you're doing stuff all. And Ward 2 couldn't even sell that house she wanted to sell because y'all checked it. Good thing you checked it because she trying already done bought property and it still ain't looking up. But, and here comes Miss Fields coming back, Priestley, with the woman with the money bag. That's why her and Miss Fields over on the floor, on the east side up. Okay.
Next
Thank you,
public
America.
speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Chester Coburn.
It's gone.
Audience, please refrain from speaking out. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Arthur Woodson.
Man, y'all speaking out, I was just telling the dude to love. I'm glad you put public speaking first because maybe somebody wanted to speak about the resolution. Some ignorant people up here, man. You, Liddell, you need to file a complaint. You one of the biggest liars, man. I've never seen a moose lie as much as you do. I mean, I'm serious, man. First you say I'm stalking you, and now you say I didn't threaten you. God dog, man, you just lie just to lie. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, file a complaint. That's what you do. File a complaint. That's what you do. You ignorant for real, man. Hey, don't that medical debt relief. Don't vote on that, man. I hate that I didn't see it on the resolutions. I was just down in Lansing last week, and they have a bill, Senate Bill 1179, and it's dealing with the 340B program. The hospitals and the pharmacies made $56 billion last year. $56 billion. And only 2% of that money that supposedly went to the underserved, the poverty and all this, only 2% of $56 billion went to the people. And then you get ready to turn around and give them more money. All they doing is sitting over there pocketing money and not bringing it out to the community. We asked McLaren to send us a doctor out. We had free Cologuard kits for cancer. Cancer is running rapid. You heard my man come up here and speak about his wife, his brother, all of them multiple myeloma. And y'all sitting up here, the four, not concerned about the health of the community, but trying to help Mayor Sheldon Nickelbag Neely hurry up and get this money out there. And the moose, she just running wild without a saddle. For real. I mean, it's upsetting. I got some moose munch at home too. I've got to bring it in. You know, it's really upsetting. They closing down the bridge to connect across 475 after they had uprooted all the black people from their area in St. John. I'm with the dispensaries and all that. I'm with that. But dang, man, how you gonna uproot a community that was thriving, and now you bringing in, instead of bringing in housing and trying to rebuild that community, you want to cut off bridges and connect it now and all this other stuff after you done uprooted the African Americans from that community. We do things backwards, man, and Flint isn't thriving. The mayor just helping the people that support him and kiss his ass. Thank you.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Pastor Adam Morris.
I only have about 3 minutes, so I'll get started. When I first come, it was nothing personal. This time as I come, I learned my wife, I don't know nothing about this thing. You guys got this thing so corrupt, I don't know where it goes and where it ends at. So as a pastor, I just say I don't personally pick you out, but I know things that you do on social media. I know the platform because my wife goes there, amen? But I don't do the platform thing. But there's people watching you and everything that you do. So as I can come forth to the city council and I can actually give you iron sharpens iron, I'm gonna go with the word of God, okay? Because that's all I know. That's all I trained myself to do. But I want you to know that somebody's watching you when you go back and forth. So when it comes to personal things, drop it at the door. This is city business. This is not personal, point your finger, hit at me thing. This is a city council. It's not, I'm going to pick on Judy Priestley, okay? Just for 1 minute. It's not Judy Priestley's council because I like Judy. Judy's a nice woman, but I just know that people from out here done cause her to go somewhat sideways, or somebody's caused each one of you. Pick and choose. I'm just using Judy because she can be used. Amen. But listen, I want you guys to know that I've tried at 1657 Maple Avenue to get into the ARPA funds. All right? I did. I went through 4 applications, and then whenever they asked me who I was, they didn't know who Lighthouse Spirit of God Church was. I've been through it with 3 years, and she saw me all the way. Did you not, Miss Tanya? But then I realized, even after my 3rd year of trying to get some of those ARPA funds, that you got something, Miss Liddell, and one of the other councils got some of the ARPA fund money. But while these people that got you in this seat is doing without, then I see the big city people coming in and getting their bite on it. But still yet, every time I walk in here, it went from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. You're trying to shut up their mouths. This is taxpayers that's got you in your seat. You're trying to close their mouth. Even Miss Candace even tries to stop us tonight by changing the rules. She took and changed and tried to put, no offense to these guys. These guys are respectable men. I'm pretty sure they are. But I'm telling you, it's when you decide to make changes for a city that's you're supposed to be backing, but you're just tearing down little by little. And we see this. We see this continuously. And guess what? You can only stop them for a certain point. And I'm telling you, that line's drawn very, very, very thin. They're going to come, and they're going to come by the thousands in here. There's 40,000 people left in Flint, Michigan. They're going to come.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Last speaker is Alonzo Price.
Seeing as how that is the last public speaker, it is now time for council response. Is there anyone else? Is there any council member who wishes to respond to the public? Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. And so I just want to address what was being said by 2 people. One is Arthur Woodson. It's unfortunate that I know you want to be addressed, so here you go. You threatened, I'll beat your ass, I'll beat your ass. And more than me heard it. It was that day that everyone kept playing that video recording. Remember when Mr. Pfeiffer did this to me? And then you were sitting there, and then you were talking about Candace and also stating that. So you are absolutely right. What am I waiting on? I need to file a police report against you. So you're right. So I definitely will move to do that again. So, because no one needs to be harassed. So anyway, so moving forward, and as we laugh and think it's funny, I will protect myself at all costs. So let's make sure that you keep that negative rhetoric where you are. It is against the city law for you to threaten as well as harass an elected official. So please move accordingly. And that, would you tell me I better watch myself? Those statements are harassment. I don't care about you calling me a moose. That's fine. But I do appreciate, clearly I continue to get your attention. That's fine. And so going to the gentleman who stated that I received money, I didn't receive any money. Now what happened was the Cyrus Park Neighborhood Association, they applied for ARPA funding, so they received money to improve the Cyrus Park area. And this is a snippet of a statement from Mr. Tom Wyatt, who came to the meeting and stated on the record, "Hi, I run the nonprofit who is acting as fiduciary for these funds. While Liddell did incorporate the South Park Neighborhood Association, she has handed off the leadership and control of the group to another resident. I can tell you that she does not personally or financially benefiting from these grants." So when we have individuals come to the lectern and speak on what's going on in my house, that I'm stealing money because I'm getting home improvements to better the city and my residents, is very unfortunate. Hopefully that informs you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Seeing as how there's no one else who wishes to speak during council response, I just want to clear up some misinformation that the pastor got up here and gave, as though everyone wasn't sitting in the meeting. I didn't change any rules, Pastor. As you can see, we agreed as a body. So if the rules were changed by one, they were changed by all. Now that we're done with that, we can move on to Resolution 240547. And that is a resolution to approve Group F Special Regulated Use Class C Grow License for Evergrow LLC located at 3420 St. John Street. Councilwoman Priestley.
Motion to send to council.
There is a motion to send this to council. Is there support? Moved and properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the fourth ward, you have the floor.
Through you to the,
I believe that there is someone who can speak to this resolution. If you will join us at the lectern.
first I want to preface this by saying that I live over by Gage, and there's a grow facility in the back of that, and I can smell it for a mile either side of it. You have no residences around that area where you're going to be growing, correct?
Correct.
So what kind of ventilation system are you putting in so that people who drive by don't have to smell it?
So first of all, good evening. My name is Franco Salaku. I am the managing partner of Evergrow, and I appreciate your time tonight. Every room that has actively growing cannabis or stored cannabis has an exhaust system ventilating to the outside, but every system installed has a carbon filter, which are changed regularly, which help mitigate the smell that is released into the air outside of the building. Now, granted, it'll never be 100%, but like you mentioned, considering there's no residences around, it should barely be noticeable as you're driving by.
Because that's my biggest thing. I've never smoked any kind. And it took me a long time to figure out exactly where it was coming from. And I can sometimes smell it at my home. You know, if my neighbors are smoking it, I expect it, but there was nobody around. When I finally clicked in it, there was nobody around. So that's very important to me, and I think that's something that we're going to, I spoke to our cannabis coordinator, and I believe that a ventilation system will be in a future ordinance, but right now it's important that respect for the neighbors, which you have none, except for, because you're totally an industrial area,
Correct,
right?
yes.
Okay, thank you, that was my question.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the first ward, you have the floor.
So my question is, as we asked several other medical marijuana dispensaries, what would be the community benefit from you coming into the community? How many jobs would this create for local Flint people, and in particular minorities, particular black, from these areas where most of these dispensaries is coming, is very important. If you can speak to that, please.
Understood. First off, a quick correction. This is a grow facility. It's not a dispensary. So it's the industrial side of the cannabis business, not the retail. The community benefit aspect was always in our mind when we first came to the building, to the city, excuse me. We actually approached the city to purchase a blighted building. And that was by design. We always had the intention of, if we're coming into a city to do business, we might as well give back to that city. And we started off on that foot by purchasing a already condemned and blighted building. And that is the goal and the intention moving forward, to keep on helping with the blight. The short-term goal is to the northwest corner of our property. There's another lot which is a typical dumping ground for various people. And it came to my attention because police officers were actually showing up there quite frequently. And one day I asked them why the constant monitoring of the area, and they let me know that it was a dumping ground. So in the short term, that is what I'd like to focus on, getting that area cleaned up and also installing a few cameras that have AI powers where they can track license plates and stuff like that, where we could pass along that information to the police department as a way to disincentivize people from using that area as a dumping ground.
So once it's established, how many jobs will it create?
The management team is already in place. This is a highly specialized industry, so the 2 GM positions are already filled. That was part of the initial idea, but I am expecting somewhere between 10 and 15, 10 full-time jobs, and estimating another 5 part-time jobs that we will need once this facility is up and running. And it is our intention to hire entirely local for those positions.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward and then Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
He may be answering my questions.
My question, Mr. Menifee. So, last time you were before us, I requested additional information. So we're the checks and balances for the Planning Commission. We should get everything that they get so that we can make an informed decision. We don't have anything.
So I sent the minutes from the planning commission.
So we don't have anything. We don't have what their plan was. We don't have the minutes for the planning commission. We have zero information on this.
Well, I sent it up. I'm not sure why you didn't get it.
It's here.
What's here? There's nothing. I don't have anything.
It's in the, I saw it, I just saw it. Just a second, let me find it. Oh, maybe that was the vacation of Robert's.
Yeah, it is.
Sorry.
I just, this to me is no different than getting a name and wanting us to appoint somebody with no resume. There's no information here. So I'm not saying no, but I'm saying no tonight for my vote, because we are checks and balances, and I'm not going to be a rubber stamp on anything. I want to know all the details of, to my colleague in the first words, like, was it any discussion on a benefits agreement? How many people, I understand you're saying it's your intent to hire local, but is there a plan to prioritize local? So all of those things I would like answers to after I review what the current plan is. And right now, we don't have anything but a name on a piece of paper. So I will be a no on this and postpone it to another date until we can get that stuff. But at some point, we have to be given the tools to be able to make informed decisions. And a name on a piece of paper, to me, I'm not willing to step out on a limb and vouch for someone and without any plans or any details of backup of why I voted the way I did. So right now, I'm a no tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman in the 6th Ward. You have the floor.
Thank you. It's the marijuana business. What, is this the old St. John Center?
It is. It's the old Flint Police Training Academy.
Right. It
Yes.
used to be the roller skating rink, and so there's a lot of history. I do not see, and we got a lot of packets. It's a whole forest over here. So what will the facility exactly be? You said it's not going to be, will it be a grow facility, or?
It is a grow facility only. It is not a retail location,
Okay.
dispensary.
So no retail?
Correct. If I say yes, that means the business is going great. There's a lot of land there, so if the market allows for it in the future, we would like to, but currently there's no active plans.
So you bought this building in 2020 for $500,000.
Yes, ma'am.
And how many acres?
21, I believe.
Huh?
2021, when it was closed
2021
on, yes.
For $500,000.
Yes.
And how many acres does it sit on?
About 4 acres.
Okay, 4 acres. And I know there was with the St. John's community, there was a lot of questions in regards to that. And you were actually the highest bidder on any
By quite a bit.
city property that was ever sold. And I think $250,000 we've used for something else. And I think there's another $250,000 we haven't used.
For the park, yes.
Right, for the park, because it goes up to the Iron Trail with St. John's.
Mm-hmm.
And so the sale of it. So I would like to have, and I don't know what happened. I know there were some issues with some emails with certain documents, because I was working on some earlier, but we do not have that complete packet. We don't have it. And I will say, because one of the biggest questions, and I appreciate you getting that for me, the marijuana business is a big business, and even with the city. And I believe Flint received over $530,000 in state revenue last year. And do you have you've had the building for a long time. Are you on like a hard deadline now?
Well, the building
to
is.
get those other documents. Do you have them in your office? Can you email them?
Yeah, I can. I mean, I don't know what he's asking for. I sent up the planning commission packet if he wants something from the planning commission, but if he wants everything, then it's gonna be a lot of stuff that I'm bringing up here.
I think he's saying that the planning commission gives us a recommendation. They give us a recommendation whether they recommend a yes or no, and it's basic, and that's what.
And I sent it up. If it's not,
I'm gonna tell you, my packet was, there's some stuff that was not included in here. I'm gonna tell you tonight that I've had to when I was over there. So. And I think, yeah. And so with that, with marijuana being a big thing for Michigan is, and you and I had a conversation that Michigan is set to do what, $1 trillion?
10 billion.
10 billion, I'm sorry, 10 billion this year. And so you just grow. You don't like
Correct.
make into other stuff, do you?
No, just strictly
You just
growing the
marijuana.
plant. Correct.
Because I think, wait a minute. Okay, let me see. So I think if you got that, so it doesn't necessarily be killed here tonight, all of your information, I will tell you, if you want to.
Be right back.
Yeah, because we'll probably still be asking questions, as you're right down there, right? Yeah. And so, how many other facilities do you have? I saw one you're based out of Detroit, is it on Telegraph?
No, ma'am. That is my my other business location, and because the mailing wasn't set up here when we set up this entity here, we had all mail forwarded over there. But this is
Is it marijuana?
No, construction actually. But this is the first and only cannabis business that we own.
So this is new for you?
Correct.
Okay. And so if he's got the documents, I know there were some documents that did not come through. Have they talked to you about a community benefits agreement at all?
Yeah, me and Montel have been talking about it ever since the initial application.
And I think you may find, fall under, it's going to be running out of time, that we do have a new community benefits agreement that we passed. You may not have known about that when you bought the property, though. We didn't pass it? We didn't pass it yet. It's still legislation. Oh, okay. That's the end of my time. I'll yield to my colleague.
Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion?
Here.
Councilman in the 9th Ward.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
So this is your first venture into the marijuana, if I understand correctly.
Correct.
How or why did you decide Flint?
It was one of the easier cities to get licensed in.
Tell me more about that. Easier.
Easier meaning Flint at the time was one of the few cities that I was aware of that had no cap on licenses. So as long as a property was zoned in what the industry calls the green zone, and you met all of the other requirements by statute, then essentially you could open the business.
So where are you with the building itself? How close to ready to grow are you?
The building has been completed since March of this year.
Okay.
And me standing in front of you today is a little bit unprecedented because this entire process is completed prior to the issuance of any building permit for this type of business specifically. But there was quite a bit of miscommunication from the previous administration in the Planning Commission, and they granted me...
When you say the previous administration, what, are you talking about at the city?
Yeah, of the planning department, excuse me, not
Okay.
Planning Commission. And essentially, I was granted a building permit without doing this procedure.
Okay.
So I continued construction and completed everything and got a certificate of occupancy, essentially. And when I went to go apply with the state, it came back
That you had to come and do some of this.
And
what's the size of the building itself?
It's about 19,000 square feet of usable space.
And how much of that will be dedicated to growing?
But that's a little bit hard to say exactly because you have corridors, you have office space, you have quote-unquote unusable areas. But if your question is how many of them will have plants growing inside of them, I'd say somewhere around 11 or 12,000 square feet.
So about 12,000 square feet.
Yeah.
Why did you decide grow versus any of the other aspects of the building? I mean, of the business.
Of the industry.
Of the industry, yes.
That's where I felt more comfortable, and that's where I have the management team for. I've never been a retail guy myself. Never liked that part of the business, whether it's cannabis or liquor stores or anything else. I've liked the industrial side of things more.
So tell me, because I'm new to this industry.
Sure.
Once you grow it, how do you go about distributing or what have you to retail? Or do you do the whole packaging and everything there?
We can. I don't know if that's the way that we're going to do it just yet, like individual small bags versus,
Okay.
You sell it by the big bag. But as far as where we would sell it to, it would be either a licensed retailer or a licensed processor.
Now, does that have to happen, your relationship with the licensed retailer or processor, does that have to be someone licensed in the state of Michigan, or you can cross state lines?
No state lines, only in the state of Michigan.
Okay.
Licensed by the CRA, the same as we're expecting ourselves to be.
So I guess my next question is for you, Mr. Montel. We were talking earlier, and he said part of the reason why initially he chose Flint is because at that time there was no cap on. It was the easiest place to work with, no cap on the number of participants in the industry. Do we still have no cap, or how many more?
Sure. That's true.
So we don't have a cap?
No.
Is that only on grow facilities or no cap on any aspect of the industry?
That's on any aspect of the industry. The
Okay.
reason why, the city is zoned a certain way, so it's gonna pretty much be at its max soon anyways.
Based on available space?
Yep.
Okay.
And the distance to churches and schools and all of that stuff.
As we are looking at the remaining space, is there going to be any priority to local City of Flint ownership?
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the first round of discussion? Councilwoman in the 4th, 1st, 8th, and 6th have all spoken, so I think that just leaves 2 and 7. If there are any more, Councilwoman Lewis, do you want to take your time? Did she say yes or no?
So just real briefly, I am a big advocate of business coming to Flint. Thanks for choosing Flint.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, my mic's off. Moving on to the second round of discussion. Is there any council people who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one who would like the floor in the second round of discussion, this is, okay.
So, did I hear you started renovating?
I'm sorry?
Did you start renovating?
Oh, it's already completed.
You're kidding.
Everything is done, yes.
And if I may, I do want to step in. So, pretty much, he was given a bunch of paperwork, like really he was ready to go. I caught it at the last minute and found out he hadn't went through council or anything. So really, Bill Vandercook had dropped the ball, and he was patient.
Bill is not here anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't care for marijuana facilities.
That's what happened.
So yeah, the building is completed, essentially ready for business since
How much did you spend
March.
on that building?
North of $3 million.
Okay.
It is quite the investment into the city, and
It's a
every
huge
day
one.
that
Is
it's
that including the 500,000?
not including.
Not including, so about 3.5 million. And then how many employees, did you say 10?
10 to 15, yes.
10 to 15, and you just purely grow, so you're basically gonna be like a wholesaler.
Correct, yep.
Wholesaler to give, how many
Dispensaries.
types of marijuanas do you plan on, or weed? Look, I don't know, I don't smoke.
Different strains.
There you go. Where you
Honestly,
grow.
that's probably a better question for my grower who's not here tonight.
Okay, okay. So, wow. So your building is up, ready, and building inspection is difficult.
It's all completed. They all gave green stickers, so, yeah.
Okay.
He had a certificate of occupancy.
He's got that? Where'd you get your certificate of occupancy?
From the building department.
How long ago? I know that's where you got it
This,
from.
actually, almost to the day a year ago.
What?
Yes.
So what is taking you so long to get here?
Trying to get in front of you, lovely people.
A year?
Well, he never came the first time, and I caught it,
Yeah.
you know.
Oh, you got that kind of money, huh? But you can
No,
just say,
I
oh, let
don't.
me let that finished building wait. Okay, because you should have been here.
We've been trying.
Okay, and so, okay, I just got this, and I just gave Councilman Pfeiffer, and what he was saying, we normally would say like what the planning commission, what their recommendation. And so some of the packets were it's just a, you don't have that? No, I do not. I'll let you read. No, he just gave this to me.
I'll email you one right now.
Okay, that'd be great. Okay, and so, okay, because I didn't hear, you actually have it done. Okay, that's interesting. Does it look nice?
It looks great. You're more than welcome to come check it out.
Because it was in bad shape.
No, absolutely, you want to, no problem.
Do a tour.
Yep.
I want a tour.
All right, is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Councilman in the 8th Ward, okay, Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
First of all, I want to say that unless there's a legal reason to not allow it, there's no reason for us, you could sue us if we don't. I want to say that because there are people who watch, who constantly come after me, you approved it. You will sue us if we don't approve it.
Unfortunately, yes.
And the other thing is I want to thank you very much for investing in the city of Flint. We appreciate your taxes.
You're most welcome.
I didn't have my mic on. Thank you.
So, reading this meeting minutes of July, I don't know why it takes from July till December to come before us. I don't understand why it took so long. Why does it take 6 months to put this on the agenda? There was a question asked of you, if you had reached out to St. John Historical Committee. Did that ever happen?
No, sir. But it is still something that I'm open to. Last I heard, they wanted to do some sort of a mural. That was the rumor back then, and if that's the case, and we're still open to the partnership.
So, how far away is this from the park that, in the state park that's going in right there?
So it is over 1,000 feet, which is the statutory limit according to the city ordinance.
Because it's right across the street from the potential park, right?
Yes. To the east of the property. But I should mention that we approached the city for this business prior to that park. Actually, half of our purchase price for the building.
No, I understand that, but
Yeah.
it's before us after the park has been approved, so we have to take that into account. I understand your position, but it was never approved before the park was approved and given to the state, so, well, it's the same, it's still a park, but it's the park, the trail goes through there is the state. So, Mr. Menifee, I would like, and I think I said this last time, everything that the planning commission gets, I would like a copy of, if it comes before us. So everything that they were given to make this decision, I would like a copy of. Does that make sense?
It doesn't, but I will.
So what doesn't make sense about it?
Because, the criteria that you, like site plan reviews and all of that stuff that I'm taking to the planning commission, why would I bring that to council?
Because I would like to see it.
All right.
Because we are the checks and balances, and I want to see it. Because we don't appoint anyone to the planning commission, so for us to just say, hey, we're going to accept whatever they say, I'm not going to do that.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion, this is a vote to send 240547, which is to approve Group F Special Regulated Use Class C Grow License for Evergrow LLC located at 3420 St. John Street to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin is absent. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jarrett? Yes. The vote is 5 yes, 1 no.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no. Resolution 240547 has been sent to council. Moving on to the consent agenda.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just want to make sure to note for the record the resolutions that are no longer on the consent agenda because they were approved in the special council meeting or postponed in the special council meeting.
Yes, let's make note of those. What are they?
That would be appointment number 240522.
Hold on one second. Sorry, what did she say? So these, what we're going over now are the ones that were approved or postponed or done. We handled them in the special council. So I'm sorry, what was the first one?
240522.
And that was moved to a January meeting?
Yes. 240523.
And that was also moved to January.
And then the last two were approved, and that's 240575 and 240576. Those were both approved.
All right, thank you. So just for the record, when we talk about the consent agenda, we are not considering 240522 or 240523 because both of those appointments have been moved to the January meeting. And then the first committee meeting in January, Governmental Ops Operations Committee meeting in January. And then we are also not considering 240575 or 240576 as they were approved at the special city council meeting that happened just before this meeting. Now moving on to the consent agenda, I will entertain a motion for the consent agenda. There has been a motion to send to council with separations, and it's been supported. That motion was made by the councilwoman in the 4th ward, supported by the councilwoman in the 2nd ward. Are there any separations?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th ward.
I would like to separate 240524, 240576. Those are in appointments.
Okay.
And
76 we already approved.
Oh, did we?
Yeah. But, wait 1 second. Is there anything else?
Yes, there is. 240485.
485.
And 240455.
455. Thank you. Are there any more separations?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Seeing as how there are no more.
No.
Go ahead.
sorry.
We will assign.
Yes, I forgot there's an add-on.
Can I just do add-on 1?
Yes.
All right. And so then there is also add-on number 1, which is the resolution to appoint for the library. And not, I don't know if you want to separate that since you know that we have it now. It's up to you.
I do.
Okay, so we will also separate add-on 1. Are there any more separations?
Yes.
Councilwoman in 2nd ward.
All right, so I would like to separate resolution 240524.
524.
And then I'll also like
Hold
to
on 1 second. 524 was separated by the councilwoman in the 6th ward. Do you have another one?
Oh, thank you. And then the other one is 240424.
240. Okay.
And that'll be all.
All right. Are there any more separations? Councilman in the 8th ward.
240-514.
240-514. I'm missing it. Oh, here it is. Separate. Are there any more separations? All right, I'm going to read off the separations first, just to make sure that myself and the clerk are on the same page. I have resolution 240455 separated. I have appointment 240424, 240485, 240514, 240524, and add on number 1.
That's correct.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So what resolutions will go in the consent agenda? Resolution 240341.1, Resolution 240546, Resolution 240513 will all go in the consent agenda. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair,
I'm sorry,
could you
go ahead.
separate the MOU for the 240455?
240455, yes, that was separated.
Okay.
So again, the consent agenda is 240341.1, 240546, 240513 are all going in the consent agenda. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Mr. Alamy is absent. The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. Moving on to resolution 24055, which is the Comprehensive Plan Update Memorandum of Understanding for the City of Flint Planning Commission. Who she want?
Yeah, because I want to know about that steering commission too. Yeah, they're all gone. There is even Clyde gone.
Yeah. So what do you want to do? So just keep it here?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to keep this in governmental ops.
There's been a motion to keep resolution 240455 in governmental ops. Is there support? Supported by Councilman in the 8th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin is absent. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
I'm sorry, what was that again?
6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. So this stays in government operations. Moving on to appointments. Resolution 240424, which is the appointment for the Water System Advisory Council. Dr. Richard Sadler, is there a motion? There's a motion to send to council. Is there support? This fails for lack of support, so this appointment has failed.
Point of order.
Oh, go ahead.
So that motion has failed.
That motion, yeah. That motion to move to council has failed. Is there another motion?
Madam Chair, make a motion to keep this in governmental ops.
There's a motion to keep it in governmental ops. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley? Vote is 3 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 3 yes, 3 no. That motion fails.
Motion to postpone indefinitely.
There's been a motion to postpone this appointment indefinitely. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported by the council, moved by the councilman in the 8th Ward, properly supported by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That appointment has been postponed indefinitely. Moving on to mayor appointment for the city attorney, Joanne Gurley, which is resolution 240485. What is the pleasure of this body? Councilwoman in the 4th Ward. It's been a motion to move to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward. Is there discussion?
Which one are you on?
I am on resolution 240485, which is the mayoral appointment of the city attorney, Joanne Gurley.
Yes, there is discussion.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to the city attorney. You and I had a conversation. She's not, so I know Joanne. She was our deputy city attorney before, and she left and went to Pontiac, and she's now back. So according to our charter, this is just all the formality, because she doesn't have to do 90 days to become permanent. Hers is 60 days. Is that correct?
Correct.
So do you have, and I'm sorry because we have got, so technically she's the city attorney. Do we know how much she's getting paid? What's her contract?
I'm not sure. This is a mayoral appointment, so I'm not sure.
Request for information.
Sorry, what is your request, Councilman in the 8th Ward?
C3 of the contract states that it was $138,530.19.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And so she's not here tonight. When is she set to begin?
I believe December 23rd would be day 61.
Okay, and so it doesn't matter what, if we approve it or not, this is already, this is already approved. I mean, it's like a default, whether we vote yes or no, because, help me understand, can you tell us what this is? So, I thought it was 90 days. You said her it's 60 days.
Yeah, under section 4603A of the charter, it says the mayor shall nominate a qualified candidate for city attorney who shall be approved by at least 5 members of the city council. If city council does not disapprove the mayor's nominee in 60 days of the submission of the nominee shall be appointed.
Okay, and so her 60 days will be when?
I believe it's December 23rd, is 61.
Okay. Okay. I don't want to get into, Joanne Gurley is, I'm not gonna say, she's a good attorney. It's hard to be a good attorney when you have a mayor calling people terrorists and obstructionists. And I've seen other attorneys like Attorney Kim. They succumb to pressure, and I've seen that. And succumbing to pressure is difficult because it's an appointment. I just wanted to put that on, and it's going to be a hard road for her, for any attorney in that department. It just is, because you work at the pleasure of the mayor. Not really. We don't. I don't feel that way. She's a good attorney. I will say that, and she's very well read. Yeah, but they don't treat all of us like that.
Think that.
Yeah, it's not the same, or what to say? They not like us, so we don't get that treatment. So I'm going to yield to my colleagues who may want to weigh in on this.
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward.
So, to your point, I would like to ask Ms. Gurley how she's going to fairly represent the council. Because to your point, Ms. Burns, that it seems lately that the attorney works only for the mayor. So, I will not be voting on this tonight. So, I'll put that on the record. I would like to ask her questions and how she's going to fairly represent the council, and not certain council members, but a council as a whole in a unbiased manner. Until I have that conversation, I will not be voting on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
Thank you. So through you to the attorney. Attorney, how many attorneys are we short in the legal department?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the question, Council President.
How many attorneys are we short in the legal department?
Short 3. There's currently 4 attorneys, including myself, employed by the law department. The authorized strength is 7.
Okay, so we are short 3, and if we fill this vacancy, then we'll only be down 2.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So hearing what the acting city attorney said, is imperative that we fill this position because we're short-staffed, and when we are short-staffed with attorneys, it sounds like we may have to contract some things out, or we're not able to be as efficient as we could be. So seeing that Ms. Gurley has extensive experience with the city of Flint, and just like Councilwoman Burns said, she's a great attorney. I'll be remiss to hold up this appointment and to properly staff our attorney's office. So I will be supporting this just because of those things. We want to make sure that we give them the proper staff that they need. In addition to, she is familiar with the way that the city operates. She's familiar with the city pretty much the ins and outs of the city. And I believe that she left this position to take a position as the acting city attorney for the city of Pontiac. And so it'd be a great thing to have Attorney Gurley back, because she knows Flint and she has a heart for Flint, and because we need her. So thank you.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Well, you know, every time Joanne was here, we were till 2 o'clock in the morning. So am I in favor of her being here until 2 o'clock in the morning, since that seems to be her motive operandus? But I will support her appointment. I did see her at the State of the City and told her I was not in favor of her becoming our city attorney because of the 2 a.m. meeting endings. But that was just a joke, because it was something that we laughed about continuously. So I do support her. I think that she is a good attorney. She's very mild-mannered. I hope that she does have I'm assuming, working for, being hired by Pontiac, that she has the backbone to be strong and stand up to our mayor when necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. There's only 2 people left to speak in the first round of discussion. Councilman in the 9th Ward, would you like to take your time? All right. Moving on to the second round of discussion. Is there anyone who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Councilman in the 8th Ward.
Through you to the city attorney. Mr. City Attorney, the terms of the appointment, C3, it says the city attorney shall be paid a salary based on annual compensation with the dollar amount paid in regular timely installments in the same manner as other 2 employees of the city are paid. What does that mean?
I'm not sure. I'm assuming it just means paid in the same manner as other salaried employees of the law department.
So why does it say other 2 employees of the city of Flint are paid?
I'm not certain.
You say you're not certain?
Correct. I did not draft this.
Who drafted this?
I'm not sure. It came through HR.
Okay. I still stand that I would like to have a conversation with Ms. Gurley in the public to get her answers on the record. So I will not be voting on this. Thank you.
All right. So anybody else in the second round? Councilwoman Burns.
Through you to Madam Clerk, is there a reason why Attorney Gurley is not here this evening? Was she notified?
I believe I can't speak for her, but I believe she knows the resolution was on the agenda, but I haven't heard from her, wouldn't know of any reason why.
Was she contacted?
Not directly by my office, no.
Well, that might be why she's not, that's why she's not here. And in all fairness, she should be here. I mean, I have worked with her and talked with her. I think she's a good attorney. It's just gonna be hired underneath this administration. I truly believe that. But I wish she had been reached out to. And we are at day, what day, she become, we got another, 8 days before whether we vote on this or not, she becomes by default, what's today's date?
Well, in about 5 minutes, it's 17.
Right. So we got be 6, 7 more days. So, all right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there anybody else who wishes to speak in the second round of discussion?
So just lastly, thank you. I'll let you.
Oh, go ahead.
All
I
right,
hear
thank
what you
you.
said, yep.
Yeah, so I just want to piggyback off what Councilman Priestley said. The fact that we have a city attorney that's willing to come back, knowing that we have late-night meetings, it speaks volumes. So, to her commitment to the city. Moreover, yeah, so that's very important, because when other municipalities pay and job description is looked at, you know, City of Flint is one of the least appealing. So I'm happy that Attorney Gurley, again, is choosing the City of Flint, as well as every single other employee for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? And the councilman in the 9th Ward.
Thank you. So, through you to the attorney, just want to try to gain understanding, make sure I'm clear. That 60-day window, even moving this to council, which is basically, oh, we have council here just next meeting, that's right. Okay. So we're within the window if it goes through council tonight. If for some reason it doesn't get to council or through council tonight, what happens? She's still automatically hired?
Correct.
What if it's not, what if it goes to council but not approved?
I suppose it depends on the exact action taken by council at council.
It goes to council, but it's not approved. There's not 5 votes. That would be the same as disapproval, right?
I would need to defer to the city clerk as to the effect of that non-passage. What is that properly termed as, I guess? I would need clarification on.
Does somebody?
Yes.
Was she listening?
She's looking for something.
Maybe she was. She was blowing her nose.
What was that charter section again?
It's 4603A. And the exact language is, if city council does not disapprove the mayor's nominee.
Seeing as how there is nobody else left
Madam Chair.
in the yep. What's up?
We,
Stop yelling out.
are we not going to get the answer to that?
So, in effect, yes, if council tricky language. If council disapproves or fails the resolution, then that would invalidate that appointment. So if you have the council meeting today and vote on that resolution and it fails, then it's disapproving that appointment.
What's your request?
So disapproving in committee doesn't count, it has to go to council to disapprove?
No, committee doesn't count.
And I'm only saying that because the final votes always count in a regular or a special meeting. But that's a tricky one there. But I don't, because if you disapprove it in the committees, you're basically failing to move it from committees. So that doesn't necessarily mean you're failing it. I guess it would just depend on the motion.
So seeing as how everyone has had an opportunity to speak, I will, unless Councilwoman Priestley, you wanted to speak in the second round? All right, so then I'll take my time in the second round. So a couple of things that I've heard here tonight, as far as Ms. Gurley, because I'm not as familiar with her as everyone else is I've heard that she's a really good attorney, but I've heard that outside of here that she's a really good attorney. I heard that she's very strong, has her own mind, that she will fare just fine. I do want us to be clear that there will be no attorney that you will like or accept as long as you don't like the mayor, because that's who has to appoint the city attorney. So it's going to be whomever he puts up here, your answer is going to be no. And so if the issue cannot be separated, the mayor from the appointment, then we have a problem as a council. The reality is that if this is a good attorney and all you need to do is speak to her, then let's give her an opportunity and let's not simply tell her no because of disagreements or dislikes for the mayor. Because once you tell her no, that just gives him an opportunity. He's gonna put somebody else up here to appoint. And we're just gonna keep going in this cycle. And so what has to happen is, if most of you have a good rapport with her and you know that she's a good attorney and this is what the city needs, and we're already short attorneys, let's not punish her for personality conflicts with the mayor. Roll call, Madam Clerk. This is to send the mayoral appointment 240485 to council.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
No.
Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
No.
That's why I said no.
The vote is 4 yes, 2 no.
Because I'm gonna make a motion to keep it here.
Okay. She'll be appointed by the end, by the time we come back next year.
She's gonna be appointed anyways.
Yeah.
Because
Does that vote count again?
4 yes, 2 no.
The vote was 4 yes, 2 no, so the motion to send to council fails. What is the pleasure of the body? I thought you wanted to make a motion.
I can't make the same motion.
No, we just made a motion to send it to council.
Yeah, and it failed.
Right. I thought you wanted to leave it here.
Yeah, to Tanya's point though, it doesn't
That's why I
matter.
voted
It's too
no.
late. It's too late. Can I make the same motion, send it to council?
I don't think you can. You gotta make a motion to reconsider.
Reconsider it. Motion to reconsider.
Support. Oh, you can't make a motion to reconsider, you voted no.
Oh, yeah, I voted. Good call.
I make a motion to reconsider.
Support.
Madam Chair.
There's been a motion to reconsider, and then by Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, supported by the Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no. We will now reconsider sending this to council. We don't get a discussion again. So this is the vote to send to council, 240485, the mayoral appointment for City Attorney Joanne Gurley. Roll call, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry, you're waiting on me. Sorry.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Vote is 4 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 2 no. That fails again.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
motion to stay in committee.
There's been a motion to keep 240485 in committee. Is there support?
It's a moot point.
It fails for lack of support. Is there another motion we want to do?
I mean, what can we do at this point?
I guess it's just here.
I mean, to you, Madam Chair, to the clerk, what can we do? I
Nothing.
mean, okay, so she gonna default
Yeah.
anyway to the city attorney.
That language of the charter,
Anyway, so it doesn't matter.
it's
At
to
council.
disapprove. Their motion wasn't to approve.
Vote, sir, but what
So, I said the language of the charter says to disapprove. Your motion was not to approve, but to move to council. Those motions failed. So technically, it would almost still be in
It's still in
the
committee.
committees. And as the attorney stated, as of the 23rd, it's automatic.
All right, moving on to appointment. What is this? 240514, appointment Downtown Development Authority, Emily Dewar. What is the pleasure of the body?
Move to council.
There's been a motion on the floor to move to council. Is there support? I'll support it.
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward.
So, through you to the city attorney, if this doesn't make it out, there's no blind appointment on this one, is there?
I don't believe so. I think this one needs affirmative approval.
I will not be supporting this. I think that, while Emily may be doing a good job here, I think that would be a conflict of interest and give too many votes in a certain direction and not independent of the Downtown Development Authority. So I will be voting no on this. That and the attack that she proposed on myself. So I will not be voting on this, and I will never support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
How many people, through you to the city attorney, how many people sit on that board, the DDA?
I'm sorry, I'm really not familiar with the structure of the DDA board.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the clerk, do you know? You know who knew the last time was Attorney Gurley, believe it or not. She did, and she knew that we were supposed to have a budget for this. And that with the DDA, we were supposed to have a budget. That's why, I mean, she does research. So we don't know how many people sit on that board.
I
Listen,
am not
She should
sure.
have been the city attorney before Bill Kim.
I know that there's a required number. I think right now there's probably about 10 to 12 members, but not all of them are,
Oh, because that's the one that the mayor chairs.
yes.
The mayor chairs that board. Okay. You've been to those meetings, Dennis, at 7:30 in the morning. I get your rationalization, I truly do. And there's so many things that are so personal. So, yes. You did not.
Okay, okay, got it. Pardon me, Mr. Woodson, can we help you with something? No. All right, can you please step away from the city clerk while we're in the middle of a meeting? I'm not asking you to sit down, I'm just asking you to not talk to the clerk while we're in the meeting, that's all. No, sir, but I'm just asking
Point of
you
order.
not to. All right, sir. Just don't talk to the city clerk, we're in a meeting. Thank you. I believe we're on Councilwoman Burns' time.
Yeah, we are.
Excuse me, city clerk. The audience should not be talking to you at this time.
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
You're going to tell the clerk who she can and cannot talk to?
No, I said should not be.
Point of order.
Is that?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
It's fine. According to the public safety plan, it states that the audience cannot come up and speak to the city attorney as well as the city clerk during the meeting.
Okay, we on my time, are we still?
We are on your time.
Thank you. And
So please
thank you.
continue.
Your time's paused.
Well, they are pausing it every time I interrupt you.
Okay, so we did not vote that public safety plan in. We didn't take a vote on that, so that you cannot enforce.
Point of order.
What is your point? Let's not devolve. It's 12 o'clock.
Not a problem. I just want, just to be clear, that that is the
It's
plan.
fine. Mr. Woodson has already been told, do not speak to her. We will move to warnings after that. Let's just go on with our meeting. Let her have her time. It's fine. It's handled.
So maybe we need to define clarity. I've never seen, and.
Don't waste your time
Yeah,
on this.
yeah, but I think it is, it's valid, because there are people who do walk up to if you're walking up to say hi to the city
See,
attorney.
he's sitting down. He done killed the whole argument for everybody.
Yeah, we need to clarify that so that we're not just saying things that may not be true or factual.
Madam Chair, can I just state for the
Yes.
record that Mr. Woodson did have a valid question for me, so I did want to answer his question.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Okay, so that public safety rule, or policy, we didn't vote on. So, I'm sorry, where are we at? Are we on Joanne Gurley still?
No, we are on Emily Dewar.
Oh, okay, and then it said it wasn't made personal. And we've never found out how many people sit on that board, right? Can we Google it? It should be on there. So if we're looking, the mayor, it's 9 wards, so he probably got 9. The mayor sits on that board, and he probably has an appointment. So it's probably, or 2 appointments. So you probably got a 12-person board. And it's probably on the front of their page, because that's where Joanne Gurley found it at before. So, I guess I'll have to look and see. So, I get what you're saying, Councilman Pfeiffer. And she's being appointed by the mayor, correct?
Which person?
Emily. Yeah, it's his board. Yeah.
Says recommended by him.
Yeah, so it's his appointment. So, okay, I'm done.
All right, is there anybody else in the first round of discussion? Seeing as how there's nobody else in the first round of discussion, I will take my time. I do want to say, again, this is one of those things where you have a board. The person who appoints to the board is the person who appoints to the board. And we have to find it within ourselves to separate personalities or separate likes or dislikes, because the bottom line is someone has to be appointed to the board, and they're going to be appointed by who they're going to be appointed by. And so I think that we all need to focus on whether or not this person is qualified to be on that board. And we see what Emily Dewar is doing for development for the city. We see what she's doing for the department that she's over for the city. And I think we can all agree that she is doing a very good job. I think that it would be a strength and a bonus for us to have her on the DDA board so that maybe she could help shape and make that board a bit better. We all have some concerns about the board. And so adding someone who has shown and proven that they are an asset to this particular area, I think that it would only be smart of us to continue to build our city and to continue to put people in positions that will strengthen those positions. I just think it makes sense to put her on that board because of the great work that she's doing in the city. Again, I would ask that my colleagues separate the person who's appointing her from the person who we are asking, from the person who is being asked to be appointed, for the simple fact that this person is quite capable of being on this board, would be an asset to this board, has been an asset to this city. Thank you. Is there anyone who would like the floor in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
I think that it is not, not disputing the work, but I think it was very inappropriate what was posted and then removed. Yeah, it was. So I get it, and it spurred some other things. I think having her, despite that, I think that she would be good for the DDA because she has a business downtown. But I think staff has to be careful, and that goes again when you keep coming after council. I've never seen anything like it, you know. So, yes.
You mean to let me call terrorist?
Yes, or obstructionist. Yeah, and so, yeah, it sure is. I think they have to be careful with the words that they're choosing, especially when it comes down to appointments, and we still have to do business together. And it is not, we have to take the personal for me, and sometimes it's hard. But I saw that post that was made, Councilman Pfeiffer, and I commented on that page to show support for you, because that post should have never been made, never. But in that saying, it was retracted or taken down, not before you had a dispute on social media. But I think she would, with her having a business, I think she would do good on the DDA board. I'm done, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
Thank you. So a few things. As in terms of Ms. Dorr being on the DDA, she's a business owner. She is a business owner downtown, and so she understands the climate. She understands the what's going on down there, and she understands, has a relationship with other businesses. So I'm looking at it from that aspect. And it just so happens that we're able to get her in both capacities. She is a person that invested in the city of Flint, and then as well as she's also a person that decided to join the payroll of the city of Flint. And our colleagues already stated on the record that she's been doing a phenomenal job with the department. She's been getting us caught up. She's been literally helping us with economic development. And so just like we say a lot, let's not get personalities involved in this and personal feelings, because that's what holds this council back. Too often, we don't vote for someone because we don't like them, things of that nature. And so, pardon me, Councilwoman Burns?
Go ahead.
Oh, okay, you got it. And so, our point is to put all that to the side. If someone is doing something good within the city, if someone is doing something good within the ward, personalities aside, let's vote for the good word. We had the brother pastor come up here, and he was talking about supporting the good work. Personalities to the side. So that goes for the council people as well as for the individuals for administration. So if Emily's resume and her commitment to the city of Flint says she's a good fit, there's no reason why we shouldn't appoint her to this position. There's no reason why we should not. Again, let's do as the residents have asked us to do. Let's do as we know that we should do. Personality to the side. Is she good for the position? Does she have the skill set? Is she the most qualified? Is she qualified? We stated that she was on the record. So, and also, again, she's a business owner. So let's put personality to the side and let's go ahead and appoint people that are willing to serve the city of Flint. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round of discussion? Councilman in the 8th Ward.
See, I love it when they say, put the personality to the side, when they're not the ones being called terrorists, when they're not the ones being disparaged in public
Request for information.
Request. What's your request?
I'll let it go.
Okay.
So, given.
I know what you. Yes.
Given the precedent that has been set by Ms. Burns, I believe it was the review board, since they're not here to answer questions, it's going to be a no.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round of discussion? Ms. Priestley? No? All right. All right. I'll take my time. This is my last plea to everyone but my colleague in the 8th Ward. He's made it very clear. Oh, man, it's only, you know what? Never mind, it's only 5 of us up here. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jarrett is not in. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Okay.
Vote is 4 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 1 no. That appointment fails, excuse me, that resolution fails. Is there another motion that this body would like to entertain?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
I move that we leave this in Government Ops.
Is there support for leaving it in Government Ops? I believe the Councilwoman in the 4th Ward supported that. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
I'm sorry.
No.
Mr. Jarrett?
Keeping Emily Dore
I'm sorry, I don't know what we're on.
This is a motion to postpone the Emily Dore DDA appointment to Government Ops, keep it in Government Ops.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. The vote is 5 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no. That appointment stays in Government Ops. Moving on to appointment 240524, which is the appointment of Bob Brown for Flint Housing Commission. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair, motion to keep it here?
There's been a motion to leave this in Government Ops. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Shit.
Yep, you did it. Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes. This one says it.
Mr. Jarrett?
Somebody, the Chelsea Brown.
Yes.
That was on the other resolution.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
That's a good thing you left.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
I just rolled with what you asked for.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. This resolution stays in government ops.
Madam Chair, can I ask about that? Have Ms.
Yeah, Madam Clerk.
This motion that we just, 240542, can you check with the administration? Because this says this is to fill the vacancy of Chelsea Brown, and the, one of the other ones also said the same thing.
No, I didn't know that was her name.
Ask the one sent us the stuff about the money missing. Yep.
Says the same thing, right? Yeah.
Okay,
0575 says it's to fill the vacancy of Chelsea Brown.
okay. I can check, but I think I know what the issue is with that. Yeah, but I will definitely follow up on that. There's still an add-on.
Oh, shit.
Moving on to add-on resolution number 1, which is resolution appointing Darrell E. Fair II to the Gloria Coles Flint Public Library District Board. What is the pleasure of the body? It's been a motion on the floor to move to council. Is there support? That motion fails for lack of support. What is the pleasure of the body?
Keep in government ops.
There's been a motion to keep it in government ops. What is is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 8th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
No.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
No.
Vote is 4 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 2 no. That motion fails. Is there another motion?
What was the first motion?
First one was council, and that failed. Second one was leave it here, and that failed.
Motion to postpone indefinitely.
There's a motion to postpone indefinitely. Is there support? I'll support it. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
I mean, there's another motion to make.
Who is he replacing?
Mr. Jarrett,
Yes.
Does it?
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That has been postponed indefinitely.
Motion to adjourn.
There's a motion to adjourn. It's been moved and properly supported by the councilwoman. It was moved by the 8th Ward councilperson, supported by the 4th Ward councilperson. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. The time is now 12:19 a.m. on Tuesday, December 17th. This meeting is adjourned. Go ahead, go back, this girl.
It is 12:19 on December 17th, and I hereby call the Finance Committee of Flint City Council to order. Roll call.
Nope, that one.
Do we leave it as
Just, no, yeah.
as December
ahead.
16th, even though it's the next day?
Mr. El-Alamin is absent. Ms. Lewis,
Present.
Ms. Priestley,
Present?
Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns,
Present.
Ms. Mashat,
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Present.
Mr. Jarrett.
Present.
You have 6 members present.
We have 6 members present. Requests for agenda changes or additions, I've got a couple. The closed session, I'm going to drop. We are also going to remove from the agenda the following 7 resolutions. 240549. Please catch me if I missed one or whatever. 240550. 240552. 240570. 240571. 240572. And 240574.
Didn't we do 3? You mean 3?
I said 3 and 4.
3 and 4.
3 and 4 should be, I've only got 4 written down.
Yeah.
3 should be on there.
Okay, just a second.
Well, I said a few. I didn't say a slew.
Yep, you're right. 240573.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just
I've got 8. Was that?
Just 1 second.
We'll wait on our cut clerk to verify those.
What's the difference between 522 and 586? I mean, excuse me, 552
Oh,
and
no,
586.
we're not on finance. Sorry.
We did this one, didn't we?
No,
Too much going on today.
Never mind, never mind.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
They're not gonna answer.
I have a add-on resolution. Sorry, I have a add-on resolution here for the 6th Ward ARPA priorities, so I'm gonna hand that out now.
Okay, an add-on for 6th Ward priorities.
Why she didn't. She didn't email it. You know what? She said she sent it. She didn't do it. That's what she was trying to figure out.
Okay, now let's see how badly I can screw up the agenda.
Yeah.
Okay, Madam Clerk, was that all of them? There were 8 that we approved in council, and then we had on the add-on for the 6th Ward?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so, public comment.
You didn't ask for.
Oh, I did, I just did, I ordered.
You did them yourself, you didn't ask.
Okay, is there any other requests for agenda changes or additions? Seeing none, I will order those changes without objection.
Thank you.
No public comment. As I update my meeting notes.
All right, the first speaker for this meeting is R.L. Mitchell.
Good evening, Council. Mario Mitchell. And to respect, talk about this, I approved as a citizen that bridge over on James P. Cole, 25-inch hole in the middle of Flint River. If it wasn't for the people who stopped at the red light and looked over and saw that boil under the Flint River, we have another catastrophe like the water poisoning of Flint. And I want you to approve that we give them a grant to operate on that, dig up there and fix that water bridge. And then on 2nd Street, the bridge that me and Darrell Buchanan just built to be tore down and make it a pathway for pedestrian in Flint on 2nd Street. And another thing, and reserve and give the grant for I can't hardly read this Chinese writing on this stuff, but anyway, and 6th Ward, make sure she get her situation, the grant for what she need to operate in. You know when that ward, you know what you're doing in that ward for and the lady at the library, and make sure, well, Gloria or whatever her name is, get in the right place and this is the last year we're gonna have this situation. I mean, the last month, and maybe have a good outcome in January with Ms. Priestley's decision tonight to put 3rd Ward in position. The people who, any of y'all can't hear, Dumas ain't here, and as you see, and a new attorney from Pontiac joined us good. Well, she working for the mayor downstairs, but let her, we got to get her in. And thanks for speaking up, Tarzan, with them people on St. John, the dope boys don't want to report to the city council. Nobody had the guts to speak to them like you did. And 1,000 feet from the park across on St. John where I grew up at. And there ain't like no darkies over there on Saginaw Street and all the black peoples, and nobody want to talk about it. And now you let the dope man gonna come in here and 4 acres and $3 million to grow that all kind of marijuana and all kind of dope, heroin and everything else in that building. And everybody think it's okay. And it ain't got no food. They got a food market, but it's become a food desert, a money pot in Flint. And everybody looking at us to be the leaders of America, and doctors got to eat too. You got that? Take that.
Next speaker is Chester Coburn. Not in. Arthur Woodson.
I think Candace and Liddell are two stupidest people I ever met in my life. Your safety plan for council, if that rule is in that, that's not even a rule. Y'all didn't even vote on that. The door is locked at a certain time. And what was getting ready to be said and what was kind of said was, are the doors locked so I can get back in? Y'all meeting been going great, and then y'all want to start picking fights, man. Y'all got to be stupid, man. Attorney Cuffs, if I'm not mistaken, when they told Ms. Shannon on the Ethics and Accountability Board that she could not be the interim director or the buzz person, because there are 2 positions that cannot be interim, and that was the ombudsman and the city attorney. So how are you telling them right now that she will be the city attorney if you can't have the attorney as an interim? I'm not understanding that, because that was said at the Ethics and Accountability Board. So I haven't seen the rule on that, but I know that was said, because I questioned you about it, because you were the interim city attorney at the time, telling her that she couldn't be the interim ombudsman. I mean, that didn't make sense to me. Y'all have a resolution on there for those bricks downtown. Remember, y'all spent all that money to get those bricks put down, and they had to dig them all back up because they put the wrong sand down. Now they turn it around trying to give them some more money for these same bricks. Why would y'all approve something that y'all had already paid for, and because of their incompetence, you're getting ready to pay them some more from out of the street fund? Everything is taking place downtown instead of around town. When they gonna start changing water mains on the north side where TTHM was the highest, Ballinger Road, where they got a high count of cancer over there? Our water's still not safe, but we see them fixing everything downtown, water mains, bricks, everything, but we don't see them doing water mains or anything else for the people in the city of Flint, north side, west side, east side, south side. But everything is right downtown. Money going to their best friends. Thank you.
The next speaker is Pastor Adam Morris.
So my final third time of speaking tonight, I'd like to speak to Liddell first. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I didn't call you out personally, but I was noting it because it's been said multiple times through the council. So thank you for clarifying that you didn't have no part of that. And I don't want to spread lies. I want to try to build up this community to its leadership, such as city council. I don't want to hinder it. I don't want to bring it down. I know that my wife spoke multiple times. This will be my third time speaking tonight, but my fourth time actually speaking to this committee. And it seems like it goes in one ear and out the other. It seems like when everybody steps up, nothing gets done, and everybody takes offense to whatnot. If you guys don't pull together, then Flint is going to suffer the consequences. I've been called to the east side of Flint, Michigan, and if you guys will look to the chair that's empty tonight, you guys are holding a position that is stopping the flow from the east side because we have no voice. So I'm asking you to work together, put your differences aside, and act like civil United States people that is supposed to do their job. I've saw multiple council members chew the chief priest, the chief firefighter tonight. I've seen the chief police get drilled. I've seen another, what is it, the S something A or something like that. I can't keep up with it. There's so much stuff that was on here tonight. But there's so many things that you ask them to do their job. I'm asking you to do your job. City council is supposed to come in here no more than an hour. I've been here since 4:15. It's after midnight. I'm in my next day. I still got to go home and do everything else. I ate dinner in your house tonight. Could you see where my frustration comes from? Can you see where the people's frustration comes from? We're at where I had to lay my pastor eyes down and become as being transparent with you guys. You asking somebody else to do their job. I want you to describe what a hypocrite is to me. A hypocrite is somebody that wants something, but they refuse to do it. And I'm not talking religious here. I'm not talking about religious hypocrite. You're asking this town to do their job, and we're looking at you as the people of this community to do your job. So this is all we're asking. And we're not trying to do it becoming, I want to hate you or come against you. We want to do it with love and compassion and tell you, if you're asking somebody else to do their job, then you as a body need to do your job. Field number 3 before January the 2nd. If not, you're going to be in a room with each other. You know, it's all out in public. Everything's in public. So come together, be united, and stop being divided. Good night.
Is there any other, that was the last one?
Alonzo Price,
Nope.
and that is, no, that's the
Nope,
last one.
That was the last one. Okay, now it's time for council response. Does anyone wish to address the public? Seeing none, going on to the consent agenda. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
so moved. To separate without, to approve with any separation.
Okay. Is there support?
Support.
It's been approved and properly seconded to approve the consent, send the consent agenda to council. Is there any separations?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
240548,
Okay.
and then 240577.
Okay.
And that's all.
Any others? Oh, please.
Like there's,
Some of these are routine stuff.
I'm a complete separation.
Everything's been separated. I entertain a motion for 240548.
Make a motion to send 240548 to council. I almost forgot which committee we were in, where we're at.
Motion on the floor to send, I gotta move things. 240548 to council. Is there support? Is there support? It's been moved and properly seconded to send to council. Is there any discussion? Any discussion in the first round?
Well, I'm gonna discuss it. Our help centers are out of money. And many of these churches who serve hundreds of people ran out of money in September. It's the same with Bethel, St. Mark. We did fund, again, Greater Holy Temple. We funded them. They're out of money, and they've been out of money since September. So this will help with the food access. They actually, not just food, they do other, I'm gonna say activities, things to serve the community. And those are done on a volunteer basis. Mental health care, they mentor children. St. Mark's is a pillar, and it's actually in this, I believe it's in the 2nd ward. And they serve all year long, whether it's rain, sleet, snow, or whatever, they are serving. And they serve hundreds of people. They run out of food before they run out of vehicles. And that's every time that they have a food drive. Our centers, which are helping to offset the cost of food, groceries, they're high. People who are on limited income often run out of funds to purchase groceries, and this helps to fill the food gap. So there is money that is in food access. Emily and Nick stated in the Planning and Development Department, and there is a need. They don't have the money. And where that is located on the corner of DuPont and Welch, it's a very well-populated area that they even get a lot of residents, a huge majority, who walk up. They don't even drive. They don't drive. We've had many people who I know for a fact, because I volunteered, who actually, we've seen in these chambers, who actually work there just to get food. And I won't call who their names are, because if you're hungry, you want to be fed. You do. And Pastor Thompson does a good job of that. His church does, his members and the volunteers. And with the high cost of groceries, this money will go to make sure they have 2 types of trucks. You can get 1 truck for $600, and I believe it's a half a truck, and then they get a full truck for $1,000 with protein, with meat on it, and people need the meat. Flint, we've got this money, and we should be using it to help the people. We should be using it to help the people. This church doesn't receive funds, hasn't really from the city council. And so when we look at who's serving the community, this is what they're doing. And they're doing it religiously. And some of the people are old enough to be my grandmother. I mean, and they're out there. And they work at their system is very finely tuned. So with this, I'm asking my colleagues, it's not in my ward, it's in the 2nd ward, but because I know the need of that community, which is populated, poverty, that we need to make sure we take care of the people, especially when we have the ability to do so. So I am asking my colleagues to support this, which comes from food access. They've shown their ability continuously, even through COVID, that they are there to take care of the community. So I am asking my colleagues to support this. I yield my time.
Is there anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? Anyone in the second round? Anyone else in the second round? Seeing none, this is the vote to send 240548 to council.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mushat is not in. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 3 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 3 yes, 2 no. The motion fails.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like a motion to keep this, 'cause I believe there's going to be an MOU to keep this in finance.
There's a motion on the floor to keep in finance.
Support.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mushat is not in. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
The vote is 3 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 3 yes, 2 no. That motion fails. Our next resolution is 240551. Is there a motion? Motion on the floor to keep in finance. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded by the by the councilwoman in the 6th ward. This is the vote.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mushat is not in. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. That will remain in finance. The next resolution is 240553, Choice Funds Allocation, Clark Commons. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
make a motion to send to move 240553 to council.
Is there support? Is there support? Hearing none, that motion dies for lack of a second. Is there any other motion?
Keep it here.
There's motion to keep it, Resolution 240553 in finance. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward. This is the vote.
Ms. Mashat is absent. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 5 yes, 0 no. That stays in finance. The next resolution is, scrolling down, 240557, and that's 5th Ward priorities. 240577, yes, I'm sorry. Is there a motion?
Motion to send 240, to move motion, resolution 240577 to council.
Is there support? It's been moved and properly seconded to send 240577 to council. Is there any discussion? Yeah, go ahead.
It obviously doesn't have the votes, and it's going to get killed. I think that, you know, we got council people that want to say, take personal person feelings out of it and do all of that, but you can hear me. Open your ears. We can, you know, it's funny how we got to take personal feelings out of it when somebody else wants something, but when the 9th Ward wanted speed bumps, or the 5th Ward wants this, or the 6th Ward has a walk-on, I'm sure we're going to kill that too. So it's funny how that works on it's only one way. We got to take our feelings out when we're called terrorists and insurrectionists and everything
Point of
else.
order.
Which point?
The councilman in the 8th Ward is speaking the motives.
Who am I
Against
speaking?
Robert
Who am I
rules.
speaking to? Who am I speaking about?
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
So, we'll see how the vote goes then, right? We'll see how the vote goes.
Is there anyone else to speak in the first round?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I think that even, these are 5th Ward priorities. Councilwoman Murphy Carter did not feel well, and so she did have to leave. Otherwise, she would have been here. We all know that she suffers from something publicly that she shared, and otherwise she would be here. These are her ward priorities. We have supported people's ward priorities because it was your ward priorities. And so, and she did. So we need to wrap this business up. She gave hers to the organizations. It went through the process and was approved by Ernst & Young. They stated that this is appropriate for it to go. It has went through the planning and development, and now we need to approve it. In her absence, like I said, she's not feeling well. And we know that she has some issues that she's publicly shared the first time maybe a year and a half ago. So I will be supporting this because it's her ward priorities, and it's going to organizations that do great work in her ward. I yield the floor.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'm going to take a few minutes and speak on the 9th Ward priorities. I did everything but turn myself inside out to save that resolution. This is the vote to send 240577 to council.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Machad is not in. Sorry, Ms. Machad is absent. That's 4 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 1 no. That motion failed. I'll make a motion to keep this in finance.
Support.
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded by, say Mr. Pfeiffer, to keep in finance. This is the vote.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Machad is absent. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. That will stay in finance. The next resolution is 240578, Flint recast, program evaluation. Is there a motion? Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded to keep in finance. This is the vote.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 5 yes, 0 no. That stays in finance. The next one is 240579, professional service agreement, City of Flint, and I just covered it up. And F&V operations and resource management, the current backup operator for the Flint water system. Is there a motion?
Motion to send to council.
Is there support?
Support.
Dr. Lewis supported it. Is there any discussion?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So this is to make sure that we're in compliance with the certifications we need for the state
Yes.
for our water supply, so I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round? Hearing none, this is the vote. Send to council.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. The next one is 240580, authorizing Lighthouse Group to provide value vehicle and equipment coverage. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
move to send it to council.
Is there support? I'll support that. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I I hate that no one is here because I think we'd had some lighthouse questions before in the staff. It is approaching 6 minutes before 1 a.m. And so since we do not have,
May I interject
Yep,
that
go
this
ahead.
is time sensitive because we will lose our insurance as of Christmas.
as of Christmas Day,
It says for the period 12/25/24. This has been on the agenda.
No, it hasn't.
this is a different one.
This one just came.
Through you, Madam Clerk, through you, Madam Chair, to the clerk, when did this come on the
Wait a
agenda?
minute, I'll look. I got it right here. You're right, it's today. I thought that was the
Yeah,
other
no,
one.
I said we'd had a separate one before, that was Lighthouse, and that one was approved. So this one is separate. I yield the floor.
Is there any other discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
It seems like we have an incompetent administration that gives us something 2 days before it's due.
Yep.
This is ridiculous. I don't understand why we get it. It's going to expire on Christmas Day, and we get it on the last meeting of the year that it's time sensitive. Like, and they've had this quote since, who knows when? I don't see a date on the quote. Something says, the staff review says October, and we,
The
one
staff
page-
review form all says October, they revised it, just so
October 9th,
you know.
and-
That was the revision of the staff review form.
Yeah, October 9th, and then they redid it on the 26th, and we get it on the 16th. I don't know. At this point, it, I would, do we even know what it has gone up? Do we have, does it have previous years in it? I don't see previous years.
No, I don't have that.
Judy, do you see previous years?
I'm afraid to lose my place. Just a second. I don't recall seeing that in there, but I downloaded it on my phone and not on a computer, so I didn't get a chance to really look at it. Current policy extends, star surplus loans interest. If I knew when it had been passed, I could look it up, but I don't have that. No, it doesn't say it.
Judy, what does it say on the budgeted expenditure? What does it say, risk and insurance prepaid?
I think that's for the, just a second, I saw that number. I gotta look it up, just a second. I saw that. Okay, so the 251 is for fiscal year 26. Pending adoption of the fiscal year 26 budget. That says that in the resolution, and it is resolved.
Oh, because we got to do the 6-month coverage in the 25.
Correct. So it's a 1.5-year policy. 18-month policy, 6 months and costing $128,000 for fiscal year 25 and the remainder in 26. That's why it's prepaid.
I love how it's so important and time sensitive, but nobody stays knowing that we have a long night with 27 agendas. I'll yield back.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Hearing.
Through you, Madam.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well,
There isn't anybody here.
I'm not an attorney. Cups like, don't ask me nothing.
He goes, that's finance.
Yeah, and I'm looking through this. I wonder, why did they wait so late? Okay, and it expires,
Christmas.
so technically December 24th at 12 a.m.
Yep, and they'll do an emergency ordinance probably, or
Yeah,
requisition.
to purchase it.
Yep. If you look at the equipment, some of them are very critical.
Yeah, I just went through that.
I said if you look at the listing of equipment, very critical. Okay, seeing no more discussion in the first round, any discussion in the second? Any discussion in the second round? This is the vote to send to council.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Excuse me, Ms. Mashat?
240580.
It's insurance?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no. That goes to council. The next resolution is 240581, a contract with Mike's Landscaping for sidewalk replacements in the city of Flint. Is there a motion?
Send to council.
Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded by the councilwoman in the sixth ward, to send to council. Any discussion?
Actually, yeah. Do we have dollars in the ARPA for this?
Yes.
That's allocated?
Yes,
I thought we spent it all.
not for sidewalks. We did for tree removal.
I thought we put. You have the sidewalks?
At least that's
I thought we,
what, last time I looked at it, just a second. Let me go back and look at my
I
budget.
thought the last sidewalk project maxed it out.
Let me look.
You don't have it memorized?
I don't have, no, I don't. I can't remember numbers. I'm an accountant. I can't remember numbers.
581, so.
Yes, there's $389,000 left.
And that's exactly what they bid?
That's exactly.
That's sketchy as hell. Right? Like, how, that is sketchy as all get out. We have exactly $389,000.
I think it maxes it out. That's what the deal was, but I haven't looked at the bids. I just read it.
According to Chief Wiggins, this is a terrorist act. Hello?
RL?
Yes.
Thank you. What it is, they just got sealed bids per sidewalk, not for a total, so they're using them up to $389,000. If you look at the bids,
Say that again, Judy.
Yeah, say that again.
the bids were done on square foots. So it's just up to $389,000, and then the money's
And then
gone.
it's,
Oh, okay, they bid it per square feet?
Yep,
And then you're just gonna max out the budget to, so they didn't bid 389,000?
correct.
Okay. Then I will yield.
And you keep making me scroll back and forth, doggone you. Okay, any other discussion? Any other discussion? In the second round? Hearing none, this is the vote to send 240581 to council.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes,
Ms. Burns?
yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
vote is 6 yes, 0 no, that will be sent to council. The next one is 240582, change order number 2 for the reconstruction of Saginaw Street.
Keep it here.
Okay, there's a motion to keep resolution in finance. Is there support?
Support, probably, because I don't know.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Let's go ahead and vote.
Yeah, Mr. Briggs.
It was seconded by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
How many times we gonna fix it?
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That stays in finance. The next one is 240583. Is there a motion?
Keep it here. Madam Chair, I'm going to make a motion to keep 583, 584, 585, and 586 all here. Those are high dollar values that I want to ask questions.
Okay. There's a motion to keep 240583, 240584, 240585, and 240586 in finance. Is there support? Support. It's been moved and properly seconded by the gentle councilman in the 9th Ward. This is the vote.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat is not in. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 5 yes, 0 no. Those will remain in finance.
Madam Chair, make a motion to send add-on number 1 to council.
Motion to send add-on 1 to council. Is there support?
Support.
Been moved and properly seconded. Is there, by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward, is there any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair. This is for my work, which is, what it is a green garage, which means, tool shed. And everything in it will be battery operated, so that anyone in the city of Flint can actually, come and, borrow, sign out a tool or a lawnmower or blower, and it will all be battery operated. So, 6th Ward is going green. Grass cutting is an issue in the city, and we lost in the 6th Ward, clean and green funds.
Request for information.
Yes.
Which request? Excuse me, through me. Yes.
That is the Mount Park one you're speaking of?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And so everything in it'll be green. We're also using a local vendor, and that way the dollars will be recirculating back in our community. Meeting with the board, this was an idea that everyone grasped, and it was just, it's a win-win, because anyone can come from the city and say, hey, I need to use 2 mowers, even kids who may want to use, mow lawns. Keeping grass cut was a huge problem. We lost 60 lots, in one square block. That was just Ballinger. And I know we've spent money on cutting grass and getting prices for the ward priorities for cutting grass.
Request for information.
Yes.
What's your request?
What do you mean by lost 60 lawns?
They didn't, the payment, they didn't pay. Land Bank, clean and green. So it was 60 lots that.
Land Bank didn't pay?
No. And so but then those cuts too, where they cut half the front. And so,
that's
yeah.
true.
And then
That's
the
true.
other
That's
part
all
is
they
as
do.
tall as the roof. And so this is a way to promote, number 1, community, to promote everyone's lawn. It looks great. People won't, when they get called for blight, and often when they're called for blight and blight comes out, they will measure your grass.
Yep.
And they have. And what happens is, a lot of times, people don't have the lawnmowers. And so we thought it would be green, going green would be best, because we don't have to worry about going to get gasoline. they'll be charged up. Everything is charged with the battery. And it was a way just to move forward in the future, and not just to make sure people, if you need a lawnmower, you can come to the 6th Ward and borrow lawnmower, you can borrow an edger, you can borrow the leaf blower, you can borrow whatever tools that you needed when you sign it out, and you bring it back and make sure that you take care of it. So it's a system that, for me, it's a win-win for our entire city, because grass is a problem. We spent a lot of time talking about how long grass was, and we can't get grass cut. And when you talk to people, they don't have lawnmowers. I don't mow my grass, but my neighbor next door uses my lawnmower for the past 3 years. And he uses it to mow his grass as being neighborly. And so when people can get all the tools that they need to mow their own grasses, and they don't have to pay for it, just bring it back. And they don't have to worry about getting gasoline, or making sure they'll be properly charged, and then when they come back, they'll check the condition. And it's something that the entire city can use. And as we look at, we're going to more green, not having, fumes or whatever, getting off of gasoline. This is a clean energy way for us to turn the corner in the city of Flint. And it serves the entire city. And we happen to have the room, which is great. Our garage received a renovation at Mott Park, and the renovation is about $50,000, and we can house all of these things there safely and securely, and it's easily accessible for people who need to utilize these tools to keep their lawns freshly cut and groomed so that the city looks uniform and blight doesn't have to go out to measure their lawn. So I am asking that my colleagues support this. It is our ward priorities. I have worked with this with Chad and my board, and we expanded it to the entire city, not just the 6th Ward, but it'll be out of the 6th Ward. I yield to my colleagues.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? I'm going to take my time. Ms. Burns, thank you very much for clarifying that. I was wondering about the vacant lots because they hadn't applied for vacant lot grant.
Yeah.
And so your clarification that it's for a tool shed is very helpful.
Request for information.
What's your request?
You said they did or didn't?
They did not.
Oh, okay.
Okay, this is the vote, second, any discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So through you to Councilwoman the 6th Ward. So you said if the city get a chance to use the green equipment, where are you going to purchase the green equipment from?
They're purchasing it from a local vendor is given a discount price. They are, which is the Ace Hardware, which actually is it's on the north side. They actually service the community to where you can still get credit there. They've been there for forever. The owner, Sally, came to the meeting. She went and she gave itemized list. They went through it, and this has been months in the making. It also takes dollars and keeps it back into the community. Everything is green, battery powered, and anyone can use it, which is, we didn't want to just be per the 6th Ward, because I know grass was an issue everywhere. So this was a way that we felt that we can help beautify the entire city in the 6th Ward.
All right. So my other question is, so the city, other residents, is this going to be a loan, like for fee, or is this going to be free?
It's absolutely free. All you have to do is show your ID, sign it out, give a return date. Volunteers man the garage. Our board, Mott Park, is a very close-knit community.
Okay, so my other question is, so who's going to manage this?
That's what I was just stating, Mott Park. The board will. The board members, we've talked about it, and then volunteers. They will be manning this. The items are locked up, secured with a security alarm and cameras in addition, and we have the space. The garage area was complete. It used to be where the golf carts used to be. So there's a garage there underneath the top part.
Okay, so is this, the Mott Park Recreation Association, I never heard of my Park Recreation Association. That's the same thing as the Neighborhood Association?
It is, that is their 501c3.
Okay.
They've been in business for, I think, almost 30 years. They've had it.
Okay. And also, so was this specific initiative vetted by the Ernst Young?
Yes, it was absolutely vetted by Ernst Young, and and that's why we are now to this part to where it's here, by Brian Jerzinski, and also through Nick and through Emily. They thought it was, I think everyone has thought this was a great idea,
All right, thank you.
with the
And
grass.
so, this is my time and my question, so sir, stop yelling out. All right, so, just, might want to get put out before we go. I mean, at this late, what we doing? This is ridiculous.
Go ahead.
So, I will go as soon as someone's brought to order, so, definitely sounded like a great idea, the fact that we're using Sally from the north side.
Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in second rounds? Hearing none, this is the vote to send add-on 1 to council.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat is not in. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there support? Support.
Yeah,
Okay,
came in
it's
the same
supported by the
time.
9th Ward. Roll call?
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat is not in. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 5 yes, 0 no. This meeting is adjourned at 1:18. Oh, wait, we have legislative. We gotta get moving, because I gotta go home.
I filled out a whole bunch of them earlier,
I always got these two same things on here. And we don't have them.
The time is now 1:19 a.m. on Tuesday, December 17th. I call this Legislative Committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin is absent. Ms. Lewis? Present. Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jarrett? You have 6 members present.
We have 6 members present. Judy, I was wondering why you staring.
We ain't got time for all that nonsense. Let's go.
Not y'all not be. Oh, okay. Sounds good. We have 6 members present. Now moving on for requests for agenda changes or additions. Seeing as how there are
I'm
no.
sorry,
Uh-huh.
Madam Chair.
Oh, yep.
Both of these ordinances have
That is
amended
right.
versions
Yep.
that have been requested by the administration. So
By the administration.
I have amended versions for both ordinances for your consideration.
You said the,
Approve, or support.
that's fine. There's a motion to adjourn by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. It's been properly supported by the councilman in the 8th Ward.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes?
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett. Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. The time is now 1:21 a.m. and I call this legislative committee meeting to, it's adjourned.
Okay. Minutes, draft, pause.
No, I'm saying, it looks like she,
Halfway through the meeting.
Did we do that? Is this one not new? Vivian Ko?
All right. The time is now 1:22, and the Flint City Council meeting is now being brought to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
what happened?
It's not on the agenda. The clerk should be calling it to order.
Sounds good.
All right. Madam Clerk.
The beginning. Literally. What is this CCTV truck for?
Judy, was I supposed to keep this? Was I supposed to keep this? I don't know. Came from like a, oh. Did something else come with this? Cause I feel like y'all were not here. This is weird. No, don't ask me. Don't ask me. That means something else came in.
Okay, it is 1:25 a.m. and I am calling this council meeting to order for the purpose of electing a city council president in accordance with the city charter. Yes, ma'am. No, there should be a roll call on here, but just so we know who's in attendance. Mr. Alamin is absent. Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Priestley? Present. Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat? Present. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jarrett?
Present.
You have 6 members present.
Madam Clerk, make a motion to move the organization of city council to the end of business. Support.
Okay, there's a motion to move the organization of city council to the end of the agenda. And we will go, start with Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
No.
Mr. Jarrett.
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 2 no. That motion fails. So that takes us back to the organization of city council.
No, I'm not gonna stay and do another 20, 30 rounds of nothing.
And I believe you, Ms. Priestley is leaving, so I believe that's your quorum will be lost. Ms. Priestley, you're staying? Ms. Priestley?
I wanna get business done, but I'm not gonna sit here and go round after round after round without a resolution. And so seeing how my colleagues aren't willing to move this election to the end of the agenda,
So we can break quorum at the end of the agenda? What's it make sense? Because
do you wanna get the business of the city done or not?
I want to
Because
get
we're not
past
gonna get,
this.
we're not going to get past this.
Okay,
Because we don't have a consensus. I'll go through, I'll do 5 rounds and then I'm leaving. That's it. I'm tired, it's 1:30 in the morning and I'll do 5 rounds, that's it. Then I'm out of here. If we can't come to an agreement after 5 rounds, I'm out of here.
Point of order.
What is your point?
Never mind, I forgot you're chairing. Go ahead.
Okay. So we will go ahead and start with the organization of the council. And as in previous rounds, I'll state your name and you state the name of the person that you would like to elect as president of the council. I believe we left off, we'll be starting at round 450. And we will start this vote with Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Ms. Lewis.
Arthur Woodson.
Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
That's 2 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 1 vote for Mr. Jarrett.
Because you support that nonsense over there.
Round 451. Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Burns? Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
That's 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 1 for Mr. Jarrett, 2 for Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Not picking. And we don't.
Round 452. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Ms. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. I'm sorry. Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
It's 1 vote for Mr. Jarrett, 2 for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 2 for Ms. Mashat. Round 453. Mr. Jarrett? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Winfrey Carter.
It's 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat.
Hell has to freeze over.
Round 454. Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
You think we're gonna give you presidency?
Ms.
and
Priestley?
Put him in that
Mashat.
seat over there? Ain't no hell way, hell no.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Nelson. No.
Ms. Mashat?
Absolutely not.
Candace Mashat.
No
Mr.
chance
Pfeiffer?
of Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Jarrett?
No, it's not.
3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 400.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, ma'am.
I make a motion to postpone till the end of the agenda the selection of President and Vice President of Council.
We got pass on this. Is it, that insurance is crucial.
Okay.
So we have to do a special meeting. If they have a specially.
So
If it
with
was
this
that
vote, we
important,
will
they would put
start
it on the special meeting.
Which special meeting?
with Ms.
First one.
Priestley.
The first
Yes.
one.
Ms. Burns.
I forgot where we at.
This is to postpone the organization of council to the end of the agenda.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jarrett?
I'm leaving this meeting.
Ms. Lewis? Oh, okay, sorry. That's, vote is 3 yes, 2 no.
And
That
so-
motion fails. And you have lost your quorum. This meeting is adjourned at 1:34 due to lack of a quorum.
You got in a whole bunch of trouble tonight. sound like a fool. You ready to get cussed? No, I want to get it done. No, I want to get my ward stuff done. Huh? Yeah, well, it could have. If we did the one. All right, don't come on with that BS. I'm gonna do that. Okay, Jonathan, really?